You get a belt. And you get a belt.
Hey, we are up in here, Warren. What's up, Will? What's up, Steven? Casey Tucker's here. David's here. Will Z's in the building. Norm is here. Oh, boy. Lots going on. Joe Brazil is here.
I am back. Hello.
He did it.
Hi,
Everyone
guys.
say hi to Joe. There he is.
Hello,
Look at him.
everybody.
Look how
I
happy
am
he
so
is.
happy. I'm really happy to be back.
How was Disneyland?
Don't answer that.
Oh.
Jesus criminy, man. We have a show to do.
You didn't write it on the rundown. It's not on the rundown.
Implied. He's here. I should have written it. That's my bad. What's up, Zabo? What's up, Tina? What's up, Matt?
Yeah, I have this random thing at the top of the rundown that I have no idea what it is, but it doesn't say Joe Brazil.
No, the random thing on top of the rundown is a great goddamn question, is what it is.
All right.
And then Jesse, I texted that to Jesse today because I float all my ideas to Jesse, and he's now trying to figure out who the NBA version of the NFL player I mentioned is. But we'll get to it.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm realizing that some people don't know what I look like. That is funny.
What? Joe's been on that.
Yeah, but I could see it. I could see it, especially if you just listen on the radio, you know.
Huh. All right.
I'm Mrs. Mac.
The return of Joe.
Big time.
I look like your average Joe.
Very similar to the return of the man from Snowy River.
Honestly, you don't look like the average Joe to me.
I do get told that I have like a familiar face, so I kind of attribute that to just being like an average Joe. Here we go.
I don't think of the name Joe and think of.
Not anymore, really. No, not anymore. Used to be like that.
Thank you. Okay. We have some fun stuff to do today. I have a very silly question. Joe Brazil is back. He went to Disneyland, and I am thrilled to ask him about Disneyland, and we will get to all of that. 11:30, Matt Barrows is going to join us, and he's going to talk to us about what's going on out at 49ers camp. The 49ers are off today, but I have some questions. We have some questions about some things going on out there, and of course, the San Francisco Giants lost again last night. And I think they might need to move on from their manager, but we can talk about all that. But first, we got new reporting on Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, yeah.
There's actual not news that nothing has happened. Still nothing has happened.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to try and summarize the article that was posted on ESPN by Shams Charania and friend of the program, Anthony Slater. So the Warriors have offered Jonathan Kuminga 2 years and $45 million.
Mm-hmm.
But the hang-up from Kuminga's camp is that 2 years, $45 million includes a team option for next year. And there's a built-in no-trade clause to such a deal, and the Warriors want him to waive that no-trade clause.
Yeah.
So we'll start there. So Kuminga is saying no deal because his whole thing, and we'll get to this in a second, is wanting control over his career for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And by signing a 2-year, $45 million deal, like forget the finances for a moment, if you're waiving your no trade clause and then giving the team a team option, you are now ceding all control of your future to them.
Oh, yeah.
And that may be worth more than dollars at this point to Jonathan Kuminga. At least that's kind of what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, this thing is heading towards a conclusion. At least that's what the Warriors are trying to push right now. You can see that they're like, hey, we want to end this thing now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, well, that's nice if you want to end it because I don't have to sign a contract. I don't have to, play for the qualifying offer. I can play for the qualifying offer, but I can accept qualifying offer a month from now.
Do you know what Jonathan Kuminga's deadline is? October 1.
Oh, yeah.
That's when you have to sign a qualifying offer.
Mm.
He has until October 1st. Jonathan Kuminga's life doesn't change if he agrees to a deal today or figures that out on September 30th.
Yeah.
Like, he's chilling.
Yeah, but the Warriors are on a different clock.
Correct.
Because of the 6-month rule.
Correct. And because of they want to do other moves.
Well, yeah, they have other moves they want to do for sure,
yeah.
right? But this is just a total mess. And you can see how they are pushing towards a conclusion, but that doesn't mean there will be a conclusion, because this is just one line of, again, there are so many factions in this. There are 3 different groups of people, and probably more like 4 or 5, because there are other teams that are interested as well. But the team that wants to get Jonathan Kuminga's camp, and then the Warriors. And nobody is on the same page, it sounds like. And at this point, it sounds like the Warriors are trying to play hardball and say, yeah, we're going to pull all this sign and trade stuff off the table. No, you're not.
They're definitely not.
No, you're not.
So
it's just not believable.
So Kuminga's camp offered framework of a deal. Again, this is reporting via ESPN. Their counteroffer to the Warriors was 3 years, $82 million. So a $27.3 million average annual value. It keeps the Warriors under the second apron. I don't know how that would be laid out and how it would affect additional moves they want to make this offseason, but that's the counteroffer.
Yeah.
It's 3 and 82. And the reason this is important to me is we're now getting at least a ballpark range of kind of the dollar figures we're working with.
Yes.
Kuminga's camp is like 3 and 82. Great. That gives us a really good foundation to work off of when we're here in Sacramento talking about the Kings and what a Kuminga deal would look like for them. The other wrench that is now thrown into this, though, that had been kind of reported a little, but now we're getting really firm reporting on this from ESPN, is that we've talked about the difficulties of the Warriors and Kings making this deal just from a pure financial perspective.
Yep.
And then figuring out what that compensation looks like for a player like Kuminga, who's ostensibly an unknown or relative unknown.
Yeah.
And so if you're the Kings, like, what are you giving up for him? And so we'll get to that in a second. But Phoenix is now in the mix.
They are and they aren't.
Okay. Financially, Phoenix is in the mix.
Yes.
They have, according to ESPN, made the most lucrative push for Kuminga with a deal, a 4-year deal that has a player option in year 4, approaching $90 million.
Okay.
It is $70 million more. Nearly $70 million more guaranteed than Golden State's offer. So, Phoenix is in the mix.
Okay.
The Kings are in the mix, I assume financially.
Yeah. Phoenix isn't in the mix because Phoenix doesn't have the access to a single first-round pick.
So that's the issue. Golden State, here's further reporting. Golden State is uninterested in trade offers from the Kings and Suns. And so what the reporting from ESPN is Golden State is viewing this like, okay, Jonathan, here's 2 years and $45 million with the no trade clause waived and a team option in year 2, or you can play on the $7.9 million qualifying offer. But barring a change in offer from one of these other teams, you're playing for us next year. And we'll kick this can down the road. This disaster that they being the Warriors, Jonathan Kuminga, everybody is to blame here, in my opinion. They're kicking this disaster down the road and into the regular season. And just doing whatever they can to squeeze just that little bit of extra value. Hey, maybe he plays really well the first half of the year and they can get something better than Devin Carter, Dario Saric in 2 seconds or protected first. Maybe, okay, you can try it, but I don't foresee that going well for them.
No, I mean, like, look, this is why you should have taken care of this deal last year, but you're in wait and see mode. And you're still in wait and see mode if you're the Golden State Warriors. Everyone in the league realistically is in wait and see mode on Jonathan Kuminga. We have no idea really what he is as a player. You can look and say, oh, he did this in a playoff game or he had this stretch of games. But for every one of those, there are a bunch of stretch of games where you're like, oh boy, like he's just hit and miss. And that happens a lot with young players. But it really does feel like no one has developed over the last like 5 or 6 years in Golden State. as far as young talent.
Mhm.
They're just not developing at all. And that's partially on the Warriors. It's partially on the fact that they're packed with Hall of Fame players, or they
Mhm.
were.
Mhm.
And so it just makes this really complicated assessment.
Mhm.
And if you're a team like the Kings, you're like, okay, we'll roll the dice
Mhm.
on him, but it's got to be a contract that makes sense for them. And you're not going to give up a bunch because you see the leverage. There was no leverage here.
Sure. Do the Kings want him or not?
Yeah, that's what it's going to come down to.
So that's just it. Do you want Jonathan Kuminga or do you not?
Yeah.
Do you want Jonathan Kuminga, but like not really? Like we'll take him if it's dirt cheap and it's an easy flyer. Okay. It doesn't seem that it's going that way. So to me, if you're Scott Perry, and again, there's two different ways this can go for Sacramento. Sacramento might want Jonathan Kuminga like genuinely.
Mm-hmm.
They say, this is the most talented player we can possibly get. We're looking for potential franchise building blocks. We think he is that guy. In which case, if it takes Keon Ellis to get it done, all right, then you got to do it. But if they are in the camp of, yeah, we'll take him, but like we really like Keon, we're not going to give up Keon for him. Like we have a backlog at guard, so Devin Carter can be in the deal, and here's this protected first, and Dario Saric to make the money work. Yeah, here you go. Here's this. This is as far as we'll go. If that's where they are, then call up the Warriors and go, hey, we're out. Like we're done with this.
Yeah,
and just be done. Wash your hands of it.
But we know they're not. They had a meeting with him last week. They had a meeting with Kuminga last week. So this is one thing that I keep seeing out there, like, oh, Scott Perry's holding the line. Oh, this is like, oh my gosh, they would have already folded in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me when Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox folded, like they didn't get deals done.
Right, it was the opposite.
Yeah. No, they just like said, okay, we're just not going to do the deal. They didn't fold.
Right.
Fold would have been to throw in more picks. Fold would have been to give up way more. They didn't fold.
Right.
They just sat there and just didn't get the deal done. We're in the same exact holding pattern right now. So, like, look, it started out, we heard it was Dario Saric, Devin Carter, and 2 second-round picks. Like, I'm not going to like put words in the Kings' mouth, but I would be very surprised if they weren't willing to go up to a protected first-round pick, right? And I don't know what protected pick that would be. So, like, maybe they give up, that 2027 Spurs pick, but they protect it 8 through 15 because it's already protected 16 through whatever. Maybe they do something like that. Maybe they give up. It's literally just lottery protected or top 10 protected pick. Maybe they give up that. But like, if you're on the brink of a deal, then figure out what it is that they actually want, because the Kings don't have the young player that is going to like move the needle unless it's Keon Ellis. And again, I'm not giving up Keon Ellis in this deal. Like, if you're starting younger, if you're looking at your team and going, okay, where are we 2 years from now? Keon Ellis should be your starting shooting guard, most likely. Like,
if he wants to play for your team still.
Yeah, if he still wants to, and that's the other problem, right? So this is complicated, but it's like, do you need to throw in, is it a protected first and a second? What is it that you have to give up? Because figure out what that is and move forward, or don't, or say, okay, we're done with this.
And I think that's why this is just the discussion amongst fans with it is, and I don't have the chatty house open at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you'd like to catch a simulcast. I think, I'm sure when I said then include Keon Ellis, there were people who were like, absolutely not. You'd never do that. But I think there are people who go, man, Kuminga's pretty good. Like, he had averaged 28 or whatever it was in the playoffs against Minnesota. I'd get that talent in here. And we're talking 2 years from now, Keon's going to be like 27, 28. Like, yeah, here. And he might not even want to play here. Yeah, sure. Send him. It's all about how much do you value Kuminga?
Yeah.
And how much you value him, or I value him, or Joe values him, or anybody listening to this, anybody who calls himself a Kings fan, that's going to vary. But if you're the Kings, like, let's go to put yourself in the Kings front office. if you're a member of the front office, you're deciding, are we committing to this player?
Mhm.
Because that's the other part of this. You can't half-ass the Jonathan Kuminga thing.
No.
You have to kind of go for it. And the reporting from ESPN is directly, quote, Kuminga prefers the longer-term offers presented by the Kings and Suns because he believes they signify a fresh start, a larger guaranteed role, a promised starting position, and a greater level of respect and career control. If you're going to cede all of those things to Jonathan Kuminga, then go make the move. Go do what you have to do to get that done. And if you're wary, then like, all right, hey, we're out.
Yep.
We're done with this. We don't like if that's just it. If Scott Perry, and I'm assuming it's Scott Perry making this call, if Scott Perry's like, yeah, like him, don't love him. Like would much prefer to have Keon and sort it out that way than bringing Kuminga because we don't know if he fits and we got questions and ties us up financially a little bit. It's just, okay, cool. Then separate yourself from this madness. Get out. Because if the Warriors really want to get a deal done, if the Warriors really, really want to get a deal done, and they go, hey, that 2 years or the qualifying offer thing was a bluff.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't work. It's August 13th. We need to be done with this. Then they'll pick up the phone and call Scott Perry and go, hey, all right, let's try it. And now maybe you're getting him for the kind of pennies on the dollar that you were hoping to get him for.
Well, let me add in the other problem, though. The problem is that if you do get him on that contract, you're now way over the luxury tax. And now the Kings have to unwind something else.
Mm-hmm.
And number one, I do see where the Kings can look at this. Like, we can't sit here and yell at the top of our lungs for a year and a half, 2 years that the Kings have got to get more size and athleticism at the 3 and the 4 when a 6'9" like super athlete is sitting there on the table. Not only that, but Kuminga slides right into the starting lineup alongside Keegan Murray. It moves Keegan Murray to the 3, which is a better natural position for everyone involved here. That gives him the ability to move around the court a lot better. It just changes his upside. And not only that, it creates this young switchable forward thing, right? The problem that you have is that you now have to you got to go find a way to save another $10 million to get below the luxury tax, or at least get close to it, because they're hard capped at 189 million, 188, whatever the first apron is. So now they have like this process that they have to go through. And I bring this up because that could also cost something. And so if you're going out there and saying, okay, we now have to move Malik Monk, or we now have to move DeMar DeRozan, there might not be a team out there that's willing to just take those players on without you giving up something else. And I know people are like, wait a sec, you're going to give up Malik Monk and a second-round pick and 2 second-round picks? Yeah, that's the way the dynamics of the league work. No one has any cap space.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to give up something to get something. And so now that has another cost at the back end. And so you're looking at this deal as a collective deal. Like, it might feel like it's 2 individual transactions, but realistically it's not. It's all part of one bigger deal. And you have to figure out how to, like, it's a minefield. Yeah. And I don't know how they get through it.
I don't either. We'll continue discussing this. Would love to know your thoughts. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We've talked about it ad nauseum. Should the Kings go get Jonathan Kuminga? Should they push their chips in for him or not? Because the Devin Carter, Dario Saric in 2 seconds deal clearly is not going to work. So do you want to go more than that, or do you not? And I think that's what the question has to be. We'll keep talking about this. We've got some 49er stuff coming up at 11:30 with Matt Barrows, who's covered the team for a long time for The Athletic. Does a great job. We'll talk to him at 11:30. Joe Brazil back in the building. Can't wait to get his thoughts from Disneyland. And I had a weird ass question pop into my head today that I would love to ask you, James. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and this is ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Oh, there it is. Jeez Louise. I forgot where I put the Giants thing. Oops.
Chris Ochoa's Angels are out here getting a bunch of relief pitchers.
Good for them.
I will say, I wore the Giants hat to Disneyland.
Mm-hmm.
Overwhelmingly positive from
Yeah.
the comments that I got. Like people were coming up to me and were like, "Oh, are you from that area?" Yada yada, and
Nice.
just very positive.
Oh, yeah,
So
man.
shout out to all the fans everywhere because that was cool. That was really cool to hear.
Nice.
Not one negative moment from that. So
Nice. Unless the Suns are willing to give up young guys like Ryan Dunn and / or Oso Ighodaro, which they aren't to my knowledge, what they have is of no interest to the Warriors. Thanks, Brett.
Yeah, but like, look, like if they're willing to give up Ryan Dunn, I mean, that's a better prospect than Devin Carter.
Mm-hmm.
The problem that they have is that they do not have any picks. And I also, well, we'll get to this because are we sticking on this topic for a minute?
Sure.
Right.
Wow.
It's funny. We heard last week that the Ben Simmons sweepstakes was heading towards a finale. Yeah, nothing has happened. That's interesting. Well, Kyle, what's your top 3 sports movies of all time?
Criminy.
Miracle.
Miracles 1. Remember the Titans 2. Ooh.
I'm gonna say The Natural.
Okay.
Do 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 do. I love 8 Men Out.
Haven't seen that one.
That is a great film.
Die Hard is a baseball movie, so I'll go with Die Hard.
Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore is so good.
If we count Happy
It's
Gilmore,
such a good ass movie, dude.
I think I'm putting Happy Gilmore in my sports movies.
My wife and I watched that the other night. She had not seen it either ever or hadn't seen it since she was very young.
Yeah.
And man, this is so good. I'll have to think about number 3.
Kingpin.
Changes.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Somebody in the chatty house, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Somebody in the chatty house asked about our top 3 sports movies. And, it's Miracle and Remember the Titans for me. Those are 2 of my favorite movies of all time.
Mm-hmm.
But then number 3 is a little bit difficult because it's just, there's so many good sports movies. But somebody in the chatty house mentioned The Program.
Oh yeah.
Which is that James Caan?
Yep, James Caan. I want to say Omar Epps.
Omar Epps is in it. Craig Sheffer, Christy Swanson.
Oh, Christy Swanson. Yep.
So incredible film. The thing about The Program is that movie, watching that movie gave me the same feeling I get when there's an obnoxious guy at a bar and he's talking really loud and really close to you about like things that you don't want to really hear about.
That you don't really care
public.
about.
Man, I don't care about that MMA thing.
Yeah.
Like I don't. And he's just loudly talking at you about it.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God. That's how I felt watching that movie the whole time.
It's kind of
It's so like uneasy. Like it's the point of the movie. It's great. That's the point of the film is to make you uncomfortable.
Any Given Sunday, same thing.
Yes.
Yeah, same exact. Where I mean, he's literally yelling at Al Pacino is yelling at you the entire time,
screaming at you.
You're
Oh my
like,
God,
man, you are
Relax.
screaming at me. I feel like I'm on a football field.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's one I need to. That's a movie I need to consume as an adult, as like a person who understands life better now.
Oh,
I
see,
watched that when I was younger.
The Sandlot. Okay, I would put Sandlot in my top 3.
The Sandlot plays for sure.
Yeah.
Like the Field of Dreams is up there for me. Bull Durham's up there for me.
Yeah, Field of
It
Dreams.
just the sports movie stuff is. I mean, it's very rarely like an Oscar-winning movie, so it's just how you connect to it.
Yeah.
I saw someone say Major League. I loved Major League.
Major League's hilarious.
I did. Yeah.
Major League 2 even plays for me.
It does.
Corbin
surprisingly.
Burnson at third base.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Coach Carter, good film, really good film. Coach Carter's hilarious because that's the first thing I ever saw Channing Tatum in. And man, if you want a fine piece of acting, go watch Channing Tatum in Coach Carter. Anyways,
Yeah.
shout out to sports movies. Let us know your favorites. Benchwarmers is not. No, I'm sorry. Never mind. No, I'm not. Here
I
we
know.
go. All
Like,
right, here we
how,
go. Lock in.
do we put
Lock
Happy
in.
Gilmore
Happy
in
Gilmore's
this?
absolutely a sports movie.
It is a sports movie.
1,000%. It's not even.
And it was
close.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't watched the second one yet. I'll get to it this week.
But then, I mean, if you're talking sports movies, then you get into like The Fighter with Christian Bale, $1 Million Baby with Hilary Swank.
Oh yeah. Rocky.
You get Rocky, all
Yeah,
the Rocky
Rocky.
movies, the
Yeah.
Creed movies. There's a
Oh man, now it's getting complicated.
I know it.
Like right off the bat, I was just thinking baseball for the most part, and then some football movies.
Right.
Yeah.
And then there's the Hoosiers, of course.
Oh yeah.
Talladega Nights. Does that count?
Oh man.
Ooh.
Little baby Jesus.
Ooh. Is Talladega Nights a sports movie?
I
Let us
think
know. Not-
so.
Hey,
Shake and
make
bake.
that poll today on
I got
Twitter.
you. I got
Is
you.
Talladega Nights a
I
sports
got
movie?
you.
Hey, underrated, not underrated. I'm saying underrated is a bit. I don't actually think. Have you ever heard of the Disney movie Gus? About the field goal kicking donkey?
Yes.
Yeah, man.
You're in.
You got to lock in on.
What about
Gus.
Air Bud? Is Air Bud
Boy, which one?
a sports movie?
Air Bud's a sports movie for sure.
Of course.
Without question.
Yep.
Anyway. Do you know either revamping it or doing another sequel? There's a new Air Bud movie coming out.
Oh well, they just keep producing those.
But no, like there was Air Bud 1, and then there was Air Bud 2, Golden Receiver, and then I think there was Air Bud 3, World Pup. I think that was it. I think it was just 3. There might have been another one in there.
It helps that like 80% of golden retrievers look identical because I have a golden,
Sure.
and
It just
there
looks like
are
Air Bud?
so many that look identical. You're like, oh my gosh, he looks just
Yeah,
like
you could
my
just
dog.
keep cranking out Air Bud movies.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't know if it's a revamp or another new one. I hope it's a revamp. I would be in. I'd go see it so fast. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're talking about Jonathan Kuminga last segment and how the Kings need to decide, do you want this guy or not? And what I mean by that is because I'm of the mind that if you're trading for Jonathan Kuminga and signing him to a 4-year, $90-ish million deal,
Mhm.
that you're pushing your eggs into the Jonathan Kuminga basket. You're now accelerating this. I mean, we've talked about 2027. Can you shorten that timeline?
Yeah.
And that's what that does, because you're not getting Jonathan Kuminga and going, hey, okay, let's see, how does he work in a pick and roll game with Domas, and how does he play next to Zach LaVine? Like, no, it's to hell with that. This is now you're focused on having Jonathan Kuminga on your team, and you're committing to that, and you're committing to him playing some significant role for you. And I think if you're going to do that, then I don't know that they are, because they're not acting like it with the offers that has been presented, or at least has been made public. That feels like an offer of, like, sure.
Well,
See how it works.
they have the Warriors. Like the Warriors are in a really difficult position.
You're in a weird spot.
Yeah.
They have screwed this up as about as bad as you can.
Yeah, because so let's just look at what the options are here. The 7.9 million he opts into his player, his qualifying offer,
Yep.
right? If he does that, that means that number one, he has a full no trade clause.
Yep. Built in, like can't be waived.
It's done.
Mhm.
He can like say yes or no to whatever trade going forward. The problem is if he does get traded, he has no Larry Bird rights at all. So let's say he gets traded to the Kings.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Not having his bird rights means his earning potential is less.
Oh yeah, it's
Right.
substantially less
Right.
because the only team, if we get to next summer, the only team that would be able to extend him using and go over the cap to extend him would be the Golden State Warriors to re-sign him. Now they could sign and trade him and try to get their leverage back, but again, now you're dealing with like whatever it is he is at that point. Like how much have you marginalized him during the season, and what does he look like next offseason? Like people are like, well, we kind of know a little bit more. He's 5 years in now,
Right.
so you run that risk. But the other thing is he has a full no trade clause. He can walk in and say yes or no to any deal.
Yep.
It takes away every bit of leverage that they have. And then, the other deal that they're offering him is a 2-year deal with a team option in year 2. They are signaling so hard that they have no interest in him as a player at all. Their only interest in him is as a trade chip.
That's it.
And I mean, I guess if you're telling them, hey, the only interest we have is a trade chip, then I guess that's fine if he's willing to accept that. But that's not what he wants. He wants to get his career started because for the last 4 years, he's been spinning his tires waiting for them to either commit to him or not.
Mhm.
And here we are at the end of 4 years. They still haven't committed to him in any way, shape, or form.
Mhm.
So I don't blame him for saying, hey, like, get me out of here. Like,
Yeah.
I'm done. I don't want to be here. I don't, even the money that they're offering, the 3-year, $82 million counter offer that his
Mhm.
people made to them, that's so he at least has a couple of years going somewhere else to make his way. If
Right.
not, man, they could destroy your value this year.
Yeah.
You could get traded somewhere like mid-season on this 2-year, $45 million deal that we're hearing about, right?
Mhm.
They could trade you somewhere and it could just not work out. The team could opt out. And now you're in the same position where, yeah, you made $12 million more this season or $13 million more, but you still have no bird rights going forward with anybody. And you're like, okay, this is miserable.
In this scenario where he signs a 2-year, $45 million deal with the team option,
Mhm.
let's forget the no trade clause for a second. With the team option. No, we can't forget the no trade clause. It's been waived too. So he takes that Warriors deal. Team option, no trade clause. And he gets dealt to Charlotte.
Yeah.
Okay. Charlotte, while he's there, goes, man, this guy we're not picking up that team option. We're just going to take the cap space and move on. Kuminga in next offseason is he getting a mid-level?
No.
If Charlotte is like, no thanks on $23 million-ish, I don't think that there's real money out there for him in that scenario. And if he's coming back to Golden State and the first, was it October, November, January, December, January, the first 4 months of the year, it goes like his last 4 years, then he's going to get little less than half a season.
Yeah.
To build value in wherever the hell they wind up sending him. Like that just, I don't, the only wrong thought on this is that anybody has done everything right. I think Jonathan Kuminga has done some things wrong along the way. I think Golden State's done a ton of things wrong along the way. But
I'll even like,
there's just, oof.
I've got a player comp and people will go, oh no. It could easily go the same way that the JJ Hickson situation went, where the Kings gave up a future protected first round pick to get him from the Cleveland Cavaliers. He averaged 13.8 points and 8.7 rebounds per game in 2010-11 with Cleveland. And his last post All-Star was 18.5 points per game. Like the Kings thought they were getting this 22-year-old crazy power forward that they were going to build around. Mm-hmm. He didn't make it to the deadline. They actually had to waive him because it wasn't working out so badly.
Golly.
And they were on the hook for that first round pick forever. Here's the other thing I'll point out, though, too. The reason why the Kings should look at a 4-year, $80-something million deal here, right?
Mhm.
Is because players at that price range get traded all the time. If you want to do a 4-year deal with the last year being a team option, that's fine.
Mhm.
I think that's probably where the power is right now for most teams.
Mhm.
It's not a 4-year deal with the last year as a player option. It's a
Right.
team option.
Mhm.
And that's kind of where Kuminga is. But look at the Kyle Kuzma trade where he's been moved, 3 or 4 times.
Mhm.
It's easy to move an 18, 19, $20 million contract to $22 million contract. It's when you get above that, when you get into John Collins' range, which is 26, 27 million, that it becomes a lot more difficult to move. So if we're looking at it just as a pure option for, you bring in a guy, you check him out, he's 22 years old, there will always be a spot for him in the league for them to move on from him right now
Mhm.
if they need to a year from now or 2 years from now if he's not working out. But that's it's a low risk, potentially high reward situation that would tie you up a little bit, but also it drops your age range way down.
Yes.
And it forces you to go move one of your other players because that's the only way it works financially.
Right.
And to be honest with you, forcing the Kings to make a move right now with one of their other players is actually a really good thing
I agree.
because we all watched what that looked like last season and it didn't. It
Mhm.
didn't work.
Mhm.
So go ahead and force yourself to move one of those guys. But yeah, I don't know. It's still complicated.
The thing with let's say they deal Malik Monk and a second round pick for whatever it takes to get that deal done
Mhm.
and clear the necessary cap space to sign Jonathan Kuminga to this contract that he wants. I would at least feel so. It's Malik Monk, a second round pick, and then let's just do the Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and a protected first.
Mhm.
You're giving up all that for this player, and I would understand the hesitance, one, from people who love Malik Monk and just want him on their favorite team.
Yep.
Salute. Then this deal is not for you. But I think at the very least in that scenario, I see the vision. Okay, they did something that pushes them toward an upward trajectory in the next couple of years. They did something that is bringing in a potential franchise building block instead of, we're just going to play it out with some veterans this year, and we'll see what Nick Clifford has. We'll see what Maxime Reynaud has. Sometimes, maybe a little bit. It depends on how well we're playing. But we're not going to put any veterans on the bench or any of our key veterans on the bench. And we're not going to, I would so much rather go into a year where it's all right, Keegan Murray's at the 3, Jonathan Kuminga's at the 4. And Malik Monk's not on the team anymore, but hey, we're seeing what the Jonathan Kuminga experience looks like. That at least gives me something to look forward to.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Again, there's always going to be risk involved. We've talked about this before. There's risk in not doing anything. There's risk in going, don't want to give up a second round pick to move Malik Monk, and we don't want to give up anything more than Devin Carter and a protected first and Dario Saric for Jonathan Kuminga. So we're just going to kind of stay here and stay the course to 2027, and we'll figure it out then. Oof. Like you said earlier, that's just inaction. That's standing pat, not for the sake of we like what we're building. If the Spurs standing pat and not going to get Kevin Durant, that makes sense to me. That's a team that is beyond square one of a rebuild. They have young talent to build around. And they said, instead of giving up that young talent and trying to push all our chips in now in this small Kevin Durant window, we're going to hold off and we're going to keep building. I see why that inaction happened.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense to me. Inaction from the Kings in this scenario doesn't make sense to me because it's not servicing some greater good of, hey, Dylan Harper, De'Aaron Fox, Victor Wembanyama, and Devin Vassell, and we'll see kind of how this works. It's, hey, we're scared. We're scared that it might not work.
Yeah.
And okay, it might not, but neither's this. This roster is not going to work either.
No, I mean, that's why Vegas has them at 35.5 wins right now.
35.5?
35.5 is what Vegas has in opening line.
That's low.
Yeah. So, hey, look, I'm going to keep saying this. If they make a move, you have to have the corresponding move afterwards. And that's where people are going to be like, I don't know if they're going to be super upset, but like if I'm the Kings, if you're able to pull off this trade, the first thing you do is you go to Brooklyn and see if you can get them to take not Malik Monk, to see if you can get them to take DeMar DeRozan for Terrence Mann. And I'll keep.
That's like $10 million, almost exactly, right?
It's basically cutting your payroll by 10 million, but again, you have to look at it this way: they owe, with the option year, with the buyout that they're going to have to pay DeMar next year, you owe him roughly 35 million over this year and next, right? Where Terrence Mann makes 15.5, 15.5, and 16 million. So you're committing to more money long term, but you're spacing it out and you're saving yourself 10 million. But then you also go out and you get one of those defensive minded guys that this team has been begging for.
Yeah.
He's your small forward backup. And then you start reconfiguring your lineup however you can. Your small and power forward backup, Kuminga, like all of a sudden you have a rotation of guys who play defense and can actually do some things.
Like that makes sense to me. That makes team building sense to me. Going like, we're going to hang on to our guys and see how it plays out.
Yeah.
Like, cool. Enjoy that 40-ish wins. And then we'll try it again next year.
Yeah, and that's not me making an argument that Terrence Mann is a better player than DeMar DeRozan. He's not.
No, it's about
fit. It's about salary. It's about everything else.
That's it. If you don't get that at this point, that's what we're talking about, I don't know. That's James. I'm Kyle. The San Francisco Giants might be facing a disaster. It might be going that way. We'll talk about that next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports City.
What is going on, Chatty House?
Oh, yeah, shoot. Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah, what's crazy is there's one team in the league that can help anybody.
Yeah, and
it's going to cost you. That's the tough thing.
Yeah, like I don't know, man. It's tough for sure. Like it's tough to take a gamble on a guy, especially if it means giving up a guy like Malik. But
yeah, you got to find a way. That's why we've said this from the beginning. Any deal is going to be extremely difficult. It's super complicated, but there is a possibility here, and you kind of feel like the Kings have something lined up. Like if they can get the Kuminga deal done, that's one domino in a row of dominoes that will like slowly play out.
Domino, 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 domino.
Some guy responded to the poll on Twitter. Jeff Dominguez.
Okay.
True story. I got home late from work, turned on Talladega Nights just to kill time before bed because I wasn't feeling too good. And an hour later, ended up in the ER needing gallbladder surgery. Hate that movie. It probably saved your life. Just got to be honest. The laughing. Yeah. I don't know, Tom.
I don't even know how I want to answer this poll. Is Talladega Nights a sports movie?
It is. It absolutely is.
Is NASCAR a sport?
Yes. Hey, you know what? And also, I am fresh off of the Speedway on Saturday.
Sure. I want to make this clear. I'm not trying to dunk on NASCAR.
I know. I got you.
I just don't. When I think it's a competition, like it takes talent and mental toughness and physical strength and stamina. Like
crazy reflex.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a sport. It's a sport.
It's a
We
sport.
just named all the things that it takes to be a good athlete.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
Yeah, like people who say, "Oh, I don't know if golf is a sport." It's more of a sport. Golf is a sport.
Oh, golf is definitely
Come
a
on.
sport.
A stick, a ball. Yeah. Chaos. My youngest just took up golf. I need to find him golf clubs. If anyone has a decent set of starter golf clubs,
I might.
I would. Oh yeah.
Yeah?
I remember you mentioning that actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh
They're used.
yeah,
You
Well,
want to
he's just
start
started.
with used clubs.
I got them for $30 on Facebook Marketplace. It's a full set of clubs.
Mm.
I got them for $30 on Facebook Marketplace. They're fine. And then Matt Steinmetz, gave me his old set of clubs like 3 weeks later.
Oh, nice.
So I have 2 full sets of clubs.
Oh, I would take them.
Okay. I'll bring them in. Listening.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's there. Matt Barrows has covered the 49ers for many, many moons.
300 years.
300 years he's been covering. He's covered the 49ers for a long, long time, and he'll be joining us at 11:30 to talk about what he's seen out at training camp. He and his teammate at The Athletic, Vic Tafer, did a really nice breakdown yesterday in The Athletic, so go check that out. I'm excited to chat with Matt in about 45 minutes here on the Insiders. I've been talking a lot about Jonathan Kuminga today. Now, I want to talk about the Giants and why they may have a little bit of a mess on their hands. But before we do that, our guy Mitch in New Jersey wants to talk about Jonathan Kuminga. So we're going to head out to the phones. Let's go to the phones. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. It's Mitch in New Jersey. Go ahead, Mitch.
Good afternoon, Kyle. James, thanks for taking my call.
What's going on, Mitch?
That dog.
Yeah, you were talking about movies. My go-to movies, Beverly Hills Cop 1 or even White Man Can't Jump. I haven't seen Gilmore 2, so I guess I haven't seen Gilmore 1. I guess I have to see that movie first.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think the Warriors have a lot of leverage with Kuminga. So I definitely want to give out best players or draft choices. And 3 guys I would love to see and get 2 of them. You see how the Clippers are making so many moves. Why can't we? Russell Westbrook, I did it again. Ben Simmons, but he better learn a new position in the front court, backup, of course. And Metu, love to have him back.
Chimezie Metu?
Metu, I'd love to have him back.
Mitch, I love to have you back. Thank you so much for calling.
Chimezie Metu mention?
Dude, mark it.
Let's go.
Shout out to Chimezie.
Checks in the mail, Mezzy. Let's go. Let's get out to Joe. Joe in Elk Grove?
Yep.
There this is. Joe in Elk Grove. Clones.
What's up?
Jungle
What's
Legend.
up, Mr. Ham?
What's up, Joe?
Why do we always want to trade Malik Monk? I do not want to trade Malik Monk.
Okay.
DeMar DeRozan is going nowhere. Nobody's taking that contract.
Okay.
And why do we want Jonathan Kuminga?
You're out on Kuminga?
I'm out on him.
Why?
I'm not giving up Alice or Monk for him. Why do I want to help the Warriors out? The Warriors want Keon Alice, and they say Malik Monk. I'm not giving them Monk and Alice for Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay, it's fine. You don't have to. Why are you out on Jonathan Kuminga though?
Because I don't want to give Malik Monk and Keon Alice up.
Oh, all
Okay.
right. Very good.
I get that. I get that there are going to be people out there who are looking at this and saying, I don't want to give up this player or that player for Kuminga. I personally, I would not give up Keon Ellis. Yeah.
Mhm.
But the other thing I would point out that if you look at the Kings drafts over the last like 5 years, right? Like every player that they draft is 22, 23 years old.
Mhm.
You're basically getting a first round draft pick who averages 16 points a game, almost guaranteed walking in the door,
Mhm.
who's younger than almost every draft pick that you've made over the last 5 years. I mean, that's where Kuminga is so different than
Mhm.
any other player because he has 4 years of professional NBA experience,
Mhm.
and he's younger than your 2025 NBA draft pick.
That's so crazy, dude.
And so when you're going out and
That's
you're trying to acquire a player like this, you're like, okay, look, there are certain things that we don't like about him that he needs to work on, that he needs to get better at.
Mhm.
But that doesn't change the fact that he averaged 16 points a game as a 21-year-old in the NBA.
Yeah.
And you can't guarantee that any pick that you're going to draft in the upcoming draft would actually get to that point.
Mhm.
So I understand the value of him. I also understand that the Warriors want a trade chip. Like, and that's the tough thing. The Kings don't have, unless it becomes a DeMar DeRozan thing where you're trading DeMar DeRozan to them. But then we get into the base year compensation thing,
Right.
and the Warriors are going to have to send out something else as
Right.
well. And then it's like, okay, now this has become a much bigger transaction.
The other thing with Kuminga, and we've talked about this before, but this is a guy who played in game 2 of the playoffs 26 minutes against Houston, played 17 minutes in game 3, then didn't play for 3 games. In part, one of those he was inactive, he was sick. So didn't play for 3 games, plays 7 minutes in a blowout win in game 7. He played in game 7. I have no recollection of Jonathan Kuminga game 7 minutes, but he didn't play well. Then game 1 against Minnesota, plays 13 minutes, a game that Steph got hurt. And then he does this against Minnesota, who is a very good defensive team. He goes 18, 30, 23, and 26. Just came off the bench, ostensibly cold, against a very good Minnesota team. And scores 18 points on 8 of 11, 30 points on 11 of 18, 23 points on 6 of 13, and 26 points on 11 of 23. It's like that's why this is enticing. And that's why when you hear people talk about getting more, the Warriors wanting to get more for Jonathan Kuminga, it's like he doesn't suck. He's not some player who's gone out and scored 3 points a night and they're trying to get some, like, no, there's reason to believe there's upside here.
Yeah.
But again, and I think we talk about this with DeMar DeRozan all the time. I think a lot of it is fit related.
Mm-hmm.
If Steph Curry retired tomorrow and Draymond Green retired with him and Jimmy Butler retired with him, I think you see the Warriors' conversations and feelings about Jonathan Kuminga probably change a lot. But Golden State is trying to build a very specific type of winner around Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and now Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Which takes a very specific type of player to do these very specific things. And Jonathan Kuminga is not that there's room for him, but it's as an Aaron Gordon type defender, knock down a corner 3, hustle plays, play the dunker spot. You're not going to be a primary option on most nights.
Mm-hmm.
And he wants to be a primary option. He doesn't want to do those things. So the upside is there. It's not like we're talking about the Kings trying to go get some player that's just been terrible for 4 years. Like, no, he's not a bad player. It's just what he wants and what Golden State wants are fundamentally at odds with one another.
Well, that's the crux of this too. Is it Golden State and Kuminga are at odds with who they want him to be.
Yes.
When he goes somewhere else, they might not want him to be what Golden State wanted him to be. And so you go from, hey, we're trying to force you into being an Aaron Gordon type player to, hey, we're going to open the door and say, like, who are you?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what can you be? We'll give you a leash to show us what you can be. We might pull that back here and there and say, no, that's too much.
Mm-hmm.
But we also we're going to allow the possibility for you to become the star that you think you are.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are the star that you think you are, then all of a sudden we stumble onto a gold mine.
Exactly.
If you're like, if we're still fighting this whole time and you're not doing the basics we're asking you to do, then we're going to be in the same situation the Warriors are. as far as
Yes.
like the Kings or
Exactly.
the Suns or anyone else. But there's potential for him to get a new opportunity, which is why the Kings pitched him an opportunity,
Mhm.
right? Like they pitched him a different vision for himself. And it's like, okay, like I think I can be that guy. And like, I don't think that it's a stretch to imagine Jonathan Kuminga could join the Sacramento Kings this season and average 22 points per game. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. I don't know that I mean, in their current like way that they're built, that might be a little bit tough, but I also see an avenue where that could be the case. And I also see an avenue where he could be that type of player, but that type of player that also takes 2 or 3 less shots per game than
Mhm.
what you're currently starting and give those 2 or 3 shots per game to Keegan Murray. And now all of a sudden you have 2 guys
Mhm.
that are rising up together and becoming something.
Mhm.
Where the Kings at this point, they have one, and he's really being like held back as to what he can be as a player.
Mhm.
And I would say like the Kuminga situation, I really don't think it's that much different than the Keegan Murray situation, except for Keegan Murray has been a willing, accepting partner with the Kings, where Kuminga
Sure.
is like fighting it the entire time and saying, I don't want to be that.
Mhm.
Keegan feels probably the same exact way. I don't want to be what they have me being right now,
Mhm.
but I'm willing to wait it out and see what
Mhm.
happens, right?
Right.
Eventually you could get to the same point with Keegan where he's like, look, this is not what I signed up for.
Sure.
And I feel like you are putting me in the same situation that Kuminga is in Golden State, where I'm just not getting the opportunity to be the player I think I can be.
Yeah.
And so it's a really interesting thing. I just think at this point, Keegan has proven to be a much better team player
Yes.
than Kuminga.
Yeah.
And so
And
but
different skill sets with those opportunities too. I think
Yeah.
plays into
Yeah.
it a little bit, but yeah, man. I have some bad news real quick. We'll get to the Giants thing in a little bit. I have some bad news about your golf clubs.
Oh no.
I forgot that I've given those away already.
Oh, you already gave
I
one.
immediately got a text message from somebody who I have promised those clubs to. Who was
That's
like,
fine.
what the hell?
That's fine.
It was Kenny.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure you
Yeah. Oh, I
promised
did.
him on
the air. On air. That
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah,
I
you
just
did.
completely forgot.
That is hilarious.
Just got his whole set of golf clubs burning a hole in my pocket, I guess.
That's funny.
That's my bad, man. Facebook Marketplace, if you're looking for clubs,
Yeah.
get them for
Or the chatty house. The chatty house. Somebody's gonna come through.
Chatty house got
Somebody
some,
will come
some extra
through.
clubs for you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Matt Barrows from The Athletic going to join us for the Doc 49ers in about 34 minutes. Matt Barrows from The Athletic is going to join us. We'll talk some 49ers training camp. We'll keep talking Jonathan Kuminga, but we got to get to the San Francisco Giants. They're a little bit of a disaster right now. And I think they're heading down a very, very dark path. We'll talk about it next. That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
How are we doing with the poll? Oh man.
Personal question.
Wow. 119 votes. 81.5% say Talladega Nights is a sports movie.
Right.
It's one of the great one-liner movies of all time.
It's really good.
No, absolutely not. Oh, somebody asked a question earlier, and I wanted to. Okay, is there anything from stopping Kuminga from declining his qualifying offer and signing an MLE somewhere else? First of all, the qualifying offer isn't Kuminga's. I mean, if he wants to sign the qualifying offer, that's one thing. If a team extends a qualifying offer, it converts the player to a restricted free agent. So what that means is, yes, he can go out and sign an MLE somewhere else, but it's called an offer sheet. He can't sign a standard contract. Then the Golden State Warriors would have the opportunity to match that offer sheet, which they would, because the MLE is $14.1 million. And they would be like, heck yeah, we just saved a bunch of money. And now we have a player that we don't really love, but at a $14 to $15, $16 million salary for the next 4 years, and they can trade him at any time. Does that make sense? Uh-oh. Is that new?
Yeah. He is super about to play on the qualifying offer. I would be rooting so hard for him if he does that.
Well, if he does,
I really want that to work out.
the dead end though. It's not good for him to play for the qualifying offer. He takes one bad step, and he could never recover any of that money.
Oh no, for sure. It's risky. That's why I'll be rooting for him. That'd be great. What a story. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We are the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're going to talk about the San Francisco Giants and their current meltdown in a moment. But Jonathan Kuminga on Instagram just posted a photo of himself sitting next to his agent at the Houston Rockets arena. This is, I believe this is during the playoffs. And it says, "I'll bet on myself all day." And then tagged his agent and said, #just no. No, KNOW.
Yeah.
2 things on this. One, that super says I'm not signing any long-term contract with the Warriors. I will be taking the qualifying offer. And I will bet on myself.
Well, that, and he'll take the qualifying offer when he wants to take the qualifying offer.
Right. That's one thing. And October 1st is the deadline for that.
Okay.
So he could really drag this out. That's one thing. 2, I feel like in the current environment, saying I'll bet on myself is not that good of a thing to say.
Yeah.
I think we need a new phrase.
Yeah.
Until we're done having athletes literally getting caught betting on themselves or against themselves, I think we need to find something different to say.
What if it would
I'll
have been
believe
awesome?
in myself all day. All right, bet. So
Yeah. I'm betting on myself all day. # prize picks. # underdog.
That's not betting. That's daily fantasy. That's
It
not
is.
betting. It's a skill game. Very different.
Very different.
Oh man. This is just
Yeah, we Miss Mac brings this up. Yeah, we are at the point in the program where
yeah.
we got Insta posting.
I bet he's unfollowed Steph Curry on Instagram. Do we think Jonathan Kuminga still follows Steph Curry on Instagram?
Oh no.
I can't confirm that he has followed Steph Curry on Instagram, but if he's not following him, we're gonna say that he unfollowed him.
Oh.
Jonathan Kuminga. There he is.
This is turning into
Okay, hang on. Apparently his agent reposted it. What did his agent say? Legends never die is what his agent said.
Oh wow.
That's just incredible stuff. Hey, what's happening here? What's going on in this photo?
Okay. Maybe they shouldn't trade for him.
I'm out on Jonathan Kuminga. Are those, if you're listening on the radio, he has a photo captioned "Hats low, standards high," which is super a thing I would have posted as a 22-year-old. So that makes sense. He's in a white button-up with only about half the buttons done. Salute. I'm down with that. 3-button maximum. What's up? But then it's like bell-bottom dress pants?
3-button maximum.
It's like bell-bottom dress pants and a bedazzled belt and a cowboy hat with rhinestones on it?
Oh, no.
Yikes. I've never been to Jonathan Kuminga's Instagram page before, so I don't know. Let's see. Is he still following Stephen Curry? Survey says he is. All right. Is he following the Warriors? That'll be key.
Oh man,
He's still following the Warriors. We have reached Instagram posting. We haven't reached passive aggressive Instagram following or unfollowing yet in the Jonathan Kuminga saga.
I don't know what's happening with this outfit.
It's insane, right?
It's insane.
It's not. I don't mind the shirt because, like I said, 3-button maximum. That's fine. I don't even really mind the hat.
No.
If you're gonna go cowboy hat, it's got rhinestones, but like around the.
He has another picture of him wearing the cowboy hat, which is perfectly fine.
All right, so he's a big cowboy hat guy. Salute. Fine with that.
Yeah.
It's the bell bottom dress pant things that I'm having a tough time with.
Yeah, they're kind of strange.
I don't know what's happening there.
I don't either.
I'm asking Damian and Kenny about this because I feel like they are much more qualified to talk about fashion than either you or I.
That's going to be the topic of the handoff.
Yeah, buckle up. D'Lo and Casey, if you're listening, check out Jonathan Kuminga's Instagram and find the bell bottoms. We got to talk about it. The San Francisco Giants. That's James Ham. I'm Comments. And Joe Brazil's over there. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I think the Giants might kind of be cooked.
Yeah.
So they lost again last night. They lost to the Pittsburgh Pirates, who are not a good team. They're now 13-23 since Rafael Devers debuted.
Which is the worst record in the MLB.
Thank you, Joe. Worst record in MLB in that span. And then you've got Bob Melvin, who I believe has lost the locker room for the Giants. Here he is last night, talking after the game, audio courtesy of the radio home of the Giants. Here's Bob Melvin talking about, let me make sure everything's turned up here. Okay, we're good. The question is included, and this answer to me sounds like a defeated manager.
Do you feel the need to address the team after a loss like tonight?
We've had meetings, we've had team meetings, we've had all kinds of meetings. It's going out there and fighting a little harder and winning a game and having a little bit more resolve, which we've shown this year. We just have not done it here recently.
We've had all types of meetings. We've had player meetings, team meetings, all types of meetings. It's just about showing more resolve. Like showing more resolve and trying harder? Like, brother, that's you. That's your job. If you've got Elliot Ramos not knowing the infield fly rule and running into outs because of it, if you have a group of players that you think are not trying hard enough, like is that not where we talk about in any sport, NFL, NBA, MLB, NHL, like, hey, that team quit.
Yeah, it's
if
tough.
It's an effort problem.
I love Bob Melvin, man.
I know yes,
but
everybody loves Bob Melvin.
Yeah.
And I think that's why he gets so much leash and so much benefit of the doubt because, like, you know what? He's a good guy, though.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what to say. That really does, like we went through this last season, right?
Yeah, with Mike Brown.
Yeah, with Mike Brown and with the Kings. There were players only meetings.
Mm-hmm.
There were coaches meetings. There were the starters only meeting. You remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
That was under Doug Christie, where he pulled the starters into a room and lambasted them.
Yep.
I mean, crazy that an NBA head coach would choose to go that route. But hey, much needed. I'm not saying, but like good for Doug for trying something new. But like the meetings, they last like 2 games. You get like a bounce for like 2 or 3 games. Sometimes. And then a lot of times it's like the complete opposite. It's like, oh, that was it. We're done.
Was it the final press conference for Mike where he did the thing with the mic cord and made it a circle and is like, my headphones are stuck. I was trying to make it.
Yes, I'm almost positive it was.
Where he
either you're in or you're out.
Literally, my headphones are fully stuck under my chair. I have no slack in my headphones right now. There we go. Okay, we're back.
There we go.
We're back. Where he picked up the mic cord and he made a circle, like,
it's
a better cord than my head. And he's like, this is not a circle. This is like a NASCAR track.
There you go. Talladega
and
Nights.
he's like, you have to be 2 feet in. You can't be 1 foot in. Like,
yeah,
that to me is the same thing as being like, yeah, we just need to show more resolve and try harder.
Well, he also lambasted De'Aaron Fox for
Sure.
making a foul at the end of the game that
Sure.
cost him the win against Detroit.
No doubt. And then
Right.
De'Aaron got him fired. That's what everybody said.
Yeah, and then the next day we have the video of him going over and
Right.
Yeah.
But that answer to me screams manager that doesn't have answer. And it's not totally on Bomel. And Joe, if you disagree with any of this, let me know. But when I watch the Giants, I don't watch a team where I'm like, man, there's 6 all-stars on this team. There's not getting enough out of them. No, I just don't think they have the dudes.
No, you're right. I mean, it's time to move on from some guys. We have a lot of fan favorites that have stuck around a little bit too long now, I think. And it's hindering us greatly. And Bob Melvin is included in that conversation as well. I was aiming a little more towards players when I said that, but obviously he's part of that as well.
Yeah.
I know that there's a ton of problems with the hitting coach. And I know that it seems like the players don't trust the third base coach anymore, which is that's really tough.
He's run him into a bunch of outs.
He has. So now you're starting to see guys run through his signs. And you know, I don't know if you've seen the situations we've had with Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee in the outfield. They are completely
clashing.
Like
they have no
they
idea.
Are clashing now at this point.
Yeah.
And
really
we
rough.
look completely lost on the base paths. So this is boiling down to a managerial issue, no doubt. There's no two ways about that. And we do need more from the guys. We do, but we don't really have much to get out of them.
And that's everything you just said. The third base coach, the manager can fix that.
Exactly.
Real quick. The not
outfield
knowing what to do on the bases,
base
outfield
paths.
communication, like these are all things to me that come down to a manager.
They are, absolutely. We're doing a lot of the mental things wrong now. And
I don't think like I said, I don't think that this is a San Francisco Giants roster that should be 20 games over 500 right now or anything.
No, they're right at 500. That would be the point I'd make. They're much better. Like the A's are 47 and 63.
They were 10 games over 500 when Rafael Devers debuted.
Yeah.
And it was like, this is the bat they need. This is it. Like they finally got some pop in the middle of their lineup. Here we go. Is he going to DH, play first base? I don't know. We'll figure that out. He's happy to be here. That was supposed to be the like taking off point. I heard full radio segments in San Francisco about how like Buster Posey says it's go time.
Yeah.
That was a whole thing. And the guys in the locker room, hey, when Buster says it's go time, it's go time. Okay. And they face planted since. And to me, this isn't they've lost a couple. This is, there's something wrong here that goes beyond all of the things Joe laid out.
And real quick, I do want to say, I don't think Devers is the problem. I really don't.
I don't either.
I am starting to already see people on the internet turn on him. That is the internet. And obviously the record it's bad. It's undeniable what's happened since he's got here. But I do want to be fully on record with, I am against the Devers hate, and I do not think he is the problem at all.
No, I think that's an important point. I bring up Rafael Devers because that was supposed to be the turning point for the Giants in the other direction.
Exactly.
It's like that was supposed to be Rafael Devers did not make them a worse team. But I think that there's been a collective trickle down effect that starts with, to me, Bob Melvin not being effective at his job. I mean, it sucks. I love the guy. Everybody I know who knows him adores him.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. Being an 80-win baseball team does not, you can't be a good guy and just,
especially where we're at.
Especially because they've had this same, it seems like the Giants have been in the exact same spot for 5 years.
Yeah.
We've had this same conversation about him.
You're just mediocre.
Yeah. And I know they just extended him. And there's they just extended Bob Melvin. And there's this whole thing. Like, look, I think you really run the risk of driving this thing all the way into the ground. And this isn't even necessarily about this year, but let's say you do play out this year and you do win 80 games. And just like, man, it just didn't. And then you got to go into next year and feel inspired. I don't.
Well, that's where you have to make changes.
Yeah.
You have to make changes, whether it's like again Bob Melvin or it's you got to make changes somewhere else. Like you've got to get rid of a lot of the older the players that just aren't effective anymore and just move on. Like what Joe said, the fan favorites and stuff. I think it's interesting watching him because like look, I thought that Mark Otse for the A's
Mhm.
when the A's lost, what was it, 20 out of 21?
Yeah.
I thought there are plenty of times that he was to blame for games.
Totally.
I was watching, I was like, oh, this is not good. I mean, you're not pulling pitchers, you're pulling
Mhm.
pitchers too quick. You're putting guys in the lineup that you're like, why? Why are you putting that guy in the lineup again?
It seems like he's grasping his straws.
Yeah, even like late inning stuff, you're like, hey, you're down 3-1, you got 2 guys on base, and you're letting that guy go up
Right.
for your final at bat.
Right.
No, that's not the way it goes.
Right.
Yeah, so I thought that there was a bunch of mistakes, but then you get to the point where they are now, where it's like, okay, this team is fun. They're cooking.
Mhm.
The problem that they have is that they don't have enough pitching, and everyone can see it. It's like you can't address that right now. I mean, the trade deadline is tomorrow, but you're not going to be able to address the real root of what the problem is there. But like watching the two teams, one team is just like abysmal at 500, and the other one is like fun and hey, this is cool. And they're 16 games under 500.
Yeah.
And so I think at some point we got to pull back a little bit and look at the perspective of what's happening. And if guys are making like literally bonehead mistakes on the base paths or in the outfield, like you got to be better. You've been playing baseball since you were a kid.
Yeah.
You can't do those things.
Not knowing the infield fly rules tough.
The mistakes are starting to snowball,
Yeah.
which is terrifying. It seems like the guys are not even trusting themselves. Also, real quick,
Mhm.
Whatever they're doing with Jung-Hoo Lee right now and trying to tweak his approach in the batter's box is completely destroying him as a player. He looks like a shell of what I got from even his first last season before he got injured.
Yeah.
And a little bit this year at the beginning when he started off hot. His eye was amazing, but now I don't know what they're asking him to do. Are they asking him to barrel it more or swing harder or something? But he is swinging at everything, and it is ruining him.
Ugh.
So, and that's obviously, as you mentioned, a managerial issue. So,
Yeah.
At least it starts there.
232 team batting average.
He hit a $143 in June. He's up to 293 in July, but he hit a
he's been doing a little bit
$143 in
better.
June, 231 in May. Oh,
his approach has changed drastically, though, and that scares me.
yeah, for sure. It's just not a good spot to be in, man.
No.
Team just fell to 500. And you've got your manager going, we've tried meetings. I don't know. Like, I got nothing. Like, all right, man. It's not my favorite thing.
No.
Rooting for Bob Melvin.
To figure it out.
Yeah. We'll see. Anyways, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. Matt Barrows covered the 49ers for many, many years. He's going to join us in about 15 minutes here on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I had a weird question that popped into my head today because I heard this player's name mentioned.
Okay.
And I want to run this question by you, and then I got a couple of questions off of that because I think there's an NFL player who has had a more impressive career than LeBron James. And I'll tell you who it is next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil. We're The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Leader. I'll be right back.
Sweet.
I said that so aggressively. I'll be right back, everyone. Just calm down. Hey, did you see this?
No.
Sir Anthony Dominguez pitched for the Royals in game 1 of their doubleheader, and he got traded to the Blue Jays
Absurd stuff.
between games and pitched for the Blue Jays in the second game of the doubleheader.
Oh, it's like the Joel Youngblood thing. We talked about this.
Is that the catcher?
Joel Youngblood was
I forgot
a utility infielder who played for the Expos and yeah, he was a Giant. He played for 2 teams on one day. One day.
Was that the dude that the game was delayed and then he was traded?
He was traded and then he flew to the other park and they were able to get him in the game late.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that was many, many, many years ago. They had I think it's a 82 Fleer card with him in both uniforms. Former Major League Baseball player. He played for the Mets in a victory over the Cubs, and then he was traded to the Expos during the game. Flies to Philadelphia and singles for Montreal to become the first player to have a hit for two different teams on the same day. That's got to be an 83 Fleer. What's happening, Chatty House? Everyone doing all right? Strictly kept. Have we talked about Kuminga? Yeah, we talked about Kuminga for like an hour plus. Sorry.
We do have a segment already up on our YouTube as well, Kevin, if you want to go check it out. It's our first segment where we talked about Kuminga.
Norm, what's my favorite burger spot in Auburn? Dang. It used to be Tap and Vine, but Tap and Vine is now gone.
Tap and Vine sounds like my kind of place.
Yeah.
Have you had Aikitas? They got burgers there, right?
Oh yeah. That's supposed to be a great burger spot. That's over on Forest Hill, the other side. Man, I did go to Burgers and Cream the other day. I had to get a car smogged, so I walked across the street while the car was getting smogged. It's solid. There used to be a place called Grumpy Burger, which is no longer around. The Ale House has a good burger. The only problem I've ever had with the Ale House is it's really, really loud. Oh, 10 seconds, Kyle.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I got the same question. What'd you say? Burgers and what?
Burgers and Cream. Isn't that like the 49ers uniform?
Heritage Cream?
Heritage Cream.
Goodness me. It's crazy. He's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil is over yonder. Matt Barrows from The Athletic going to join us in 10 minutes. We'll get his notes from the first week of 49ers training camp. Got to ask him about the rookie class. Got a bunch of stuff we can talk to Matt about. That'll be a really fun conversation. Again, that's coming up in about 10 minutes here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. So I just want to, I'm going to ask this.
Uh-oh.
And I let me make sure I have my proper information up here, because I heard this name today. Are you familiar with Mercedes Lewis?
Of course.
Longtime Jacksonville Jaguars tight end, first round pick in 2006.
UCLA?
Yes.
I believe. Okay.
Yeah, UCLA guy. Yep. 41 years old. Played in 17 games for the Chicago Bears last year.
Yeah, it's just wild.
I heard his name today. And I kind of wonder, is his career more impressive than LeBron's? And I don't mean that for, like, LeBron is arguably the best basketball player of all time. Mercedes Lewis is not even, he's a one-time Pro Bowler. This is not to say, is Mercedes Lewis better than his sport than LeBron is at basketball? That is not a conversation. I would never entertain that.
Okay.
But when you consider, and LeBron has had an unbelievable career. I'm not trying, this is not to slight LeBron. This is about Mercedes Lewis. LeBron, to me, has had the most impressive NBA career of all time. He was 40 last year and averaged 25, 8, and 8 in real minutes. Like, he is a phenomenal player. who's had the most impressive career I've ever seen. But then you go to Mercedes Lewis, who played 19 NFL seasons in the modern NFL, 285 games played. He is the active leader in games played since 2020. At age 36, that's when he was 36, he missed 2 games that year. The last time he missed it, that was the last time he missed a game. The year before, the time he missed before that, he missed 6 games in 2016. He missed half a season in 2014. He missed 5 games in 2013. But prior to that, in 2011, he missed 1 game. 2009, he missed 1 game. 2006, he missed 1 game. Like, he doesn't miss a ton of time.
No.
He's played 19 years at tight end in the NFL.
Is he playing a 20th season?
I don't know. It'll be a thing when he retires, and I don't think he's retired.
Okay.
But when you go look at leaders in games played, he's 19th all time. I'm going to remove punters and quarterbacks because I think it's easier to have longevity at those positions. The only players, non-quarterbacks, non-punters, non-kickers, with more games played in NFL history than Mercedes Lewis are Bruce Matthews, offensive lineman, Hall of Fame offensive lineman for the Oilers, who played from 1983 to 2001.
Yep.
Where is he? Jerry Rice, who of course played 303 games.
God, that's so many. So crazy.
And I guess, George Blanda doesn't get to play. He's not in there. He was a quarterback and kicker.
Yeah, but he was a kicker forever.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah.
So Jerry Rice and Bruce Matthews, they're 2 players in NFL history who have played more games than Mercedes Lewis. And Mercedes Lewis is ostensibly playing a position where he's playing offensive line and also catching passes. I don't know if you disagree that it's a more impressive career than LeBron James. I'm not going to really argue because he's going into year 23 in the NBA.
Yep.
And the physical toll that takes on a player's body is unbelievable. But I just wanted to shout out Mercedes Lewis because I heard that name today on a podcast I was listening to. I was like, man, we're still talking about Mercedes Lewis in 2025, and the guy got drafted in 2006.
I know when he makes a play, you're like, wait, he's still in the league?
Yes. Just every year since 2014, Mercedes Lewis has just popped up somewhere.
Yeah.
Like I'm just hanging out, and then it's like, oh, Mercedes Lewis still in the league. Sick. That's just I was 16 years old when Mercedes Lewis made his NFL debut. If you were born the day Mercedes Lewis made his NFL debut, you're turning 19 years old this year.
Oh, that's wild.
That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I think
and he's just around.
I believe he's still on.
Is he on the Bears?
The Bears. Although they did pick up another tight end, right?
Yeah, they drafted Colston Loveland.
Yeah.
Hang on. I got to confirm this real quick. Mercedes Lewis is what's the alphabet? Not on the Bears anymore. I believe he's a free agent.
Okay.
Unless he's hurt. He's not hurt. Okay. So it doesn't sound like he's going to play a 20th year.
Wow.
I just wanted to salute Mercedes Lewis because he's been around forever and played 17 games last year as a 40-year-old at tight end. That's incredible.
That's crazy.
It's in the conversation for me with LeBron.
It definitely is one of the most impressive for the NFL by NFL standards. Like that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's just like he didn't have at age 36, didn't have a significant injury that he's like, all right, I'm done. And he hasn't been unvaluable to teams where they're not having him on their rosters. That's just amazing. I don't know that we'll ever see anything like that ever again.
It does look like he's trying to play a 20th season. Like he said, this is going to be my last year.
Is he on a team though?
I don't know.
Yeah, team's got to sign him. Niners got to sign him just for the bit.
Yeah.
George Kittle, for example, feels like he's been around forever.
Mm-hmm.
He would need to play 11 more years this year and then 10 more seasons to get to where Mercedes Lewis is. It's unbelievable.
It's really crazy.
It's unbelievable.
Boy, he came in the league as a 24-year-old.
Yeah, man. And he's still kicking.
Oh, that's crazy.
What a beast.
Yep.
Hell yeah, Mercedes. Every Jaguars tight end, I was talking to Jesse about this. Every Jaguars tight end is Mercedes Lewis. That's just facts. You play tight end for the Jaguars, you're Mercedes Lewis.
Yeah, I can't even remember really a different tight end there.
I know Luke Farrell played there.
Oh yeah, because he's now
He's
in
now
the
at
Niners.
the 49ers.
Yeah.
There was a guy, Evan Ingram was there. Matt Shaughnessy? No, that was a Raiders guy. I feel like Dan Shaughnessy? No, that's a writer. I don't know.
It's
Brenton
okay.
Strange. I think Brenton Strange is there. I think Adonis Haslam is the Mercedes Lewis of.
Yes, that's who it is. It's Udonis Haslam.
Like almost exact.
Yeah. Because I don't think that the other guy who played forever is Kevin Willis. And I don't think that Mercedes Lewis has reached the level of player that Kevin Willis was in his prime.
Yeah, and that's just it. Is Vince Carter obviously stuck around forever, but Vince Carter was a far better player.
Yeah.
Than like I said, Mercedes Lewis is not going to the Hall of Fame or anything.
No.
He's been to the Pro Bowl once. He's been a serviceable player for a long time. I was trying to think if there's an active player that fits that.
Kevin Willis played in the 2006-2007 season after being retired in the 05-06 season. He played 5 games for the Dallas Mavericks at age 44.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
That's a shout out to Kevin Willis.
Yeah.
He gets to join the conversation.
I think is it Robert Parrish that played forever as well?
Yes.
Yeah, he played from 1977 and 1997.
Goodness me.
Yeah. So he was a 43-year-old. He played 43 games as a 43-year-old.
Man. Is there an active NBA Mercedes Lewis? We got to go. Guy who's been around forever. Good player, not great. Still hanging around.
I wanted to say Garrett Temple, but Garrett Temple didn't play. Like he took him forever to make the league.
Garrett Temple's a great comp, though.
Yeah.
All right.
Boy, that's tough.
There's no comp for this guy.
No.
Covers the 49ers for The Athletic. He's an author of Muddy the Water, a genuinely good book. I had a really, really good time reading Muddy the Water. Go get it wherever you get your finest books. Matt Barrows joining us now on The Insiders. What's going on, Matt?
Did you enjoy it, Kyle? Because I see a very snide comment on Amazon.com from a Kyle Madsen, maybe? Where he suggests that perhaps it was my co-author that did all of the great writing and that I was just along for the ride. How dare you?
I would never.
How dare you?
I would never, first of all. I'm going to find this Kyle Madsen. I'm going to stick my finger in his chest. And Matt, just for you, I'm going to give him the who's who. I'll give him the what's what. And I'll even give him the what for. I'll do that just for you.
Thank you.
I'd
appreciate that if you maybe set the record straight. I was the brainchild of the operation. It's loosely based on my life. Short of me killing a bunch of people.
Matt, we're gonna need to talk to you about all the people.
It might be happening. That might be happening soon. Stay tuned is all I can say.
You're telegraphing. Muddy Water 2, The Reckoning.
It's a future biography.
That's a great title. That is a great title.
Really, really good book. Really enjoyed it. And enjoyed it almost as much as I've enjoyed all your work covering the 49ers for The Athletic. And of course, the Sacramento Bee before that. Salute to the Bee. I feel like at Niners training camp, there hasn't been a lot of Brock Purdy stuff. We hear how he did in a day. It hasn't been anything spectacular. It hasn't felt like it's been anything catastrophic. Do you feel like that's a good or bad thing at this point?
Well, he missed one day for the birth of his daughter. So there was one Brock Purdy-less practice. But to me, the story of training camp so far has been that the defense looks good, or at least looks really energetic and looks Robert Saleh-like. I would think that Saleh has to be, and he's never going to admit to being happy with practices. There's always something to work on. But I think that the atmosphere, like I said, the energy level, the aggression is where you want it. I think that two of the best players in training camp have been defensive players, and that's Nick Bosa and D. Winters, which I think a lot of people on the team love to see. D. Winters is in line at least to take over that Dre Greenlaw role. So you want somebody who's active, who's aggressive. And the other part is that Brock Purdy hasn't had 4 out of his top 5 receivers for big chunks of camp. And now we're talking Brandon Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall came back the other day. He's not even close to being full go yet. Jacob Cowing would be number 5. He had a really good offseason back in the spring. Did a lot of work with Purdy and Pearsall in Florida and in their native Arizona as well. He was somebody that was coming on and sort of in a place where he could take over a bigger role. And now he's sort of on the sideline, probably won't be back until mid-August or so. So, he's thrown to a lot of young, inexperienced receivers or guys who just arrived in camp.
Matt, the receiving room it looks like it's a huge problem for this team. Well, just where are you with the level of concern, whether it's for Jennings or, whether Ayuk will ever be back or whether any of these other guys can step up and actually be functional and be part of what's going on for this season?
Yeah, I agree. It's the position of biggest concern right now because of everything I just mentioned. And one of the things I didn't mention is that Demarcus Robinson, who's looked good and who Mac Jones and Brock Purdy throw to a lot, probably is going to be suspended for X amount of games to begin the season. So you're looking at a scenario where, at best, it's Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, and you're looking for somebody to kind of step up there into that 3rd, 4th, even the 5th role for that opener September 7 in Seattle. So there are some guys who are competing. Jordan Watkins looks better than you would expect for a rookie receiver. Russell Gage is a name that probably not a lot of 49ers fans are familiar with, but among the veterans, he's stood out as well. Those 2 guys to me have stood out more than any others from that pack of guys who are sort of competing for playing time and important playing time to begin the season.
Talking with Matt Barrows, covers the 49ers for The Athletic. You mentioned D. Winters earlier. That was a player going in that I thought might just kind of be playing for a roster spot at this point. Is the starting will linebacker spot his to lose now, given how well he's played?
I agree with you. I thought that he wasn't consistent last year. I think that they were waiting for him to kind of take over from Devondre Campbell, who was terrible. But Winters never could because he could never string together enough games where he was healthy enough to do that. And so he'd been a disappointment over his first 2 years, no doubt about it. And then they use a early third round pick on Nick Martin, a prototypical weak side linebacker. And you thought, okay, the handwriting's on the wall for D. Winters. And then he comes back and he's the best player in the spring. And he's been one of the best players in the summer so far, too. And sort of the question going into the summer was, okay, the spring is fine, but that's sort of like a passing camp. And so guys who are fast like Winters, it's not going to be a lot of running plays. You're not going to get suckered by play action. He's going to do well in the spring practices. In the summer, running plays go on, more pads, more hitting. How is a finesse, quote unquote, finesse player going to do? He's done really well. He's looked good against the run. He's looked good against the pass. He's looked good. So yeah, I think at this point it's a pretty clear line between him and Nick Martin. With everything else, he just has to stay healthy. And I think if he does, then the job is his.
You are listening to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. Joining us today, Matt Barrows from The Athletic. Matt, we do have a kicker battle. Where are we at with this kicker battle? Because to me, watching Jake Moody finish out the year last year was tough. Greg Joseph is in camp. Do you have any update? Do you have any idea who's going to win this?
Yeah, not a lot of Jake Moody jerseys being sold in the Bay Area in Northern California. I wouldn't think. Right now they're locked. It's we've been charting the field goals, and the 49ers are trying to make this as intense competition as possible. When these guys kick, Kyle Shanahan is out there, arms folded. He's watching from a short ways away. John Lynch, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, everybody's watching. So they're trying to crank up the intensity of it. And they're making these guys kick back and forth. So Greg Joseph will attempt a kick, and then immediately Moody will attempt one from the same spot. So so far, both are 14 of 16 on those. So they're locked in. It's a tie right now. To me, I feel like preseason games, everybody kind of sloughs them off as unimportant, but this will be a good test of that. The final preseason game is in Las Vegas. If you remember, Jake Moody was 0 for 2 in the preseason, his rookie year in Vegas to begin. I think that was the first game of the preseason. And then in the Super Bowl, of course, he was brilliant as a field goal kicker, but missed an extra point in a game that went to overtime. So that it could come down to Vegas. Maybe it's a reason to still be watching late in the fourth quarter of the third preseason game in Las Vegas there. So I think that the preseason games are going to go a long way towards dictating who wins.
Talking about Matt Barrows of The Athletic, covers the 49ers there. Matt, real quick, first of all, I'm locked into the fourth quarter of those preseason games because I'm trying to figure out practice squad offensive linemen, all right?
Love it.
You can watch the kickers. I'm going to be finding out what Austin Pleasance is up to. Real quick, though, speaking of offensive linemen, our guy Alfonso in the chat here asked a good question. Do you feel like that we've heard a lot of Nick Bosa looks great, Trent Williams looks washed? Do you get that kind of vibe? Like, how's that head-to-head battle been going?
It's been pretty one-sided towards Bosa. We haven't seen a ton of it. That's one of the reasons why Brock Purdy has, quote unquote, struggled. He's had to deal with Nick Bosa. There was a practice, I guess it was Monday's practice, and they were doing a move the ball period. So, as close to real football as you can get. And Bosa just kept beating Trent Williams. And Williams came off the field at one point and kind of slapped his thigh, and you could tell that he was frustrated with everything. To me, I sort of saw that as positive. I think that Trent Williams hasn't always been somebody that, how do I put this delicately? He can sort of rest on his laurels. He wasn't in training camp last year. But I just feel like that I hate to go to the iron sharpens iron cliche, but I mean, I feel like that's going to happen throughout August this year, is that Williams is going to get so peed off at losing to Bosa that he's going to be on his game, and that both guys are going to be better for it by the time they go up to Seattle in early September.
Brick by brick, I'm hearing.
You just got to keep stacking days is what you need to do.
That's Matt Barrows. He covers the 49ers over at the Athletic. One of the legends doing it. Matt, we really appreciate your time, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on, and thanks for reading the book, Kyle. I do appreciate that.
I'll go find the other guy and have him amend his review.
What the heck is that?
Muddy the Waters, the book. What a joke. Appreciate you, Matt. See you, buddy. It's Matt Barrows. Muddy the Water, legitimately good book. Now that Matt is not in the stream, I'm telling everybody it's really good. Go check it out. Easy read.
Yeah,
get it wherever you get your books.
I need a book. I'm going to pick it up.
I will bring my copy for you.
Okay.
I'm just going to need it back because I'm weird like that, but you can have my copy.
That's fine.
You can borrow my copy.
Yeah.
Since you can't have
you didn't already lend it out to Kenny.
You can borrow speaking of Kenny, D-Lo and Casey coming in next for the handoff. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's over there. Insiders, Jiffy Lube, ESPN 1320. Hey.
Oh boy. former NBA star Gilbert Arenas and suspected Israeli crime figure were arrested today on a federal indictment alleging they operated illegal gambling business in which high-stakes poker games were played at Encino Mansion Arenas owns.
Oh,
Wait. And suspected Israeli crime figure.
no, Joe. Leave it rolling and he can just send it to me. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, but definitely just keep rolling. Yep. But also send me, send me our one as well. Yes. Okay, perfect. Yeah, do that. Hey, it's Damian Barling.
Mic on.
Mute.
Got it.
My bad.
We are all going to click it.
I'm trying something different today because obviously this setup is a little bit different and how we're doing this. I pulled your wine bottles out.
Okay.
So it should be easier to just slide over to where you need them to be.
Oh, very nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's very good.
So I wanted you, in case you were looking at like, where the hell did my wine go? It's right here.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I see it. No, it's beautiful.
Okay.
Thanks. Terrific. I appreciate it. I added you to the rundown. Did you see that?
No.
Okay. So obviously you don't have to do anything with it now. But I added you to the show rundown just so you can see what I lay out.
Okay.
In advance and
sure. So we can
but you don't have to. Like, this doesn't have to have anything to do with what you do right here. But
sure.
If you want it to, it's there.
Okay. Great. Excellent. Gosh, so he's got a 1.5 ERA. That's so nuts.
What's up, Joe?
What's up, dude?
Did you have a good time?
I had such a great time, and I have to say, I cannot thank you guys enough for, first of all, hooking us up with everything we needed to know, and that monorail advice, like, dude,
point
that saved the whole trip, like, no
stuff.
doubt, because I know I wouldn't have known to do that. So,
good stuff, man.
Yeah, no, I had a great time, and it was just so much fun, man. It really was. That was my first time. That was my first time going to Disneyland, like, on my terms. You know, I'm not doing it for someone else. If you get what I'm saying. I was working, but it was fun, dude. I did it my way, and it was a great time.
Good, man. That's great.
We tried Din Tai Fung. I don't know if you ended up trying that place.
No, we didn't get to. That was Kevin's spot, right?
Din Tai Fung
it was really
delicious.
good.
We DoorDashed that in Seattle.
They Kevin kept saying, "Oh, this you gotta go," and we just didn't have the time.
Yeah, I feel that. It was we got really lucky. There was no wait by the time we got there, but
oh, good.
It was dude, it was even better than I was expecting, because sometimes with viral stuff like that, you never really know. But
and the killer was too. We had one bad dinner there. Like, it was just trash. I was so upset at Disney. Yeah, and it was like, oh,
where'd you go? Unless you don't want to say.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
That. Yeah, it was. Yeah, no, it was trash. I'll text it. Pretty sure they gave Katie a shrimp that was still alive.
Oh no!
Yeah,
That's
it was
just
terrible.
authentic.
It was
Some
awful.
people call that fresh.
Well, that thing was fresh.
Wow.
Trader Sam's goes. That's a great little spot.
Oh yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That was wild.
That picture is fantastic.
This is the handoff. D'Lo and KC coming up next. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. D'Lo and KC are both here. Yeah, we got to get that mic fixed.
Yeah, so that's definitely. Well, there's a lot of things that play with the mic. Like, one, I don't think it's great. Two, Kenny requires a certain level of processing.
Sure.
And that mic is not processed.
Right.
So,
but it was definitely cutting out. Like,
oh yeah,
I thought,
no, it's absolutely cutting out. Yeah.
We'll figure that out. I'll go talk to Seth.
The most I don't know if unique is the right word, but the voice that needs the most
high maintenance.
Infuriating is the word that you're looking for. Frustrating, well, it would be another word.
Hey, I meant to do this during the break, but I'm just gonna ask this production note now, and then we can start talking about Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay.
Do we like this screen or this screen?
First one.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, well, because it covers up too much of Kenny and James.
Yeah.
Oh, I see down here.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah.
I was only looking at
Stop
the
focusing
side.
on
Yeah.
yourself.
Well, okay.
Stop focusing on yourself. And it's right
There we
there.
go. Okay, that's better. All right.
Now I get why you don't like it
I
with
see
the
it
black
now.
bars around it and all that. Like I get that.
Well,
But
and like it takes some of the focus off of me.
of course, obviously, and that's really what
Maybe
matters.
Just do. Yeah. No. Never mind. Anyway.
Should do the one big picture and then stack us on the
We're
side.
just
All right.
There
All right, we're here for the
it is.
handoff.
You could do that, huh? With that one right over there. But you could stack
Yeah,
this on the side.
try that
Yeah,
one.
There
Oh.
it is. There we go.
That's what I'm talking about. There we go. Welcome into the handoff.
Screw you, Cap.
This is a very visual bit right here for those that want to go see it later. This is
Please go check it out at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 as well. Jonathan Kuminga news sort of came out today. We got some, I don't want to say news, we got some additional details about what's going on with the Jonathan Kuminga stuff. To me, what?
I'm sorry. I'm just, yeah. I got some thoughts if I was Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, like it's a mess. But I from the Kings' perspective, just talking about that angle of it, if I'm Scott Perry right now, you have to decide: do you want Jonathan Kuminga on your team or not?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's really clear the offer you made isn't going to work. The Warriors would rather have him play on the qualifying offer than make that deal. So are you going to try and negotiate? And
I don't think the Warriors want that either, though. I think that this is I want you to like run with this, but the idea that the Warriors are just okay with him playing on the qualifying offer, I think is crazy.
I don't think they're okay with it. But
Okay.
I think they would rather go, okay, we'll figure it out. We'll kick the can, I guess, and he'll do that.
The Warriors
that
are
would be-
probably as frustrated as every restricted free agent in the league right now because they feel like they have, again, I hate to keep using an asset
Yes.
that they can't maximize right now because of what the market looks like.
Right.
And they're staring at a reality of where they're not going to be able to get anything for him. It's why that, like, I have thoughts on this too, but go ahead. I want you to.
No,
I
I agree with you. I feel like if I'm the Warriors, I've tried to think about the scenarios of what would be worse. And there's a lot of bad, just bad on top of bad. But what's the worst case scenario? And if I'm the Warriors, having him sign on the qualifying offer is disastrous. That is a waste of time, a waste of an asset, and quite honestly, probably a waste of a season for your team. Like that would be everything with that would be bad because he's not coming back. Who knows what type of buy-in you're going to get from him? And this whole time you've been fighting to get a better offer, and now you're getting absolutely nothing. Like, cause you're not.
And that's why I agree with Kuminga's team for telling the Warriors to get this to, like, all you're trying to do is snatch my free agent. You're trying to control where I go.
Yes.
by offering me a fake second year. Like everyone knows that second year isn't real.
Yeah.
Like that's like all and like, you know, Slater wrote this pretty specifically. They're essentially just trying to eliminate the built-in no trade clause.
Yeah.
And if I'm Kuminga, 25 or whatever the dollar figure was or not, hell no, I'm not taking that. You're not going to you're not going to send me to Washington.
There's one scenario where the Warriors pick up that team option, and in that scenario, Jonathan Kuminga is now horribly underpaid.
Yeah, right. Right.
And he's probably going to leave you the next year anyway.
I
would. That's what I was laughing at. I mean, look, if I'm Jonathan Kuminga, I'm almost Bryce Harper in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to Mike Dunleavy Jr. I'm going to say, if you're here to talk about waiving that no trade clause, get the F out of my face.
Yeah.
Are you crazy? You guys, you want me to trust you guys?
Yeah.
That you're going to do the right thing, that you're going to have a nice landing spot for me, that you're going to, you know, the second year, we might pick it up. Now it's a $40 million. You want me to trust you guys. There may not be an entity or a group of people since Kuminga has become a professional that is less trustworthy than that conglomerate in Golden State. And that has nothing to do with the fact that they've done great things in the past.
Mm-hmm.
They've won championships. They've made great moves. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the way Kuminga looks at that whole entity over there.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell I would trust you with dinner, let alone my career.
Yeah.
You know what the funniest thing about it is to me, James, is the oldest team in the league is getting rid of a 24-year-old player who most people believe have like a bright future in the league. They're just like, nah, we don't really have any room for you, bro. We've got other things going on over here.
Not to nitpick, 22-year-old.
He's 22.
Sorry.
And that's kind of the point where I'm at. Like, you're getting a player who, if you're the Kings, like, why not? He's younger than any player you've drafted outside of Reynolds. But every year, if you look at the Kings drafts every year, he's basically younger than them, and he's got 4 years experience in the league. You know he's going to walk in. Like, when you're drafting, it doesn't matter where you're drafting in the NBA. You don't know if you're getting, you know, De'Aaron Fox or you're getting Josh Jackson. You don't. One of those guys was number 4 and one was number 5. One of them hasn't been in the league for 5 years, and he was the 4th pick in the draft, or 3 years, whatever it is. You don't know what you're getting. You know what Kuminga is, and he's 22. He's younger than, like, a year and a half younger than Nate Clifford. He's younger, like way younger than any player that you draft, but you already know what he is. At least you already know what the floor is. Now you get to check and see what the ceiling is. So I get the risk. At the same time, man, I don't. The Warriors, if I'm Kuminga right now, I'm saying, okay, like, look, I'm gonna play for the qualifying offer, but I'm not signing until October 1st. So then you can't even come to me and try to trade me during the season. You can't even attempt to.
I'll just be here.
I'm with you. I'm with you. You don't have control over anything.
I'll play this out and I'll leave in free agency.
But to what you were saying, Hammer, every second contract, with very few exceptions, is a risk. Like, because most second contracts, especially for picks that high, you're pretty much the max, right? And then you have these the all NBAs and you now get the NFL reporting of so and so signed a contract worth up to, you know, they have to hit 2 or 3, you know, markers in that second contract to actually hit that number. But still, like, there is a level of risk when it comes to signing that second contract. It's why for the last year and some change, even till today, the Keegan Murray conversation has been so fascinating, because we thought Keegan, after year 1, was due for a max extension at this time of, you know, this time in his contract. And now we're like, I don't know what Keegan's dollar figure is.
I was going to, no, go ahead.
No, that's it. Like, the point was there's always a risk. And I think to what Hammer was saying with Kuminga is, you get a feel for a player's floor, and now you're trying to figure out what their ceiling is. The Warriors obviously have no interest in figuring out what this is. And if it was just a normal year, I think there'd be double-digit teams who want to know what type of ceiling Jonathan Kuminga has.
Sure.
But I don't know if it's the 7% cap increase. I don't know if it's the first apron, the second apron, these restrictions starting to come into play with the CBA. I don't know what it is, but this 2025 market is very different.
Yeah.
I don't even think next year's market is going to be all that much better. And then look at all the
even if it goes up 10% next year.
Well, it's going up 7% next year, right? But look at all this group of restricted free agents. If you're looking at Cam Thomas and Kuminga, if they play for the qualifying offer, Giddey and who's the last?
Quentin Grimes.
Quentin Grimes. If they just sit out, they all say, hey, let's just, collude here, and we're all just going to play for the qualifying offer. You get to next offseason, there's already another restricted free agent class. There's also on top of that an entire free agent class that you're dealing with, and there's still no money. The money just went from 10%, the cap going up 10% to 7%. That's a big chunk of change when we're talking about $170-something million cap. That's a lot of money that just went away. And so I don't even know if next year is going to be better for these guys.
I agree.
It'll be easier without the base year compensation involved, though. Like, I think that's a significant part of this, because you're acquiring, and we talk about it here from the Sacramento perspective, but if you're a team I'm picking a team. I'm not saying this team would do it, but if you're the Hawks and you're like, man, we could go get Jonathan Kuminga, but it's going to put us up at the second apron. Like, he's not enough of an asset, of a known quantity.
That's it.
To be willing to do that.
Yeah, I don't think you can take risks when you're at the apron.
Right. Right. It's going to put you up in that.
Aprons have to be. Now, you could take chemistry risks.
Sure.
With a sure thing player, you could take a chemistry risk, but I don't think you can take a talent risk when you're talking about apron 1 or apron 2. Like, I don't think you could do that.
Right.
Yeah, it's tough, man. And the other problem is the Kings. Well, if they do somehow figure out this deal, they have to come up with the next deal to clear at least $10 million in luxury tax dollar. So what's next? And what does that cost? Because that might not be free. So if you're going to go out and get a Kuminga, number one, you're hard capped at $188 million. You might not even have the pure cap space here unless you have a certain amount of players included in that trade. But on top of it, like, how are you going to clear up that other 10 million to get you back on the luxury tax?
But why do you have to be under the luxury tax?
Because they're not paying. They're not going to do it for a team that right now Vegas has at 35.5 wins. They're not paying the luxury tax.
Yeah, I understand that. Hey, where are we at? What's going on here?
Huh?
Who's listening to what?
Well, I'm listening to you guys right now. But everybody listening to this is listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, the TuneIn app.
Just threw us out.
Yeah.
I switched the banners and it just threw us out.
They hated them.
Oh,
wow.
That's crazy.
You're listening to me.
That's right. That's right.
Anyways.
So first of all, one of the things I was going to say was Kawakami told you Kuminga was 24, didn't he?
He did. Yeah.
Damn Kawakami keeps coming up with this bad information, getting people crazy. Inside joke from yesterday, on KC. Kawakami said Brock Purdy was 24 years old, and I brought it on the radio, and he's 25.
Oh,
huh.
Yeah.
Turning 26 at the end of this year, so he's like comfortably off.
Year and a half.
But when Kenny gets it wrong, it's always funny.
I'm having a tough time with this for two reasons. One, Tim Kawakami, avid Candlestick Chronicles listener. Two,
thank you for
I got
listening.
I got the score of the A's game wrong in my sports update today.
Oh no.
Oh.
I
the
got
one
the
that
thing
airs
that-
on 6 radio stations.
Yeah, the thing that
That's
you
tough.
literally just don't get this detail wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm sitting here today because they play over we have speakers that rotate at all the stations except ours, and it rotates through them. And I hear the update sometimes, and I'm sitting there, and it's just on in the background. And I said 3-1. I'm like, that was not the final score. When did he get 3-1? No idea where I got 3-1.
It happened.
No idea why I said it.
What you do is you
the
just
final.
keep on moving. Like nobody even, whatever.
You haven't
Keep on moving to the next day.
This is a true story. you haven't truly lived until you're, filling up your water bottle and Abe's show cycles through the loudspeaker out there.
Mm-hmm.
Anything could be happening. Like you like if the wake up call pops up, Kevin's calling someone a bitch. Like that's certainly what's happening.
Typically in a complimentary way,
probably,
but sometimes derogatory.
Yeah. Perhaps you're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KSFM. We're talking music, tickets, like whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Abe's show comes on. You don't know what. Like someone could be screaming, like for help. Someone could be maybe at a certain type of massage parlor in the city. Like you're never really sure what's going to happen when Abe's show pops on the loudspeaker.
It is so funny because this is what happens when he goes on Instagram Live. It is because he just goes on Instagram Live during his show. Like if I just did an
and
Instagram
he puts
Live
the
right
camera like up here.
Yeah.
So he's
Right,
like he's always looking up.
It's like, and it's so true because you'll be listening and it'll just be like, yeah, it's the Abe Cannon show. We're giving away a dog. What? Yeah, I gotta deal with a dog guy. I'm giving away a dog today.
Where did you get a dog? How did Mark find you a dog?
Where did you get a dog? If you come in here right now, are you the guy who was singing Eddie Money in the bathroom? The dog's yours. Oh, whatever, man. It's a wild show.
I want to ask you guys or bring something up now on the flip side. RIP. I actually asked you this. I asked you this yesterday. I want to get James's thought because James was just breaking down a lot of the reasons why, hey man, you go after Kuminga, you go get it done. I know a lot of the talk has been, we're not including Keon Ellis or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll ask James a scenario. If the Utah Jazz, and it's not apples to apples, I understand that. There's money involved and all this other stuff. But if the Utah Jazz were like, hey, we miscalculated this Ace Bailey thing. He really doesn't want to be here. Sacramento Kings, we want to trade you Ace Bailey for Keon Ellis. Would you make that move?
Ace Bailey for Keon Ellis?
Yeah.
Yeah, top 5 pick for Keon Ellis?
Yeah, you wouldn't even think about it, right? What's the difference outside of money? But you talked about how young the guy is. What's the difference between Jonathan Kuminga being part of that deal?
By the way, I think I have an answer to that, but go ahead, Hammer.
The biggest difference is it's a 4-year contract. You have no idea what it is. Like
it's money.
It is. It comes down to money. It's like a second contract in the NBA is way more expensive, but also like, look, we can think we know what he's going to look like, what as a player we think Kuminga, what his ceiling could be and stuff. We have no idea with Ace Bailey. It's a bigger risk for sure with Bailey, but there's still like unlimited potential. He could still be a bona fide superstar. We don't know about that. I mean, Kuminga, we know that there's more, but like looking at him as a player and saying, oh, well, there's still a possibility that he's Blake Griffin. We're like, wait, no, not really. Like we see an outline of the player he can be, and he can average 22. We can average 25. Hey, there could even be a season where you're bad and you're just like feed the guy and he's averaging 30 points a game. But there's like an unknown about a player like Ace Bailey. And like, if you're going to trade him, teams around the league would have given up like multiple first-round picks for him. No one is giving up multiple first-round picks for Keon Ellis right now.
They would probably give him multiple first-round picks for Ace Bailey, which is kind of wild. Like we've never seen him play. He could be Josh Jackson. Right. But they're like, oh, we haven't seen him play, so let's give up everything.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just a weird dynamic.
Sight unseen is a fascinating thing to the mind. And that's essentially what Ace Bailey is. And we talk about numbers before attaching names to him. Like we were talking about that yesterday. When you talk about the third pick versus Ace Bailey, same exact thing. Just one's a number and one's a name.
Right. It's all about potential and upside. I think the RIP upside.
Did upside died too? Okay.
No, I think with Kuminga though, I think there's a lot of people in front offices around the league who probably view it like, and this is why it differs a little bit from Ace Bailey. Let's take the contracts out of it. I think there are a lot of front office people who look and go, he couldn't figure out how to play there in 4 years. Like, just not a winning player. And again, I know that's overly simplistic, but I think there's probably a lot of people that look at the situation like that. Mm-hmm. Ace Bailey, I have no idea what it looks like in the NBA. That's a really talented cat. We think we can get him in here and produce a winner. With Kuminga, you're going, He played for the Warriors for 4 years. Golden State badly needs a player just like him. Badly needs that guy. And they just they're ready to punt. And I think there's probably a lot of teams that look at the reasons the Warriors want to punt and go, that's why we're not getting involved.
I think it's a really interesting like experiment here that the Kings are venturing into because Kuminga, because he came into the league so young, we still have no idea. I mean, we have a little bit of an idea of who he is, but again, like I brought up JJ Hickson earlier, he could easily turn into JJ Hickson. And you're like, oh boy,
right?
You know, like going into year 4, all of a sudden he's just not that guy. And then you're fighting the whole time to like, okay, do we need to move on from him? What? So you're hoping that that's not the case, but like there is a certain degree of, hey, like, look, this guy is fighting being a role player at the NBA level. He does not want to be a role player. And we all know, like, what's your line? Learn your role.
Learn your role, change your life.
Change your life. Yeah, he refuses to play the role they want. And now you're looking at the Kings like, okay, if it's a different role, maybe he will excel. Maybe he will become the player that he thinks he can be. But that's a big what if. You know, we're banking on not just like 4 years of tape. We're banking on what's inside someone's head and what they think they can be.
Yeah.
And that's a whole different story.
Yeah. I have a Jonathan Kuminga question that's not related to basketball.
Okay.
How do we all feel about this outfit here?
Fire.
These pants work?
Fire.
The bell bottom.
Yeah, that's not for me.
Fire.
That's not for me. I like the hat. I like the open shirt.
It's the bell bottom like slacks.
Yeah,
I'm having a tough time with.
Like it's like I think
word on that.
I think slacks are kind of all over the place right now. Some people are still rocking with the slim. Some are rocking with the baggy. I didn't know the bell bottoms were back, but not a big fan of that. But I do like the hat, and I certainly like the open shirt.
You gonna become a cowboy hat guy?
There's been long discussions about getting the proper hats for Sac State football games.
Moves are being made.
Moves
are being made. We're going to go Sacramento.
Yeah,
Come
we're
on,
gonna
now.
go.
All right.
We're gonna support our coach.
I love this.
For Sac State football. So yeah,
right.
There's a good chance that D'Lo and Casey are pulling up in cowboy hats to Sac State football games.
Can we make content out of you guys going to Boot Barn? Please.
Oh yeah.
Shout out Boot Barn right there on Delta Shores.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a great spot.
Can we?
But you got some ostrich skin boots to go with it?
Oh,
see, that's not me. Kenny will do it. Kenny's got the full count. Kenny's been preparing for this for over a year.
You're gearing up to go to professional bull riding.
I'm definitely going next year.
He's got the full denim top, bottom, belt buckle plan with the boots, with the boots. He's got the whole thing.
Shout out Bruce Brown.
I'm going to dress as just a version of me, but with the cowboy hat.
if you could get a giant belt buckle with the stinger,
that'd be fine.
We were this close.
Okay. Maybe not. Hey, we do have a small amount of breaking news.
Line there.
Breaking news.
We do have a small amount of breaking news. Sacramento Kings have added Daquan Plowden with their third two-way contract. So I thought actually he played extremely well in the summer league, and to be honest with you, he did everything that we kept asking Isaiah Crawford to do.
Well,
he actually took that step. He was aggressive defensively. He took big shots. So
that one dunk.
Shout out to Daquan Plowden.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It was one of them summer league dunks.
Yeah. That is confirmed. Michael Scotto was first with the news, but that is confirmed.
It's 3, right? That's all 3?
That's all 3.
Okay.
I love this. Warriors may cut off sign and trade talks. All right.
Great.
We'll do it.
Go ahead, guys.
No, you hang up.
No,
you hang up.
Yeah. I love that Kuminga, for some reason, on that graphic is placed between Steph and Jimmy Butler. Like, what? Like, that's how we're marketing the Golden State Warriors is Steph, Jimmy, and Jonathan Kuminga front and center? You hoes is crazy.
You prefer
who's next?
Brandon Pajemski?
Yeah, I'm about to say who's next?
No, you know what? Stop it. Like it or not, you're marketing 23.
Well, to be fair, they're talking about. That's all.
Well, but that's what I mean.
But-
Like, don't like. Oh, that's fine.
He
You
should
can
have
put
been by
Kuminga up
himself.
there. Exactly. Why is Steph and Jimmy beside him?
Maybe the conversation was about the dynamics of the Warriors trading for Jimmy Butler because they couldn't get those things out of Jonathan Kuminga.
How much of all of this could be avoided if you didn't sign Draymond Green to a $100 million deal?
All of it?
Yeah.
But talk about the ripple effect there. Wow. Just like
It feels like you could. It feels like you could at least try.
Mm.
And if you're wrong, then you could trade. You sign him to a 4-year contract, and if you're wrong or you don't like it or whatever, you could trade him.
Mhm.
Again, 22 years old, you could trade him.
Mhm.
But you had to sign Draymond to that $100 million deal,
Mhm.
and now you're stuck.
Yeah.
Where are you on this team? That team right there. Everybody simultaneously looks at the TV. Jesus Christ, you don't know who I'm talking about? Where are you on this Golden State Warrior
I think
basketball
Kyle is
team?
over
it's just
the
the
left
Hawks.
shoulder of
I've
Steph.
said that right.
Yeah, I think
See
that,
this?
Oh my God.
Dang.
See
hey, the
this? Oh,
Sparks mascot name is Sparky. You
Yeah.
got to do better. You got to be
Yeah.
better.
Shout out Sparky.
Oh,
God,
that
Be
is
careful.
tough.
Be
That is
careful, Sparky.
concussion protocol right there.
Oh man, I'm gonna get stuck because they're about to show mascot mishaps.
This
But
is-
um,
uh-oh. I just they are at best a second round exit. I think that they're good enough that if they sneak in and get the right matchup in the first round, they can win in the first round. But
I'm trying not to watch the mascot mishaps.
I know you're
out of the
doing
corner
so.
of my
I know
eye.
I would
Hey,
have been
hey,
gone.
hey,
Would've been
Didn't
gone.
didn't they drop
All right.
Rocky from the sky and he passed
Yeah,
out?
yeah, he was passed out when he got down there.
Oh, oh, this is terrible.
Jeez,
Oh,
was that
my
Doc McStuffins who was there?
gosh.
Oh, he got it. Oh, he got it. Oh, that was a bank shot for sure. That was a
Oh,
bank shot.
my
For
God. Oh my god! The mascot getting hit.
This is
The
terrible.
mascot.
Oh
getting
no.
hit
Oh,
in the.
oh,
Oh, this is a
oh,
classic.
oh,
the Raptors,
goodness
the
gracious.
inflatable Raptor.
oh.
Damn.
Two things. One, on the inflatable Raptor, whose idea was like, hey, we're gonna put you in an inflatable Raptor costume, and then you're gonna wear rollerblades. And they're like, oh, okay, I've seen Slamson do that. Rollerblade around it, and they're like, no, you're gonna rollerblade down the stairs.
Oh, jeez.
Like, what?
Crazy.
What's the worst that can
Well,
happen?
they're
Like a
probably
sitcom.
thinking, look, you're inflatable. Like, it's not going to
good.
hurt.
I
I
think Slamson was hurt. I think either he ripped out a shoulder or tore an ACL on the rollerblades down the stairs.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Don't
that's
do
a
rollerblades down the
regular
stairs. Yeah.
mascot thing is rollerblading. It's part of
Crazy.
mascot tryouts. Like, hey, man, we're going to need you to rollerblade down section 114 real quick.
I
That's
told-
nice. You can rollerblade across the floor, but can you rollerblade
Yeah.
down the stairs?
Also, we're going to drop you from the ceiling.
Do mascots have health insurance?
That did.
No
Yeah.
chance. That's a part-time employee.
No, they make a ton of money and
What?
they are taped together. Oh yeah,
They raised Slamson
Slamson
to the
getting paid.
ceiling.
That was crazy.
he almost fell
Dude, that was terrible. Was that the
crazy.
playoffs?
Yeah, it was the playoffs. First
Oh,
time.
that
Well,
was
they did it
awful.
from
multiple
the
games.
scoreboard. He came
Could've had the Kings
rappelling
on
down
mascot.
from
That
the
was-
scoreboard, and something went wrong, and he almost fell
That was
away.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
I told-
We need to
yeah.
stop.
I
doing
told
that.
Damien in this story one time, but one time I was talking to one of the security guards.
Mhm.
I think it was my boy Dale. I was talking to him, and we were just talking. And then this guy walks by, and he goes, "You know who that was?" I said, "No, I don't know. That was just some guy. What are you talking about?" I said, "That was Slamson."
He's a good dude.
I said, "Oh."
Slamson is a real.
But I would
He's not a-
have.
he's not a
I
lion?
never met him before. I never met the guy.
Oh yeah.
So I didn't recognize him. If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know who he is. But the guy just walks by and he goes, "Hey, what's up, man? All right, man, have a good night." I said, "You know who that was?" I said, "No, that was Slamson."
The Denver Nuggets mascot makes $625,000 a year.
Get
Yeah.
out of town.
Yeah.
This is from LinkedIn. Harry the Hawk, the Hawks mascot, makes $600,000. Benny the Bull, $400,000. Gritty, shout out to the Flyers, $250,000, and then the Philly Fanatic, it's $200,000. Those are the highest paid.
They
right
also have to sign
Yeah.
waivers that say if they accidentally die, it's just
Yeah, it's
Like,
not
oh,
on
I
us.
died. They're like,
Yeah.
we're gonna have
Hey,
you rollerblade
not on us.
off the jumbotron.
Yeah.
I think this is only the second lion too. They had a lion in the beginning who was not very good at all, and I
Mm.
actually sat in the stands next to his sister while we were bagging on him the whole time. And she's like, "Hey, that is my brother," and I'm like, "He is horrible. He is not good at his job." Then the new they got a new Slamson. We're talking like he's been Slamson for over 20 years.
Mm.
He's the same dude. Like you can
How
watch
old
his.
is he?
Are we gonna pocket watch it on Slamson?
Probably.
Dude,
When does the new
God.
season start?
That'd
September
be
1st?
crazy.
Mid to late 40s.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm gonna guess, but he's been Slamson for a long time.
More impressive career, current Slamson or Mercedes Lewis? Let's talk about it.
I heard about that.
Mercedes Lewis still.
Mercedes Lewis.
Guy's
Mercedes
still
Lewis-
around is crazy.
Mercedes Lewis has had a career on par with how impressive LeBron James' career is.
Mm.
He's a tight end in the NFL for 19 years.
Did he play longer than Frank Gore?
Yes,
Frank Gore was.
because Gore was the 05 draft.
Well, Mercedes Lewis was 06, actually.
Yeah, and
And
Gore
he's
was the year
still
before
going.
that. Or no,
Gore.
was
Oh, yeah.
Gore retired. What 2021 or something like that?
Yeah,
Talking 19 years.
That's
19 years as a
crazy.
tight end. Played 17 games for the Bears last year. That's crazy.
Oh,
He's 40
he's
years
still out
old.
here playing.
He was 40 years old all last year and played 17 games.
He
for
caught the
Bears.
ball. It's like, what in the world?
Yeah.
He's still around?
Is Slamson the LeBron James of mascots?
Mm,
Oh,
We got to find out how long Rocky's been.
Rocky's been around.
Rocky.
The original Phoenix Suns gorilla.
Oh,
that was-
that was yeah.
Do you know how
really
that all
big time.
started? Why the Phoenix Suns mascot's a gorilla?
I'm afraid. To
I'm
find
yeah,
out.
I don't think we want to know, do we?
It's fine. It's just a guy just showed up one day and is like, I'm the mascot now. And this is the 70s, I think. And the NBA in the 70s was just like, you do whatever, right? And so this guy just showed up in a gorilla costume and was like, I'm the mascot.
Who appointed him the mascot? Bobby Heaton.
I have no idea.
It's literally the Office episode where Nelly walks in. She's like, I'm the manager now. And everyone's like, yep, she's the manager.
Hey, and
Maybe that's what I
Except
should
Jim.
try.
Jim held strong.
That's the way to go. Take control of the market right there and say, look, I'm here. I'm the mascot.
Hey, who
They
wants
put a
to
little
walk-
warm up jacket on him. And they was like, yeah, it's good to go.
Who wants to go walk into Aaron Miller's office right now?
Or we are the
I'm gonna
vice
just-
presidents of
Yeah.
sports and
entertainment, the
entertainment.
vice president of sports and entertainment.
Nice.
I wouldn't want to
Congrats,
see
guys.
Slamson. I was just thinking through that. I wouldn't want to see Slamson.
So
It's like I don't want to see like those people who
wanna-
try to see the Disney characters out of. I don't want to see Mickey with his.
I don't even
Hat
want to see.
off?
I don't even want to see. There's nothing worse than walking out of Disneyland for the day. You spent the whole day there, and you're interacting with people, and everybody's so great. And you're walking, and then you're walking back across because we stay at the hotels across, not a Disney hotel, but across the street on the opposite side of downtown Disney. So we walk back to our hotel, and you're standing on the corner, and you see somebody in their like undone like Cars outfit from operating the ride, and they're just sitting there with their backpack on their phone, going to their crappy apartment. They're just like, "Oh man, no! You live in Radiator Springs, no!" Oh, it's the worst, just the worst.
Going back home to Downey.
Yeah.
Apartment in Downey.
With a Arby's sandwich in his hand,
Dude.
just keeping it moving. Shout out the
Like, they
local
don't even
guy.
give you a turkey leg, man. What do you guys got coming up on D-Lone?
I saw them turkey legs are crazy.
It's
My
wild.
man, we were at the Parade of Lights. My man had one of those. He was going. I was like, oh, man,
Going ham.
that is, bro. That's
No
one.
pun
That's
intended.
one of them. That is one of them. John Madden turkey legs.
It is. It's comically large, and I think the bit is not even. I don't think anyone actually likes the turkey leg. Like it's fine, but you get 2 bites in, and it's kind of like, all right, I've had enough.
Like in life or
No, like at the
just
park.
there. Oh,
Like
okay.
like it's good. You have a couple
Gotcha.
bites, and it's like, this
But
is
it's
delicious.
like
and then it's just the bit.
it's a
of having
novelty.
it.
Yeah. It's like when you get one of those big freakish milkshakes that they sell.
Yeah.
It's like you really just want a couple of bites of it. Now you're left with $17 worth of ice cream and cookies, and it's like, what the hell am I going to do with this?
You're talking about it's not Salt and Straw. but
No,
the other
black,
place.
is it Blacktop, Black something? I didn't go in Disney, but I went in Las Vegas.
And right, you get done with your shake, and then you're like, oh, now I have this huge slice of cake. I
Yeah,
have to navigate.
yeah,
I didn't want this.
Yeah.
I wanted a photo for Instagram.
that's it. That's
Can you
it.
just bring me a fake one?
This was a $19 photo.
I literally have that on my Instagram. Me with this
I believe it.
giant Oreo
Believe
cookie
it.
shake. It was
Yep.
nuts.
Yep. Hey,
Mo-
live, man, live.
more Kuminga stuff,
Yeah,
I imagine.
yeah. Kuminga, we've got. We haven't talked a lot of football since together. We haven't talked a lot of football together since training camp has got underway. So a couple of things there. The NFC West is interesting because I think the favorite is in a lot of trouble.
Oh,
Mm.
Bump up.
a great
Yeah,
team.
like I feel like we've been through this before, and everybody like downplayed it, and it's like, nah, I think you guys got a problem.
Oh my!
So we'll talk about that.
Can't wait. D'Lo and Casey, don't go anywhere. It's starting right now. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen for Joe Brazil and Jesse Tapia. We're the insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. D'Lo and Casey starts. Drink water, be nice, people. D'Lo and Casey starts right now.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Get your headphones plugged in. Hey! One more time. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, July 30th edition of D'Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barlow.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Alongside.
What are you doing with him?
Keep that drop alive.
Yeah.
This changeover is tough.
You know,
this changeover is tough.
It's a grind.
Hammer, we'll see you.
It's a grind.
3:00. We'll talk Kings basketball with James when he returns with us later on in the show. And yeah, of course, we'll pick up right where we left off. Some news came out regarding Jonathan Kuminga today. I guess really, feels like the Warriors are just talking to anyone who will listen.
And nobody's listening. And the Warriors are trying
well,
to.
what I mean, our
reports.
brother Anthony
I got you.
and Sam and these different people who are doing a great job of reporting on this. Like those are Warriors reporters.
Yeah, which would
That's
also
where that's
lead.
coming from.
Which will also lead, if I was Jonathan Kuminga, to the distrust that I have for this organization.
Mm-hmm.
You're out here, we're negotiating, we're putting out terms. You've already done the situation before where you said turn down $30 million a year or something like that. Like at every turn, if I'm Jonathan Kuminga, this is how I feel with them. Not saying that's how everybody should feel or how I feel, but at every turn, you show how distrustful you are. You show how you continue to try to make me look bad by the things that you talk to the reporters about and make sure that they get out in the public. The public contract negotiations.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no, and then you want me to waive my no trade clause,
Mm-hmm.
and you want me to accept some type of deal where there's a team option with you guys.
And
So
to be
crazy.
clear, it's a figurative waive of the no trade clause. With on a qualifying offer, you can't be traded. And if he were to sign that 2-year deal with the team option the second year, it's a contract. It's not the qualifying offer. It's a contract, which is why there's that increase in pay and the option the second year. And Kuminga's people see through it. Literally everyone sees through it. It's just an opportunity, one, to prolong this a little bit and give a team an opportunity to acquire Jonathan Kuminga in February for 1.5 years because it's a team option. And so they can pick up that second year to see what they have with Jonathan Kuminga. And now all of a sudden he loses control of his future.
Right.
And he's compensated for it in the short term, but he loses control of his future.
Right.
And I don't blame Kuminga. I don't blame Kuminga's team for just flat out saying no. And now this stuff, well, the Warriors might cut off sign and trade talk. All right, bro, cut them off. Go ahead. Do it. Because the other scenario is just as bad for you. So we could play, and that's what's so dumb about this posturing is everyone knows you're full of crap. That's all we're witnessing from the Golden State Warriors right now is public posturing because they're in the defensive mode. And I don't understand why. If y'all are this comfortable with your team and you're this comfortable with letting this 22-year-old kid go, stick your chest out. You had no problem sticking your chest out when you was talking about him last year. Stick your chest out and just say, hey, play on the qualifying. We don't care what you do. Right. Do it. But all of this fake ass. Oh, we're gonna cut the fam. Go ahead, do it, because clearly, to go to what you said earlier, I don't think the Kings are budging. Like Scott Perry, like clearly the Kings like Jonathan Kuminga. Clearly the Kings would like to do something with Jonathan Kuminga and have him on this team and see what they could do with him moving forward. But they're not falling all over themselves to get this done. And talking about the Warriors want Keon Ellis. You don't get an asset you want for one that you don't. Like, let's just call it what it is. We don't want these two guys, so you can have him, and you send us the guy that you don't want, and we'll part friends. Until then, keep it moving.
Drew Down in the chat talks about sarcastically with his Warriors colored glasses. I don't know why they haven't traded him for Carter and Sarge either. Number one, we understand what type of trade package that is. We're not saying it's the greatest one ever. Also, you're talking about draft picks in that situation, draft compensation. Also, would you rather have that and some draft capital or absolutely nothing? Well, and if they're cool with having absolutely nothing, because let's be perfectly clear, Jonathan Kuminga is not coming back to the Warriors. And if he signs a qualifying offer, it's going to be a no trade clause. You're not going to be able to trade anything for him.
Mm-hmm.
So, like you talk about sticking, if
the
you're
second
good,
he signs that paper, you're done.
You
get nothing.
And Kuminga would be ridiculous to sign any contract with them that waived a no trade clause situation. So
unless it's a 4-year contract for the amount of money that he wants,
then
do what you want. I'm getting my money either way.
But the notion that you'll just sign so you'll be able to trade it, bro, stop. Like, if you're gonna be good with just letting him walk for nothing, be good with that. But don't act like that's not the reality of the situation.
Yeah, we will we'll come back. We're just getting started. We're thrilled that you're here with us. There's much more on this. ESPN had an interesting list of the teams that missed the playoffs last year, and as at odds as we can be with national media, when you read between the lines, they actually think a lot like D'Lo and Casey do. We'll explain what we're talking about when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Give me that one more time. Yeah. Oh, I got you. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah, let's try it. Let's try it today. Let's go 58 today and see how it feels.
You guys see Gilbert Arenas, by the way?
James was reading that story when I walked in.
I didn't see what happened.
Yeah, he got arrested, I think, with 4 others.
A gambling ring?
A gambling ring. One of the guys is a pretty bad dude, I'm assuming, and the way he was labeled. I think he was like I gotta double check it. But yeah, Gilbert's in some trouble.
Not to sound like Kanan, but he did that shit. Guilty as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
That checks out what I think is how he moves.
Yeah, Chris Haynes tweeted, former NBA star Gilbert Arenas and a suspected Israeli crime figure were arrested today.
Jesus.
Yeah. They were playing the games at his house. I think it's Zabel's birthday. Happy birthday, Zabel.
Hey! Happy birthday.
What up, boy?
Everyone's hot.
Taylor. Okay.
Didn't see that either.
Not gonna lie, I saw that tweet and this. I was like, oh my god, we're getting sued.
Hmm.
I was like, because ESPN will be talking about like Troy Taylor release, like it's got to be us. And I was like, wait, I forgot about that one story.
Hmm. Hey, I'm about to send you something so you can pull it up.
Interesting news day. I just saw.
Go ahead. Yeah, my bad.
No, I just saw the Shannon Sharp stuff. Not that Shannon was. Well,
Where the hell have I been at?
Well,
What's going on?
Shannon was fired. That's not.
Mhm.
I don't think that's terribly unexpected.
Mhm.
But Shannon was let go at ESPN, so that's the story. Yeah, he had been on leave suspension. I'm not exactly sure which one, but yeah, he's out at ESPN. So,
All right, let's see what's next for Shannon.
Gilbert Arenas, he's out too,
Mm.
just in a very different way. Gilbert and 5 other defendants, including a suspected high-level member of an Israeli transnational organized crime group, were arrested today on a federal indictment alleging they operated an illegal gambling business in which high-stakes poker games were played at an Encino mansion Arenas owns.
Wow. Canaan.
Yeah.
Look it up.
Anytime I read a news story with Israeli transnational organized crime group, high-level member, cool. I don't want nothing to do with it.
Not my job.
Yeah. Well,
Shout out Mac Dre. Not my job.
Good luck to everybody involved. And we'll leave it at that. I did just come across something. It was actually our brother Bonte posted it. It was something from a Warriors news thing, like the Kings beats, like Warriors talk or something like that. That kind of had a breakdown of Sham's report that I have not read or heard, but apparently the offers, now I don't know if they're combining the two teams or they're in the same vicinity enough to where that they could be lumped together, but again, according to Shams, there's substantial money offers out there from both Sacramento and Phoenix. I don't know how that works with Sacramento. I don't know how we'll ask James when he comes back in a couple of hours, because I'm just too stupid to understand what you can and can't do. But it seems like there are financial offers out there for him. Good, something a lot closer to what he's looking for. It's just the Warriors can't seem to get what they want in trade return.
Right. I'm not sure. This was something that I asked earlier as well. What the Warriors need to sit down and figure out, what does this outcome look like for us? What are we trying to get out of this? Are we trying to get the greatest trade package of all time? Or are we trying to get something back in return in a market that has devalued a guy like Jonathan Kuminga and his trade value, and get ourselves together to try and make a championship run? I thought that's what this was all about. I thought all of this stuff, getting Jimmy Butler and trying to get everything in a row, was we're trying to get number 5 for Steph Curry. This whole charade that you're going through with Jonathan Kuminga and even threatening to bring him back into that locker room, you think that's going to get you closer to where you want to be? Like I think they need to have a what are we doing here moment. Like we got kind of lost in the sauce with not trying to get pushed around and get best value. What are we doing here? What are we really trying to do here with this franchise? Every time anybody talks about it, it's win a championship. All right. Is messing around with Jonathan Kuminga the best way to stay focused on winning a championship right now? I would say no.
Yeah.
Let's stop with the charade and whatever you do, whether it's the Kings or the Suns or whatever. Let's stop playing around and get this done so we can get back to the goal that we have for this franchise.
I was able to find the actual Shams report here that I was referring to a minute ago, and it reads as such. Kuminga and his agent, Aaron Turner, have used July to explore their sign and trades offers. The most significant negotiations have been with the Sacramento Kings and Phoenix Suns, getting proposals, plural, getting proposals up to 4 years, approaching $90 million in total, including a player option for the final season, sources said. Phoenix has made the most lucrative push via sign and trade. That tells me a couple of things. The approaching $90 million offer was clearly from Phoenix and not from Phoenix and Sacramento. How close was Sacramento's offer to what Phoenix has offered financially? 2, if it's in the vicinity, and we'll say vicinity being 15 million within, we'll say 75 million from Sac. Well, 75 million, I feel like is in the vicinity.
Feels like it.
Maybe the Kings' interest in Jonathan Kuminga is a little bit more serious than we thought. If we're talking numbers approaching, 75, $80 million, that is significant interest. The game we're playing now is, and I'm sure Sacramento is looking at Phoenix going, they have nothing to give.
Right.
And so you may want this player, but you may want something from us. You're not going to be able to get that from them. And if we're the two teams making these financial, you've got a choice to make. A little bit or nothing. And that's what we were talking about before the commercial break a minute ago. You want a little bit or you want nothing.
Our guy, the Hall of Famer,
Yeah,
Mark Spears,
I'm seeing this.
is on NBA TV today.
Yeah.
Actually, a little while ago, and was just kind of breaking down a little bit more of what's going on behind the scenes with Kuminga and the Kings and the Warriors and all this other stuff. I suggest you got that clip, man. We could run that.
Yeah, this quote's all over the chat right now. Here is Mark Spears from NBA Today, the Hall of Fame.
He wants to go.
He wants to go.
He wants to go. And the Kings are offering a starting spot.
Okay.
Power forward next to Keegan Murray, next to Sabonis. He's talked on a Zoom call with Scott Perry, as you know, the GM.
Work that out for me. Hey, let's work this out in real time. He's offering a starting spot alongside Keegan Murray. Who's out?
DeMar probably.
Zach to 2.
Yeah.
Keegan to 3. DeMar gone.
DeMar
or to the
gone
bench.
on the bench. Yep.
Kuminga 4. Okay, sorry, Jesse. Thank you. Go ahead.
Call with Scott Perry, as you know, the GM, BJ Armstrong, the assistant GM, and also with their head coach.
Okay.
So he's in.
Right.
He wants to go there, but I think that first, the Warriors don't like the first. And then the Suns, I heard they're like offering Royce O'Neal in 4 seconds and Nick Richards. That's just not pretty enough. He wants to go.
He wants to go.
All right, a couple things going on there.
You thought you didn't like Sacramento's offer. You gotta be kidding me.
Royce O'Neal in 4 seconds.
Hey, Drew Down. Devin Carter and like it, pal.
We
God
look,
bless
we
him.
just took Sark off the table.
Yeah.
We just took Dario off the table.
You know what? You don't get him. You don't get him anymore.
So one of the things that a lot of people are also talking about in the Shams report, because there's a lot with what the Hall of Famer said, and combining that with what Shams report out. Where do we want to start? Let's start with
Mark, because that's where we just let's start with Mark and go from there, because that is prevalent for so many reasons.
Yeah.
That would be a that's a pretty sizable shift. If Jonathan Kuminga is brought in for the dollars that we were talking about right there, that's a pretty sizable shift right there, putting Kuminga at the 4 spot. Now Keegan moves to the 3. You got Zach LaVine at 2, Schroeder at 1, of course, Domas at 5. And I guess you have a situation where now DeMar DeRozan is coming off your bench. And until further notice, you've got Malik Monk on the bench, and you've got, you've got that crew leading your second unit.
And that's,
I still believe there's another point guard signing, by the way. Leave it at that.
Yeah. And that's
I
also
misspoke. I thought he was out of the country yesterday. He's not. He was at the Aces game. He's going out of the country in August.
Yeah. That's also, I want to say assuming, but just factoring in that DeMar's still here. Maybe DeMar, as much as they want to, I think Scott Perry wants him around. I think Scott Perry, it's not like at all costs, but he likes DeMar DeRozan in the building more than Kings fans seem to like him in the building. But he gets this deal done with Jonathan Kuminga. And that may mean that DeMar is expendable a little bit, or, he's coming off the bench. But he may give him the option to kind of fill out what he wants to do with that. Do you want to be here, be a 6th man, or do you want to go to Miami? Do you want to go somewhere where you can start? And with a guy like Jonathan Kuminga coming in, that and also looking at the landscape of the NBA, where there might not be contenders that would want DeMar right now. Maybe DeMar is a little bit more open to coming off the bench in that particular situation. He wouldn't have been like, what are you benching me for Nick Clifford for? Like, I'm not interested in doing that.
Didn't even mention Nick Clifford in that.
Yeah, we're like, not interested in that. But, you get a guy like Kuminga, maybe I'm a little bit more open to that as well. So you talk about a seismic shift in how we look at some things. There's also the seismic shift in some respects about where the Kings stance might be. The Kings have laid out a situation where, hey, we want you. We're planning for you. We want to give you everything that you're looking for in basketball terms. They're not going to overextend themselves, but this doesn't necessarily, to me, feel like, if it happens, it happens.
Yeah. Right.
It's nah, we want you. We kind of got plans for you if we can make this happen. Now, the money that they're trying to give him, that may be something that they got to work through as well. But everything that we've heard in the last week, and even reiterating today from hearing from Mark Spears and everything, is that interaction and that meeting went pretty well. And everybody came away from that, Kings front office and Jonathan Kuminga, like, hey, I'm in, let's see if we can make this happen. So
Jesse, can we hear, because I know you wanted to talk about the Shams report.
Yeah,
let's hear from Shams here real quick. Here's Ant-Man and Shams on this same NBA Today show.
I'm going to start with you. What is the latest with Kuminga and his contract negotiations here with Golden State?
Malika, this is turning into a battle of control over the short and long-term future of Jonathan Kuminga as a Warrior or otherwise. I'm told the Warriors presented Jonathan Kuminga with a 2-year, $45 million offer that contained a team option in the second season, as well as him forfeiting a built-in no-trade clause as part of the deal. So far, Jonathan Kuminga has declined all of the Warriors' offers. He has said no, and the theme for the Warriors right now is Jonathan Kuminga appears to want to control his destiny moving forward with 2 routes here. One being the qualifying offer that we see right there. He's saying he could bet on himself all day. That has an October 1 deadline, 1 year, $7.9 million. And if his mindset is about continuing to get power over his future and controlling his future, that would allow him to have a no trade clause next season. It would also give him access to unrestricted free agency in the summer of 2026. The other route for Jonathan Kuminga is sign and trades. The Phoenix Suns and Sacramento Kings have both had interest in him, have given him offers up to about 4 years, $90 million, have given him a player option as well, have also promised him a starting role, guaranteed minutes. And control over his future with that player option. But clearly, the Warriors, as of right now, have shunned all sign and trade offers. So right now, what we see is a stalemate between both sides, is both sides at a crossroads for a player that clearly believes that he has not been given the full amount of opportunity in Golden State. Clearly, he has a high level of self-belief right now.
Yeah, I mean, that we saw that in that social media post. There's a lot of options here, is what I'm hearing, that's on the table for Jonathan Kuminga. So, Anthony, you've been around this team throughout Kuminga's entire tenure, his entire time with this roster. Do the Warriors, because I hear confidence coming from Kuminga, do the Warriors feel confident that they will eventually reach a deal here?
Yeah, for sure. They've been pretty firm in the last few days saying, there's a reason why it's called restricted free agency and not unrestricted free agency. They kind of, hold the leverage on his future, and their preferred path clearly is the offer they put on the table. It's short term, it's tradable. That's how they've pitched it to Kuminga even, because it's something they could maybe trade in January at full value. But they say regardless, their stance is that as of right now, they're shutting down sign and trade talks. They found nothing appealing there. And they believe he's going to be on the roster. Their stance is he will be on the roster to start next season. And if that's the qualifying offer, that's what it is. The concern there, the flip side of that, is the messiness of this. It's already, as y'all can attest, has become kind of a messy restricted free agency.
Yeah.
How about when this gets to training camp? How about when the veterans are around, looking around, saying, is this going to be a distraction in one of Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green's final contention seasons? Yes. I think that's where there's a potential, pivot point, breaking point in this. But as of now, as Shams mentioned, it's a stalemate, and it continues to be messy.
But right now, the Warriors are saying they're shutting down those sign and trades talks. So if they are looking to re-engage for the Warriors here at some point, Shams, what would a potential sign and trade eventually look like? Because they're saying right now they expect him to be on the roster.
Malika, the Warriors have been defiant. They want a good player. They also want an unprotected first-round pick, a good first-round pick. The Sacramento Kings, I'm told, have actually offered a first-round pick in those conversations. It's been a conditional first-round pick, as well as a potential rotation player as well. But the Warriors have wanted the Sacramento Kings to give them an unprotected, fully first-round pick. The Suns, on the other hand, do not have a first-round pick to trade, so their deal would likely look at one or two rotation players and second-round draft compensation. The Warriors, though, do not want bad salary in return. They don't want these players that they feel
ass. The Suns are offering you ass.
It's Rasheer Fleming.
Have the value moving forward that Jonathan Kuminga could have. So clearly, their asking price has not been met in these potential offers. There's still about a month and a half, 2 months left before Jonathan Kuminga has a real decision to make with that October 1 qualifying offer.
Okay, so it sounds like there is a whole lot still on the table that Jonathan Kuminga and the Golden State Warriors need to come to an agreement.
We're good. Thanks, Jesse.
The Warriors.
That is laughable.
Look, man, people are going to get upset with this. Drew Down's going to get upset with this or whatever. The Warriors look dumb.
Well,
they look absolutely dumb.
Now hold on. They're playing a game too. Now the whole shutting down, sign and trade. Like settle down
and sign them back on the qualifying offer.
I have a take. I don't think Kings fans are gonna like.
What you got?
We have said, and we'll get to what ESPN wrote in a couple of minutes, but no matter Kuminga or not, Russ or not, if this is the squad that takes the floor in a couple months, so be it. They're not awful. Like, I know you're frustrated. I know you don't like the future. Separate discussions. In 2026, they're not awful. You want an unprotected first round
we're on
pick?
the same page. I'd give it real early.
Yeah, you want an unprotected first round pick?
30.
No.
Yeah.
No. You can have 2026 unprotected. Look, if y'all want to be upset over 13, okay. If what we're talking about is unprotected, you could have 2026, bro.
100%. 100%.
You can have.
That's the same thing I was thinking when I saw all that. When they talk about give them 2026. If you don't want to do that, maybe 2027. But I ain't going past 2027.
Nah,
because I don't know what the hell going on after that. I could be awful in 2 years.
Yeah.
Awful with everybody off the books. You're not getting one of those. You can get one of these next 2 years, and we could do it that way. But Yeah, like you said, there's real potential that they what would this year have been? 14, 13, something like that, like you said. Lost in the play
Yeah,
in,
that
all
was
this other stuff.
yeah.
Yeah. All right.
The Hawks traded it. That
Yeah.
was that the
I
Pelicans?
think it was 14. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was 14. Yeah. Sure. Sure, we could do that. I want it. I hope I don't have to give it up. But once again, that's to me, and also hearing the things that came out of meeting with Jonathan Kuminga and what they potentially are offering and all this other stuff, that's not going to stop me from making this deal.
Everyone in the chatty house is a draft expert, and they said 2026 is too strong of a class. Fine, you could have 2027.
Bro,
you just can't have anything beyond that.
Yeah, people got to stop.
People
got to stop. Hey, no, you know what?
I still give up 2026.
You know, but look, you know why people got to stop this? You know what I mean? And I'm watching. I'm not saying they're not, but I'm watching college basketball. I'm watching EYBL, high school, all this other stuff. Didn't they say the same damn thing about this year's draft?
Same thing.
For years. Oh, no, that Cooper Flag draft, bro, it is stacked. And all we found out was after 6 people, it was like, there's not really anything here.
They changed their mind so fast on that.
They say this every time there's a good draft, like, and we could have good ball players, but like literally there's 22 can't miss prospects. Like, stop, bro. Stop. Everybody for like 3 years. People were circling this draft for like 3 years.
Yep.
And then we got to the draft. And I'm like, well, it's really about 5 guys deep.
And then what happened? And then they caught in there. They caught it. They caught it. They caught it. Hey, no, the umpire caught it. The umpire caught it. Official had stepped away. Umpire caught it.
I did step in right in time for that, but I did hear that.
Yep, Jesse's back and ruling from the official.
Yeah, that's a flag. The draft was how
You
many?
weren't even watching.
I walked in as soon as you said that. Like, that's the first thing I heard.
You got flagged by the side judge and the official.
I go to heat up my lunch. I go to heat up my lunch. You think you can act however?
You didn't see it.
Oh, I saw it.
No,
I heard it.
Come on.
Anyways,
if Michigan wasn't blocked, he would say something. Well, he's not blocked anymore. But
weren't there like a dozen trades after the 10th pick last month?
Yes. 100%.
This was the can't miss draft, and everyone was like, And by the way, we were one of them.
Yes. No, that Cooper Flag draft class about to be crazy. And everybody's gearing up. You ain't getting no first round picks in this draft. None. No trades will be made. All right, so that's all I'm saying.
All right,
2026, yes, they got some really good ball players in there. The Monster, the Boozers, Arenas.
Now,
they got some good ball players.
Now, if you don't want to give up the unprotected out of fear of landing one of those guys, fair enough. This is Sacramento. It's happened once, and we got Purvis Ellison.
That's it. Always nervous Purvis.
I mean, it actually happened twice, and we messed up. But
at least we made the pick then. Yeah. And here's why I think,
can I go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and here's why I think the Warriors sound ridiculous and are moving in a real dumb fashion.
Yeah.
You're doing all of this because you don't like the trade proposals that are on the table. But according to Anthony Slater, our guy Anthony Slater, you're willing to sign him on the qualifying offer, which essentially there is no trade. There's a no trade clause, excuse me. And he's not coming back. So you're like, no, we ain't doing it. We'll just have him sign the qualifying offer and get nothing. That is dumb. As the guy once said that went viral and said, hide your wife, hide your kids. Are you dumb?
Hide your wife, hide your kids.
That's stupid. That doesn't make any sense to me.
If you ranked great internet moments of all time, would that be one of them?
Yeah, it's one of them. It's one of the first two.
It would
like
that would
Twitter
be,
era.
That'd be up there. Yeah, that would be up
your
there.
wife, hide your kids.
That'd be up there. Does it feel? This could all be fake, posturing. Does it feel like business is picking up a little bit?
It does.
Like, because Ant-Man asked the question, and I don't think he asked it not knowing the answer. I think he asked the question knowing exactly what the answer is. When he said, what's it going to be like when the veterans come around? Like, is this going to be a distraction? Yes, it's going to be a distraction. Imagine being Steph Curry entering, one of, I still think he has many left, one of your final training camps with a pretty decent team. And all of the questions on that first day are going to be about Jonathan Kuminga. You're Steph effing Curry, and they're going to be asking you about a 22-year-old kid. The reporters are going to be swarming his locker. They're going to run to Draymond Green to see if Draymond Green says something disrespectful.
And he will at some point.
Of course he will. The book has been written. We've seen this. Hell, we're at the point where they're going to be disrespectful to this kid no matter what happens. If a trade is done in 5 minutes, they're going to trash him that first week in camp. I won't say they. He and their sources.
Let them
they're
lose.
Going to trash him.
Let them lose 5 or 6. Well, guys back here in the locker room who aren't bought in. That's why we not winning, bro. This is, and once again, like I said, is this getting you closer to your goal? That's what the Warriors should be asking themselves. Is bringing Kuminga back in this situation getting you closer to winning a championship? If it's not, stop wasting your time and everybody else's time and this young guy's time.
We'll come back, man. There's a lot. I didn't think there was, but after listening to Ant, Shams, and most importantly, Mark Spears, there's stuff to discuss with this, and we will continue to do that. We'll also open up the phone lines. Where y'all at with this? Kuminga, starter. I don't know the dollar figure, but let's say somewhere between 70 and 80. Where's everybody at on that, man? 916-909-1320. Haven't heard from y'all except for TC and Lazy in weeks, man. Hit us up. We'll come back. A lot more to discuss on this situation on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Drew, sure. Like, I think you like Mike Dunleavy. You stuck on the wrong thing, bro. You stuck on the wrong thing. Does no player help you? Like, you're not getting nothing back if he signs on a qualifying offer. You're getting nothing back. Does that help you get closer? I could even say at the very least, if you think the Kings are so awful and so desolate as a franchise, getting an unprotected first round pick absolutely will help you. Maybe not this year, obviously, but it will help you moving forward because the Kings are going to be sorry according to the Warriors and everybody else. So, like, you can get stuck on Devin Carter and Sark all you want, but and maybe you do believe that getting nothing from a Jonathan Kuminga contract situation is better than those two players, but that's fine. Just be prepared for that to be the case. Don't look surprised and don't be like, man, we really messed this up. If you make the evaluation that, you know what, if we lose JK for absolutely nothing and he's this massive distraction this upcoming season, and then he walks away for absolutely nothing, and that's better than what that trade package is or the Suns trade package is or whatever, then live with that. Be cool with that.
I know this is random, but it always trips me out when like the streaming shows that start out as that way like end up hitting TV after. I was at some Mexican restaurant the other day and Ballers was on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It was on like True TV or something like that.
That's crazy. That's a trip. Drew, I'll ask you the question. And if it's about maximizing the next 2 years, what does losing him for nothing at the end of next year do for the second year? I would say I would say moving on from Jonathan Kuminga, even if you're not getting the best trade package in return, I think Vibe's coming to play a little bit.
What does maximizing the next 2 years with Kuminga look like?
With Golden State?
Yeah, I think he's talking about maximizing the next 2 years of just the Warriors in general.
Well, I mean, like, I get that, but like, how does Kuminga help that? Like, he doesn't fit.
He doesn't.
Like,
Like,
they said,
bro,
they've told us, like, how are you gonna, like, I don't know. I guess if you maximize Golden State, but how are you gonna do that with Kuminga there? Like, it doesn't work.
the biggest game of the season, at the last game of the regular season, to keep you out of the play-in, he got a DMP CD.
Yeah, there's no scenario like, oh yeah, we're all happy and Kuminga's gonna make it work. And like, that doesn't exist.
Virtually all of his DMPs were CDs.
Yeah, they have shown in every scenario they don't want him or don't want to play him.
Okay. If TC brings up Kyle Shanahan or Robert Salah, just hang up. 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
What's up with my two brothers?
TC, what's up, boy?
Hey man, just vibing, man. So look, at this point, right? So they pushed in the bushes, right? When I'm talking about the Warriors, we gotta listen. We gotta listen to Mark Spears when he's talking, because you gotta listen to him, because when he's talking how he's talking, something is brewing. That's how he was talking with that DeMar DeRozan, and then what happened? A couple hours later, he was the king. So check it out, bro. That 4-second round, man, cut it out. Listen, Dario and the boy Devin and that first round pick protected, bro, is more than enough for that dude. I remember when I jumped on talking about Keon and all that. I still stand on that, but at the point where we at now, I'm like, bro, we in a win-win situation. It's either y'all gonna take the deal or we gonna sign the dude next year, bro, when he a free agent, because he gonna come here anyway. That's where I'm at, D-Lo.
Okay.
Hey, Warriors, wake up. Take the deal right now and send him up to 80. Actually, we can drive all the parties straight up the freeway. It's only an hour and a half. I'll be the chauffeur. I'll drive him to the Warriors, Devin and Sarge, and I'll bring back Kuminga. Call me. I'm going, bro.
Call me. Call me.
Hey, getting pushed in the bushes is hilarious. Because have you ever seen someone get pushed in some bushes before? It's like, oh, let's move up for that guy.
Said the Warriors getting pushed in the bushes. That is a classic.
I ain't gonna lie.
You ever been pushed in the bushes? Like, pick yourself up, please.
Pushed in the bushes sounds for like street slang for something like.
I get it, but I've seen people get pushed in the bushes.
Pushed in the bushes.
That's a good one right there.
That sounds like something that happens on prison TV shows. Like I'm not feeling TC with that one at all. But all right.
Oh man.
All right.
Yeah.
Polo Well says, I ain't even. Y'all are wild.
No, what did you say? Don't bring it up and be scared.
Wow.
What did you say? Don't be
That's
scared.
wild.
What are you scared
That's
for?
crazy.
Nah, that's a tough one right there. Y'all are bugging out here.
Shout
in the
out Reggie
chat
Bush.
today. Well, shout out Reggie. Yeah,
Did
man.
you know Kim Kardashian's pregnant? I did not know that.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think I did.
I saw.
Did you get Chatty House?
No, it might have been an old pic or whatever. But somebody told me she was. But it might have been an old pic. But I saw her pregnant the other day, and I was like,
If she's not currently, that counts.
"Well, no, I'm just."
No, you just want to show. Like, did you know? Yeah, did you know?
I asked the question.
Oh, okay. I thought you were letting us know. Like, hey, did you guys know this? I know this. Did you guys know this?
I saw it, and I was like,
Okay,
wait, I would have heard this.
Okay, we're good.
Do you guys know she's pregnant?
Fair enough. Yeah, I thought you were like, oh, did you guys know this?
No.
Because I know this.
No, Kim Kardashian is not pregnant.
Okay, it was a question.
I don't think
I'm
it was.
trying to make
We
sure.
might have gone back to tone. Yeah, I don't know.
Run the tape back.
Like the logic
It
works, but
wasn't
the
a
tone was
question.
yeah. Those kind of like, do you guys know
You
this?
didn't ask if she was pregnant.
I said, do you guys know if Kim Kardashian's pregnant?
Run the tape back? That's not what you said.
That's what.
I'm pulling up the
that's what I
YouTube right now
meant.
on my phone. Hold on.
That's what I meant. I didn't see nothing about her being pregnant, but I saw a video of her pregnant. I said, "What? I feel like I would have heard about this." I don't know.
I found an article from 2 weeks ago that says Kourtney Kardashian slams follower who asked if she's pregnant in vacation pic.
Oh no,
Not nice.
oh no, that's all bad all the way around.
I'm trying to. No, she's not pregnant.
Who, Courtney?
Yeah.
I hadn't seen Courtney in a long time.
That show's not on anymore, is it?
It was on Peacock for a while, wasn't it? So I don't know. I don't know if it kept going or not.
I don't know. Peacock is the Love Island network, and it just raised its prices.
They didn't kick any other reality show to the curb. Love Island cooking right now. Yeah, the Warriors getting pushed in the bushes is hilarious, and TC's right.
Nah, bro. No,
Yeah,
no,
thank you.
no.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Thank
exactly
you.
what I thought. You said, did you guys know that Kim Kardashian's pregnant? But like you heard it and like that's a fact. And like you're like asking if we know, like you know.
Well, I was asking
hold
it as
on.
a question. I was asking it as a question.
Yeah, why is that? It's not a question.
I'm telling you, I'm asking it as a question.
Did you know Kim Kardashian's pregnant?
Oh,
Yeah, come on, bro. That's the talk. Yeah, come on. Come on.
No.
You believed it. You believed it. You brought it to this show.
Did you know this show is recorded?
That's not a chatty house. I'm asking.
Did you know Kim Kardashian? No, we didn't.
Exactly. Yeah, I didn't know that, Casey.
I'm asking.
2 straight days.
God.
Well, that damn Tim Kawakami. Oh, that guy. He can leave me blocked.
Are you
Have me
the
looking
most
crazy.
inaccurate radio show host in history?
I don't think so. There's got to be somebody more inaccurate. It's got to be. There has to be.
Poor Kim Kardashian. Just minding her own business.
The video I saw was like, she was pregnant. in
Well,
the
from
video.
what I hear, there's LeBron James pregnancy videos.
Now
out.
yeah, cease and desist for sure with that. That's disturbing. That is disturbing.
AI is terrible. It's terrifying
Yeah.
in one sense. In another sense, Kevin showed me a trick to where I could put that photo of us in front of the castle, the Disneyland castle, in my iPhone. I didn't know how to do this. You could hit like a button and it takes the people away.
Oh,
so it looks like, so if you look at the picture, it's just us. There's people behind us. Like I couldn't remove them.
Yeah.
But there's 20 people on each side of us. I was able to remove all of them.
That's and I'm team iPhone all day, but that's an old feature of the Androids. I remember Magic Johnson in that one of those commercials. Somebody was in the background of the picture and he taps a button and they're gone. He goes, magic.
Yeah, right. Like Magic was using an Android.
I really got to upgrade my iPhone X because I didn't even know that technology existed on these iPhones.
iPhones do a lot right now. I just learned that you can program an emoji. I think Sean Cunningham showed me this like on accident that you can type in what type of like emoji you want and it'll create it. Like I
didn't know that one.
I've Katie's got this thing with raccoons. So I wrote like, show me a like sad raccoon. A raccoon crying popped up.
Oh my goodness. As an emoji?
As an emoji. Oh, it's amazing.
Oh,
then I saw
had no idea that was going
Then
on.
I saw what was it was, I think it was, I don't know if it was just a feature on an Instagram account or if it was the actual Instagram account, but it's like what is it called? Rewriting history. And they showed Jordan's last shot in Chicago, except the whistle blows because they say he pushes off Russell and he misses the shot and he turns around to yell at the ref. It looks like game footage.
That's ridiculous.
It does. It looks.
That is crazy.
You've got to see.
You said it's a
crazy.
Twitter account?
No, I saw it on Instagram.
Oh, that's rewriting history.
They showed. Jordan does the push off and the whistle blows. He gets the shot up. He misses, but he turns to yell at the official, and then the video cuts off.
I got to see this.
It's crazy. It's like, oh, he missed.
I got to remember when didn't Gator, it wasn't as like sophisticated, but Gatorade did the same thing with like Jordan shots and he like missed the shot on Elo.
Well, remember when they did it with Paul George's shots, but he made him?
Damn. Why Paul George is minding? He just had a new podcast. He did one with Isaiah Hardenstein. They were talking about the troubles of AAU basketball. He's not minding anybody or bothering anybody. Why would you do that?
Paul George hit one buzzer beater in his life up to then, and it was in that commercial.
What do you say? Game time, or I called game or something.
I don't know, whatever it was. It was
damn
bad.
PG.
It was bad.
Were you talking about the commercial?
Yeah.
Oh, he said Ball game.
Oh man, Paul Pierce.
If somebody finds this Michael Jordan thing, please send it to me.
Wait, Victor says they AI LeBron choking out JR after the buzzer. I need to see that video. I need to see that video. I absolutely need to see that. All right, so there's stuff to talk about. We're gonna break right here and get back on track, Jesse. Yeah, okay. So we'll come back. Mark Spears has said Jonathan Kuminga wants to come to Sacramento. There have been significant financial offers put out there for Jonathan Kuminga and his team. Jonathan Kuminga has turned down a 2-year, second-year player option contract with the Golden State Warriors. All of this stuff has developed throughout the morning. What does it mean? It could mean absolutely nothing. But conversations are obviously being had. Pieces are being put in place. What does this mean for your Sacramento Kings? We're going to talk more about that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Ball game. Let me see if I can find that.
You ever hear the story Jeff Teague told about CJ Miles, I think, showing him that commercial after Paul George missed the game winner or something like that?
I don't think I heard.
Jeff Teague was talking about they were in the playoffs or something like that. CJ Miles took a game winner missed, and Paul George after that was like, "Oh no, I need those shots."
Yeah, CJ.
One thing led to another. Yeah, he played the commercial for Jeff Teague after that.
Hey guys, let's try something real quick. Let's try something. We'll do this during the commercial breaks. There's these random stories that I've come across that I found. We'll just read them during the breaks. The Guardians bullpen is wilding. As part of MLB's sports betting investigation, Guardians relief pitcher Emmanuel Clace was placed on non-disciplinary leave Monday through at least August 31st. Clace is the second Guardians pitcher to be sidelined due to gambling investigation.
Jesus.
As his teammate Luis Ortiz was placed on the same leave on July 3rd.
I imagine there's got to be one more they're looking for.
Gotta be.
What is this? What do you do if your entire bullpen is like on this gambling conspiracy or whatever, though?
You might have to fold the team. What the hell is that all about?
That's what I mean. At that point, it's like, okay, no, the entire Guardians bullpen was like actively like working against this or whatever. It's like that's different.
Oh, here was an interesting one, and I'll explain it all at the end. Mario Lemieux is trying to reacquire the Penguins 4 years after selling them. Mario Lemieux was known for many on-ice miracles during his Super Mario days as a player. Now long retired, Lemieux is trying to achieve perhaps his greatest hockey feat. Lemieux, previously the Penguins' majority owner and still minority partner in the NHL team, are making heightened push to regain controlling interest, according to multiple reports. Fenway Sports Group, which acquired the Penguins in late 2021 for $900 million, then a league record, and has been insistent about not wanting to sell, has said it is interested only in bringing in a small, passive minority partner. I only bring this up. Number one, you sold the team 4 years ago. Now you're trying to buy back. That's hilarious. But do you know who is working with Lemieux to also regain control?
No.
Regain or just working with him?
Yeah.
Regain. So
okay.
I left the name out when I was reading this. Lemieux and his
Kurt Angle.
Josh Harris.
Lemieux and his partner are trying to regain the Penguins.
I'm not sure. We got 5 seconds though.
Ron Burkle.
Oh, yeah, that's not.
No, good luck, pal.
Not happening.
You bastard.
I was trying to find that video I was telling you
either.
about where Jordan misses the shot. I'm looking to see if I was smart enough to save it. It doesn't appear that I was.
I thought it might be on YouTube. Somebody might. I can't find it.
I'll keep trying to find it. I must have watched it 10 times. I don't know how more of these haven't popped up in my algorithm. You know, when you see something and you watch it like over and over and over, you just start getting
those type of videos.
Yeah. No, I'll keep looking for it. But it was AI is wild, man.
It really is.
Okay, so if you're just tuning in, or you're tuning in because you heard, it appears there's some things going on. The Kings are definitely in the news right now as stories continue to center around Jonathan Kuminga. What will the Golden State Warriors do? It seems like their two top suitors are the Phoenix Suns and the Sacramento Kings. They being the Golden State Warriors, don't consider either of them top suitors, as they don't like the potential returns for Jonathan Kuminga in any sign and trade situation. The Kings to this point have offered, we don't know what the Kings have offered. What we do know is this really important piece in Shams Charania's article. Kuminga and his agent, Aaron Turner, they've used July to explore their sign and trade options. The most significant negotiations have been with the Sacramento Kings and the Phoenix Suns, getting proposals, plural, up to 4 years, approaching $90 million, including a player option for the final season. Important final note in that, Phoenix has made the most lucrative push via sign and trade. So he says, Shams Charania, it says proposals up to 4 years, approaching $90 million. It's clear based on the last sentence, the 4 years approaching $90 million has come from Phoenix. For him to lump Sacramento in this conversation leads me to believe that Sacramento is at least in the vicinity of what Phoenix has offered, whether it be we put the number at 75. We feel there's probably an offer of 75 million plus there just to be in the conversation. If it wasn't in the vicinity, I assume Sacramento would be kept separate. Phoenix making the most lucrative offer, with Sacramento also making a push, but not as strong as Phoenix's. Mark Spears said on ESPN television today, on NBA Today, that Kuminga prefers Sacramento. He wants to go to Sacramento. Mark Spears went as far to say that Sacramento has told him he would be a starter here. He would get the minutes that he so desperately has been wanting to get in Golden State, and he would have a very defined role for this team moving forward. We worked out for ourselves. Kuminga would be at the 4. Obviously, Domas would be at the 5. Keegan would be at the 3. Zach LaVine would move to the 2. You'd have Dennis Schroeder at 1. And until further notice, DeMar DeRozan would be coming off the bench along with Malik Monk and Nick Clifford and Keon, and however else this is filled out. All of these feel like very newsworthy developments. When the reporting on the Jonathan Kuminga situation started, I think spearheaded by our buddy Matt George, I thought, well, this is cute. Like, it's cool. Like, we had been asked for weeks, like, what do you think the Kings' chances are with Kuminga? And I won't speak for you. I know I was like, I don't see a path. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I don't see a way that this can get done. So there isn't one. Clearly there is. And then it's kind of, sat around for the last month. Like, all right, like, they're dabbling in the water. Like, I don't know how serious they are. This write-up from Shams and those words from Mark Spears leads me to believe that the Sacramento Kings aren't dabbling in the Jonathan Kuminga business. They want in on it. They just don't want to make a trade with Golden State that hurts them in the long run, potentially makes their, I-80 rival better, and they don't want to make an offer they don't have to. And I think that's what we speculated on this earlier before we saw what Phoenix's potential offer could be. We kept saying Phoenix doesn't have anything to offer. Then we saw ESPN break down what Phoenix has. Like, they really don't have anything to offer. And if Golden State were to take Phoenix's offer over Sacramento's, they would be doing it just to be spiteful. That would be the only reason that they're doing it. So these all feel like, now whether this goes anywhere, Warriors are threatening to do this, they're threatening to do that, pull out of conversations and signing trade. That's great. Qualifying offers don't have to be signed till October 1st. So you could do whatever you want to with that. This feels like something significant right here.
Mm-hmm.
What the reports that we got today from all parties that we just mentioned, this feels like a significant development.
Yeah, and the other aspect, King's Beam asking an interesting question here. They said I think he meant to say the Warriors, they can't take the Suns' offer without Kuminga signing. If the Suns are offering more money,
yeah,
but Kuminga really believes in what Scott Perry and BJ Armstrong have going on, there is an option. And I don't know, it's maybe the best option because now it's going to put him in a different situation. But he could say, look, Golden State, I know you like Phoenix's offer a little bit more. I'm not signing that deal to make that happen. I want to go to Sacramento. Once again, they could turn around and be like, well, you're just going to play on the qualifying offer then or whatever. Like, because we're not going to – we think this is the best deal that helps our team, and we're trying to make that happen and see you get paid. We're not necessarily in the business of putting you exactly where you want to go. Yeah. But that is an option. I would think, once again, the Warriors kind of need to be looking at this thing, in my opinion, of like, let's move on with our offseason. We're still trying to get guys like Al Horford. We're trying to get Melton. Let's worry about making sure our team is the best that it can be with this Jonathan Kuminga thing kind of being done at this point. Also, and they don't, once again, they don't have an obligation for this, but the guy, he said he wants to go to Sacramento. They're willing to pay him. We'll get some compensation back. Just do that. Just do it. Because this situation is just, it's a loss all the way around. If I'm the Warriors, I've lost at every turn in this particular situation. Let's make the best of a bad situation. And yeah, that's kind of what I would be looking at right now if I was the Warriors. But they also could be saying, hey, we'll all go to hell together.
I got another note I want to bring to your attention. Let's see what Vince is talking about here. Hit us on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. What's up, Vince?
Hey, two things. First thing is, kudos to Scott Perry because he doesn't have a gun to his head, so he might as well drive the best bargain he can. But one of you guys already said it. Current state of the Kings roster is not terrible. So that means if you're basically a 500 club and you make a risky move and blow it, you can go backwards. It's not like a 25-win team that can only go up, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no, great point.
So, but you mentioned it, but no one's really talking about that. You know, this isn't Charlotte. This is a team that's not a contender, but they're also not terrible.
Yeah, which is.
And then about, yeah.
Go ahead, Vince.
No, then I was going to say I had a comment about Keon Ellis. Unless
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So here's the thing: Keon Ellis is an asset, and if you can trade that asset, a 6'3" athletic guy who, let's face it, we all love, but has some limited skill set for a two guard, including the fact that he's a little small. And you can trade that and upgrade for a starter. Ellis is a bench guy. If you can get a starter who fills a need we've had for years, who's just as athletic, but 5 inches bigger, I mean, I think that's a no-brainer if you end up having to throw him in. Now, Perry doesn't have to do it, so he's waiting and waiting. But if Ellis goes, yeah, we'll miss him. But how do you not say, let's take a starter with that athleticism over a bench guy?
I hear you, Vincent. I think I know why. If you're moving on from Devin, you probably want that defender in the backcourt.
Mhm.
You don't want to lose that. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But I'm certainly, playing fantasy GM here. Like I think that's how I would be looking at it.
Absolutely. In my opinion, any trade scenario is involving either or Devin or Keon, because whoever is gone, that other person is going to step into that role and be that perimeter defender, defense first type of guy. It's perfectly fine that people look at Keon and don't want to move on from him and understand the value that a player like Keon Ellis brings to the table. If push came to shove, I would not make Keon Ellis untradeable in this situation. I wouldn't. Like if I really was locked in on Kuminga, like I want this guy to be here in Sacramento. And there's also an aspect, I believe, of how I say Warriors, like get on with your offseason and start getting your team together to do what you guys need to do next year. Kind of feel that way to a certain degree with the Kings. Like, what if maybe you just don't care about the season, but if you do, like let's figure out how we can finish this up and start moving forward with what we need to do.
Yeah.
Like you said, another point guard signing may be being held up because of all this. Like there's still things that they need to take care of.
The point guard signing being held up because of all of this.
There are things that they need to take care of. And let's start moving towards getting this done so they can handle the other stuff. But I would not. Keon Ellis wouldn't stop this deal for me. He wouldn't stop this deal.
Yeah.
I want Keon here. I really do, but he wouldn't stop. Let me ask you this. This isn't always the best way to go about it. For their NBA career, who would you put your money on at the better NBA career, the more productive NBA career, numbers wise, all this other stuff? Jonathan Kuminga or Keon Ellis?
Probably Jonathan Kuminga.
I would too. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Doesn't mean Keon doesn't play a Bruce Bowen type role on a championship team. I'm not saying that, but we're talking about trading a player.
I don't know why that happened.
I was about to say, what did the trade just happen?
No,
Did it just
plugging in my computer? So I don't know.
I got so excited too.
Yeah, I guess.
I said, "Whoa, wait!"
Of all the buttons for the cursor to be on, it was the air horns one. Sorry.
At least it wasn't on the OJS joint.
No, it's gotten enough run. I still feel like you need players like Keon Ellis.
Absolutely.
Like we could talk about more productive players, better or worse. I still feel like you really need players like Keon Ellis.
Casey, would you move on from Keon if, I guess, put yourself in Scott Perry's shoes? Like you think of him as a starter on your team next year after this season?
If you think of Keon as a starter on your team?
Yeah, like we'll get off of Levine and all that. Keon is our starting too. Would you still move off of Keon?
I probably would. I just look at I look at the situation that you have in Kuminga, a young guy, super high potential, has already shown flashes of being a guy that, given the opportunity, can be a 20+ per game scorer in this league. And I kind of feel like super versatile, super athletic. I kind of feel like that is a little bit more difficult to find than a guy like Keon Ellis. And I don't mean that with any disrespect, but Keon's, scrappy guy that gets in there and plays defense. He plays at a super high level. But I feel like I can find that type of guy easier than I can find a Jonathan Kuminga. So because of that, I got this opportunity at a Kuminga. I'm gonna jump on that.
I think another big part of this is all hypothetical, obviously. Not what guys like Mark Spears, Anthony Slater, Shams Charania, that's what they said. That's not hypothetical. Some of these scenarios that we're laying out are hypotheticals. And I think one thing that got Kings fans' attention this morning was Mark Spears going on ESPN television and saying that Jonathan Kuminga prefers to play in Sacramento and that they have had extended conversations. The Sacramento Kings have had extended conversations with Jonathan Kuminga and his agent about what his role will be here in Sacramento. And I think everyone knows, Drew Down, Uncle Loon, the Warriors fans know, Kyle Matson, everyone knows part of his frustration in Golden State is his role there. He does not have a clearly defined role. I think one thing that is commonly known and understood, regardless of how the owner feels about him, by the way, no one is talking about ownership interfering in players' moves out there in Golden State, but we seem to know how, regardless of how the ownership feels about him, we sure as hell seem to know how the coach feels about him. And it's, you look at that and it's like, all right, you've got this situation now where there's a scenario where he wants to play in Sacramento. You've had extended conversations about his role. Part of it, again, Mark Spears did not stutter when he said this. He was like, they have told him he can start here at the 4 spot alongside Domas, alongside Keegan at the 3. We move Zach. We're just working this out in our head, and it seems that you move Zach LaVine to the 2. You got Dennis at the 1. Got it. That in this current incarnation moves DeMar DeRozan to the bench. That obviously can change, and I do wonder if there is some sort of domino effect with a Jonathan Kuminga deal and things that happen next with Sacramento. I will not get off the fact that I think Russell Westbrook is going to sign here. But DeMar DeRozan has played 16 years in the NBA. DeMar DeRozan is one of the most respected players in the entire league. DeMar DeRozan was seen yesterday with Russell Westbrook at the Aces game. I don't know. DeMar DeRozan has played 1,187 games in his career. Do you know how many times he's come off the bench in those 1,187 games?
3 times.
I don't expect you to know. The answer is 12.
I knew it was some crazy low number.
All 12 of them were 15 years ago in his rookie season.
Wow. Wow.
So I just want and okay, let's also take a look. DeMar DeRozan at 35 years old, 22 points per game. DeMar DeRozan at 34 years old, 24 points per game. Let's move backwards. 24.5, 24.5, 27.9, 21.6. This man's production is not declining. So I just want everybody to fully wrap their head around what we're talking about when we talk about moving DeMar DeRozan to the bench. Something that he has not done since 2009, not for a single game since 2009, of players whose skill set has not declined one bit. You're going to go to that man and say, hey, you're coming off the bench. And before you, maybe you are. I think sometimes we say things so flippantly without any real purpose to what we're saying. And I just want you to have full context for what we're talking about when we just casually say, oh, you moved DeMar DeRozan to the bench. After 15 years of starting with no decline in play and being one of the most respected players in the league, you're telling him you're now coming off the bench. Jesse.
I think you move him to a different team.
And see, that's the domino effect. I wonder is if that's something that happens. Should something get done with Jonathan Kuminga, the Golden State Warriors, and the Sacramento Kings, is there something ahead for DeMar DeRozan if he no longer fits in the starting lineup of the Sacramento Kings team?
I wonder that as one. I think that's the most likely scenario. I would also bring this to the table. And I know a lot of the times talk about my negotiating skills and how I get cutthroat and all this other stuff.
You're gonna threaten to punch him in the face?
No, I'm not gonna. Look, I'm not gonna push DeRozan in the bushes. I'm not gonna do that.
No, thank you.
Dude, you're gonna push him somewhere. It sounds.
No, I'm saying, and I only bring that because I'm gonna say this in the nicest way possible. I'm having a conversation with DeMar. If I go to DeMar and I said, "Look, we got this Jonathan Kuminga situation taken care of. He's coming here. We want him to start. We want you to stay here in Sacramento and be a part of what we're doing, be a part of what we're building and teaching these young guys. We think it's extremely valuable. We want you here. To be fair to you, I want to be real and say, look, we're not going to have you in the starting lineup. We want you to come off the bench." Now, if DeMar DeRozan at that point says, "I don't want to come off the bench. I've only come off the bench 12 times in my NBA career." I heard D'Lo talking about that on the show. And that's when I realized, damn, I really have only been off the bench 12 times. I don't want to do that. I would say, understandable, DeMar. I'll allow you and your agent to find a trade partner and find a trade partner that will start you and you want to play there. So, for instance, you probably could start in New Orleans. If starting is what matters the most to you, you can probably start in New Orleans. Maybe you could start in Miami. You want to move cross country and leave in Florida, you could start there and we'll work out a deal. You could start in Philadelphia, maybe. If you want to go there and we could work out a deal, cool. But what DeMar is thinking about potentially of, send me to the Clippers so I can start there and try and win a championship. I don't know if that's available, DeMar.
Right.
So if it's just about starting, we can find somewhere for you to go start. Or you and your agent, I'm sure, can just find somewhere for you to start. But you're probably not going to be in California. I'll be good close to LA. I'm not saying we're going to be playing meaningful basketball, but you probably won't be playing meaningful basketball, but you will be able to start.
I don't know. If I'm DeMar, that East is looking pretty weak. Maybe me, Bam, and Hero can do something.
Maybe. If you want to go and start, we can. Let's get Pat Riley on the phone to have him take a break from searching for all the memorabilia they lost. And
one of the biggest heists in sports history, I think they called it.
He can pause from that and talk to us about a deal.
Well, maybe if he just stopped throwing things on tables during negotiations, stuff wouldn't get stolen.
Miami seems like a scenario where I think it could help the Kings and also DeMar DeRozan's situation if he wanted to go somewhere else. Maybe you can get like a Jaime Hawkins here, and I don't know what the salary looks like otherwise.
Get your pick back.
Figure it out, but
you can give up a pick for Jonathan Kuminga, which we are adamant you can. You can give up a first-round pick for Jonathan Kuminga, especially if it's next year. Get it back from Miami.
Norm brings up a good point too. They got Norm Powell though too. So I mean, if you're selling it to DeMar, like it's a better.
I don't think you have to sell DeMar.
We're not selling, but it's a decent situation he's going to. It's like it's
I
not like
I don't know if you're starting.
But here's starting if that's the case. But here's the thing.
DeMar starts in Miami.
I think so too.
Yeah.
But I also DeMar is a guy, and this is what we're talking about. Like, we haven't deviated from this. I think DeMar, especially since it's only been a year, things kind of went the way that they went last year. DeMar is also a guy you don't just trade.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey man, we got a first round pick from Washington. It's like, hey, let's work together. What do you want to do here? Like, give us. I hate that. Give us the old proverbial list. Who do you want us to call? Who do you want us to talk to? And
let's try to work together.
Let's work together. I don't know who his agent is. Whoever it is. Is it Jeff Schwartz?
Goodwin.
Oh, yeah, Aaron Goodwin. Yeah. Have Aaron contact whoever. Like we could all work together. You have our permission to seek trades, and we'll try to get something done. We can't. We can't die trying to get this deal done,
right?
But we'll work with whoever you want us to work with to try to get this done.
And remember, DeMar, we want you here. We're not trading you because we want to just, take you out to pasture or something like that. Like, we want you to be here, but you've expressed the importance of starting somewhere, and that's not something that we're able to provide for you right now.
Would you guys do Terry Rozier and Jaime Hawkins for DeMar? Terry's probably not going to be playing much for you, but he's an expiring deal this year.
I would. Yeah, for sure. I'd once again take a chance on Jaime Jaquez and say maybe it
Yeah, I
was
guess there's money
things
that has to
outside of-
match. You can't just
Yeah, like
trade him for.
you're bringing in Terry, but like I said, Terry seems like he's got some Gilbert Arenas problems.
Well,
Maybe.
that works for the Kings.
Kings might be able to get that voided.
Kings get the deal done. All of a sudden, the investigation gets a little stronger. Start calling in some people. Hey, look into this acquisition we just made. We really don't want to deal with this. So let's try to get it done. Let's try to get it done.
So I hear what you're saying, man, and I agree. Like I think people talk about DeMar in a real flippant way out here, and that's a damn good ball player who's still very, very productive. And regardless of what people think, I think he can still help you win games, whether he's with the Kings or somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, if y'all want to talk, 916-909-1320. We'll continue to dissect all of this new information that we got, courtesy of Mark Spears, Sham Sharani, and Anthony Slater regarding the situation involving Jonathan Kuminga, the Golden State Warriors, the Sacramento Kings, and the Phoenix Suns. James Ham will be with us a little bit over an hour from now. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I finished watching this show on Netflix. It was pretty underwhelming for what I thought it was going to be.
I saw the last
Untamed.
episode, maybe the last two episodes, and it just kind of ended. Like it was, they had the little twist.
Yeah,
and I was like,
a 6 out of 10 show, 5 out of 10 show's fine.
it seemed like it was a lot of shows to get to that type of conclusion. What was it? 8 episodes?
Something like that, 8 or 7, I think.
Could have been 4. That was a little bit of a twist though at the end.
Yeah. I tried watching this too, but I just realized I just do not care about these guys' personal lives.
I started watching Unreal yesterday. I didn't finish.
Is that the WWE show?
Yeah.
Okay.
How was
pretty
that?
good. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I struggle a little bit with, pulling the curtain so far back. I obviously we all know what it is, but sometimes I don't want to see how the sauce is made. Like I don't need to know everything, every ingredient that you have.
I love chicken nuggets, but I don't want to see how you make them. McDonald's is fine.
Forks Over Knives shows you. It's pretty bad.
Oh, how they do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it exists. I know that footage is out there, but just whatever.
Yeah,
I'll take a 20 piece, 2 sweet and sours, and a medium fry, please.
I don't want to know, and I've actively tried not to find out my entire life.
I've accepted my fate.
But I didn't get a chance to finish because it just got late. I was dozing off just because I was tired, not because it was bad. But yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that today probably.
I'm starting to learn why you stay up late to watch shows.
Why is that? Oh, because you don't get a chance to during.
Yeah.
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 Oh, here's more news with KC. Yeah, Jesse, you might.
Is
know
it
this.
real news or like KC news? Like,
Well,
you're like the National Enquirer.
I'm assuming this is real news.
You want to like fact check this? Second
Every
sources, maybe.
Every assumption is that it's real news. Look at Jerry. Oh boy, we got to talk about that boy.
Oh, geez.
MLS suspends Lionel Messi and Jordi Alba for skipping the All-Star game.
Oh yeah, that's real. Go ahead and do whatever you want, MLS. Like
Even the biggest stars in Major League Soccer aren't immune from league discipline.
whatever. Wow, you put your foot down. Great. Like just be grateful he's there.
I asked the question, like, has that worked out? Because I haven't heard anything from the MLS.
It's exactly what I said would be when it started. Messi's like it's gonna be cool because he's there now. People will watch. Once Messi's gone, it'll go back to what the MLS was.
Did you see that and I think this is a failure. I got to read more into this. I'm not in the soccer world, so I don't know. But they want to move towards the traditional schedule of fall to spring.
Well, yeah,
I think in America, that is a bad idea.
Well, I think that's why they don't. But it's just you want to be on par with these other leagues around the world and stuff like that. makes playing in these tournaments, like I guess I don't know if it's still called CONCACAF Champions League, but things like that, the club tournaments. Because the MLS teams, they struggle in that tournament. I think it's just their excuse is that the way the schedules are and stuff like that, but it'll help you with those things.
So
but like you said, the weather will be bad probably.
Well, just you sacrifice that so you can get on board with
just everyone else,
the rest of the world,
like they should be doing.
But they would die in America.
Yeah, there's that. But
I think attendance.
So I didn't want to read this during the commercial break for a couple of reasons. I don't know if this is a talking thing or not, but I'm also just convinced I'm an idiot and can't read this correctly. Does Logan Webb have 10 strikeouts right now? It's the fourth inning.
Yeah,
and I have the box score
12
pulled
batters
up
already. Then yeah,
I have the box score pulled up, and I'm like, it says he struck out 10. Like that can't be right.
I have the game on in front of me. I haven't really been that tapped into it, but
yeah, I guess
math checks out.
We don't have to read about the latest Micah Parsons issue at training camp. We can turn the game on.
Yeah, you can turn the game on and ruin it if you want to because they.
You're right. No, I'll leave it off. It's fine. No, it's fine. I won't watch Giants baseball anymore.
This is what I was gonna say. Turn it on. Do whatever you want. The season's over. Who cares? Who gives a damn?
The fact that
these guys stink now.
The fact that they're a 500 team is
come on.
They're the bad news Bears right now. Like you guys play baseball, the mistake. They're the bad news Bears.
What Shaq always be telling them? Play the Washington Generals sound, Kenny. I mean, they're running on infield fly rules. They're dropping fly balls in center field between the left fielder and the center. It is a comedy of errors.
It feels like we're getting 2 tweets a game now about Ramos at this point.
Oh my gosh, man. This is ridiculous. This is disappointing. I can understand not being ready to compete for the NL West championship. I understand that. This was something that Farhan did so much damage. It may take a year or two to be able to compete with the Dodgers and the Padres in that respect. But the way that they're going out, just like I said, a comedy of errors.
He's got 10 strikeouts through 4.
That's crazy.
Rockland's finest.
That is crazy.
Somebody please help him out.
Well, they got a run on.
Giants fighting for their lives against the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Pirates, bro.
Paul Skeens ain't even pitching this series.
Oh, they're about to get swept or potentially get swept by the Pirates at home. That would mean in the last 2 months, you got swept by the Marlins and Pirates at the crib. Come on.
Yeah, they've lost 7 straight at home.
Come on, man. Come on. And off the top of my head, they've lost 9 of 10 because they've lost 7 straight. They went 2 or 3 against the Dodgers. Lost 9 of 10 at home.
I'd imagine they traded for Devers, so at least that's a bright spot now.
A lot of L's.
3,
7.
The trade for
10,
Devers.
12. They've lost 10 of 12 overall.
They just have fallen apart mentally. That's the killer. The mental errors, the lack of communication, the lack of paying attention to detail it's embarrassing. There's no other way to put it.
You think it's a team or it's a manager that's lost his team?
Could be. I mean,
because if you guys like it's like we joke about the tweets and stuff, but it really is kind of embarrassing. Just the way they're playing right now and all the mistakes they're making. It's not basic baseball. And to me, it's like, I wonder how much of that is not locked in.
And
managers don't have them locked in.
And even if it is a locker room that the manager is lost, have some personal pride. What are you doing, Leo Ramos? That's my boy, too. That's my boy. He can go. But how many base running errors are you going to have in a week? How many? Jung-Hoo Lee, when are you going to take command of center field and make sure what happened in Atlanta last week never happens again? It's just, like we said, a comedy of errors.
I wonder
that's disappointing.
Because there was that calls yesterday. You got to pull Ramos out. He just doesn't have. He's just not mentally there, or whatever, playing the game or whatever. You got to pull him out. And Bob Melvin, or he leaves him in and all that. Like, how does that affect? I guess like other guys playing hard and stuff like that. They're seeing these mistakes, but it's like there's no accountability.
Well, by the way, we turned the game on in here, and Webb is starting to get rocked.
I'm just gonna go back to
You did switch. I thought you changed it back.
No, I didn't. Kenny said I could turn it on.
Oh, no.
It doesn't matter.
No, it's fine.
It doesn't
It's
matter
fine.
at this
I want to
point.
watch Micah Parsons.
Oh yeah, dude's jogging to the
No,
dugout right
no,
now.
it's fine.
Oh,
Just gonna watch NFL Live for the 7th goddamn time.
that's solid
Fine.
contact too, right there on that though.
Logan Webb was like the immaculate inning for the first 3 innings, and then we turn it on here, and they just
Well, we turned it on. We turned it on. We were on the game for less than 5 minutes.
Pittsburgh Pirates.
It
on fire
was
sale
1-0
right now.
San Francisco. Now it's 1-1. Just forget it. I'm never watching Giants baseball again, ever.
Yeah, but look, man, it's disappointing the way they're losing. That's the frustrating
I hear you.
thing.
I hear
They
you.
can't hit,
It's bad.
and they just can't pay attention to detail, and that's upsetting.
They just got the lead runner out right now.
They did.
Yeah.
No, that's really I got it all right.
Shout out to Chase Zelo change. Hey, you're really bad luck, bro.
Nice little ground ball to shortstop.
Yeah.
Nice heads up play by Willie
Perfect play.
Adames.
Some good fundamental baseball by the San Francisco Giants.
Hey, you know what? It's fine. I'll just go back to watching my Mariners. It's fine. Give me the baseball pass login.
Hey, MLB TV that's good stuff right
It's
there.
lit. It's lit. And the condensed game, and that you can hide the
MLB
scores.
TV, the network is really good.
Oh, that's the best.
Yeah, not MLB TV network. MLB the network is really, really good.
That's the best. That's the best sports league station, and it's not even really close. It's not even really close.
NFL Network is just the PR channel for the league.
Well,
it is. It's owned by it's state-run media. That's what it is.
While we're here, just 2 seconds. Any thoughts on people talking about this potential deal with ESPN, Disney buying NFL Network and Red Zone?
It makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. I feel like the NFL Network has always had valuable properties. Good Morning Football is a fantastic show.
It's really
it's
good.
one of the best shows on in the morning. Maybe the best show on in the morning. Of course, it's only football. So, like, if you're trying to, you're not going to get Nick Clifford highlights over there, but you don't get those on Sports Center anyway. So what's it matter? I'm sure there's something wrong with it, but I truthfully don't care. Like, I have a bigger issue with it being owned by the NFL than I do ESPN, because like Good Morning Football is not going to cover that collusion story.
Right.
Like, they're not going to discuss this thing like in depthly with the players. Hell, Schefter barely did it. I don't even know if Schefter ever did it.
I don't even know if he acknowledged it.
Yeah, like he might have reported on the Howell and Trotter and those guys being out of their positions, but I don't know that he ever truly discussed what was happening. Like, Schefter is state-run media, but he's not. He chooses to be. Ian Rappaport actually is. Like, he's paid by the NFL to cover the league. So I don't really have a problem with it.
I know a lot of people were upset with, they're like, oh man, ESPN now going to ruin NFL coverage and all this other stuff. And one of the things I still don't, I should say, understand is why people get so worked up about ESPN. ESPN is 24 hours of programming, and we can go back and forth about like the merits of the show getting criticized or not or anything, but we're talking about one show that people look at as ESPN ruining things, right? We're talking about First Take.
The countdown shows aren't great either.
Which countdown show?
NBA. I feel like it's all just gotten kind of stale. I think the issue with ESPN is just more so like it's just the only game in town. I mean, FS1 is out there, but let's be real, nobody watches that.
No.
Like ESPN, I feel like this content just got kind of stale, and it's just the same thing over and over and over. And I just think people need variety.
But I don't know if it is though. Like we're talking about once Get Up and First Take are about the same. Do you think NFL Live is like First Take?
People aren't watching
No.
NFL
Or
Live
NBA
now.
Today?
No.
Or like
No.
we're talking
No.
about one, maybe two shows.
I
and they
don't
lump
even know
ESPN
that
into
that's
that.
what we're talking about. I think
One
we're
person?
talking about a person. Yeah. I think we're talking about a person who, if you put Stephen A on First Take, it'd be fine. But you don't. You put Stephen A on First Take, then you put him on Countdown, then you put him on like 7 different sports centers, and it gets to a point where during the basketball season, you can't turn on your television without seeing Stephen A. Smith. And I think that causes a level of resentment towards him. I think it causes a level of resentment towards him, and it causes a massive level of resentment towards the company. Because it's like, look, if Stephen A. is not my bag, I do not enjoy him. I haven't respected him in a really long time. But I can't turn that network on now without seeing him. If I want to watch Scott Van Pelt, I probably have to watch Stephen A. Smith too. I could watch NFL Live. I could watch that. I could watch NFL Countdown. That's all fine. Like those shows are fine. But NFL Sunday Countdown really isn't all of the there's no Sunday Countdown show that stands out. Not Fox, not CBS. They're all kind of the same to me. They all follow a similar formula. And it's not none of the personalities, outside Randy Moss, I was happy to read that he's back. I don't think I think Alex Smith is good. Really good. But outside that,
my personal outlook, I think the ESPN show is fantastic. I think they're the best out of the bunch. That Sunday Countdown. He gets a little stupid sometimes, and he probably got like Stephen A. type issues that people have with him. But when he really talks about football, I think Rex Ryan is really good. I think he does a really good job on there.
Yeah, but he gets bit by the ESPN bug sometimes.
He did pretty bad last year. I know that.
And
Last year he
like,
had some crazy takes.
Rex,
Like
you're right. You're 100% right. When Rex is talking football, it's interesting. But then he'll want the social media clip where he calls.
He was calling players trash.
Yeah,
like that's
go off
a
the
little
deep
too
end.
much.
Like
go off the
Rex.
deep end. Yeah, for
Didn't
sure.
he say one of the jobs was basically his?
Didn't the Giants, I think?
Was it?
Maybe
Is that what it was?
Might have been the Giants.
Yeah.
Like the job's basically mine. What? All right. Spoiler alert. It was not.
But I guess my thing is, and by the way, inning double play by Logan Webb here to get out of things and stays at 1-1.
I'm telling you,
good stuff.
you change the channel, fundamental play the third, get him out, turn 2 here, we're good. Like, I don't know what to say at this point.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, like all the mistakes we were talking about, bad news bears, all that went out the window as soon as you flip the channel.
Oh man. But I think, like I said, Louis Riddick is on right here.
Louis Riddick is terrific.
They seem to be having a sensible conversation about the NFL right now. And it just, the outlook on ESPN seems to get lumped in with like things that people see on Twitter every now and then.
You're not wrong about NBA Today and NFL Live. I think those are their best 2 shows by far. But like, look at the times that they're on. Like over here, everyone's at work. Over on the East Coast, we talked about the other day, like people aren't really tapped into what's going on till like later on in the night. Like they do have those 2 shows, but ESPN don't even really feature them. I feel. I feel like they put everything else, the stuff that people are really kind of sick of, at the forefront a lot more now.
Some people like Pat McAfee. I don't think I'm not the craziest fan of his show. It's fine. Like I don't not like it, but he comes through and people seem to like his stuff. I don't know. I didn't think the NFL coverage was going to be, or is going to be, if this goes through, like go down the tubes because it's on ESPN and everybody.
Oh, it's not.
Everybody thinks that once you get with ESPN and Disney, they ruin everything. I don't see it that way.
I do think once we get NBC Sports like doing their basketball stuff and Amazon, that'll be a lot better, I think, for everyone involved.
I was mad NBC Sports Network went away. I
Might be
wish they
coming
would've
back.
kept that around.
Might be back.
Is that
really?
I heard
No,
that.
yeah, might be back.
That would be
That's
great.
facts. Like that's actually not. Yeah,
I was mad that went away. I
think
like
there's nothing set in stone, but there's talk now.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully baseball's not on it because I can't watch it anymore.
Yeah.
At least
Please
Giants
don't.
baseball.
No, you're done. You don't care if they go on strike or not because you can't watch the games.
Actually, put the game on real quick. I want to see some.
No. Nah. No, I don't. For nothing else, I don't want to do that to my boy Logan Webb. Rockland, stand up. I ain't gonna do that to my man.
Shout out Rockland Thunder.
There was another TV note that we had. Jesse put another TV note.
Tracy McGrady going to NBC
Tracy
Sports.
McGrady. That's what it
Basketball
was.
coverage.
That's what it was.
T-Mac. I like hearing T-Mac talk about basketball. I like T-Mac.
I don't
talk
think
about
I've heard.
himself.
I don't think I've heard T-Mac in a formal setting before. Like
Yeah,
he's
not
done.
like that. Yeah.
He's done NBA Today, but as like a guest. I've never heard him in a.
When he does interviews and stuff, he talks a little loose. Like T-Mac is not like all like buttoned up and formal.
think
Like, he's got personality.
He can be really good.
Yeah.
He could be, everybody always gets compared to Charles, so I don't want to do that. But if somebody doing something he doesn't like,
Yeah,
or doesn't
T-Mac will
approve,
talk.
It feels like he'll say it. I think he might be good. He's NBC as a studio guy, right? Or is it a game analyst?
I think he was.
No, I think he's
analyst.
studio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
in
think he's
studio.
studio.
You know who he kind of might remind me of is like he might be like Gary Sheffield. If you Gary.
Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, Gary talked that talk. So I feel like that might be what Tracy McGrady ends up being like.
Tracy McGrady, I don't know the right way to phrase this, but I feel like his legacy has kind of been one like a player, like it's turned up since he retired. I feel like people a lot more now, like they'll talk up Tracy McGrady. Where like I guess not like he wasn't like this great player or whatever, but like I feel like his legend is starting to grow a little bit more. Like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, like T-Mac was one of them, like one of those guys for this period of time or whatever. Like, he was like Kobe, he was like so and so.
I think every once in a while people need to be reminded. Tracy McGrady was really a top. Say top 5. I was gonna say top 3 player in the league.
Led the league in scoring a couple.
Yeah, he's like Tracy was incredible.
How Casey says that kids talk about like or players now or young players, something like Paul George. I feel like that's how players back then talk about Tracy McGrady, I guess, or is that generation?
Well, I don't remember if I was talking or just actually might have just been when you were here and I was talking to myself. But it was. I had said something about LeBron being the greatest ever, and I guess people were listening for the first time ever and didn't know that I felt that way. And it, started a conversation about LeBron and Mike. And as I like reflected on that conversation, I when you talk about the greatest player of all time, I do think you're talking about those two. And, you start ranking things like, impact and, you can change different words from, greatest of all time to most influential of all time. And as I started to think about influence, it's like, well, Mike is 1. But I think Kobe's 2nd.
I think he is too.
And I want to put LeBron next, but Allen Iverson is staring me dead in my face, and I don't know whether to put. I think LeBron's influence is on a business side. Like I've always maintained, my next chapter doesn't happen if I'm taking my talents to South Beach doesn't happen. Like I think there was I think you could make a very fair argument that LeBron James ushered in the player empowerment era. But man, when you look at, you start throwing in Steph and what he's done with like a particular play on a basketball floor, I start to wonder how far down that list LeBron falls. And again, you can make arguments everywhere, but the main thing that stood out to me is Mike is definitively number 1 because kids who never saw him play rock his logo. That's influence. I think Kobe's 2nd. Well before the tragic ending to his life, I think Kobe is 2nd.
Right.
And that's where you get into, is Steph next? Is AI next? Is LeBron next? Like, how do you, when you talk about influence, LeBron starts to fall, he could fall a little bit further down that list, but if nothing else, it's not a 2-person conversation like the greatest of all time might be.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I agree with you for sure. Just because of the nature, in my opinion, the nature of LeBron's game. I mean, it's a lot of power, brute force, skill for sure, but there's not any real defining qualities of LeBron's game, at least on the offense. His most defining quality is probably the chase down block. You know what I mean? That people might try and replicate throughout the years. Whereas Kobe has fadeaways, his crossovers, his dunks. Same with Jordan. Same with Iverson. Steph has a 3-ball, all that other stuff. So when you talk about influence in that way, that lives on for generations. LeBron might trickle down that list just a little bit. I don't think he falls out of the top 10, but he trickles down a little bit. But Monty Jones had an interesting. Did you see his comment about if you had to pick a basketball player? He's ranking the.
I don't think I did.
He's doing something about this top 20 players in all the sports or from 2000, something like that. And he got to talking about Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, if you lined up all the basketball players that ever played and you start picking teams and you take the centers out of it, because that's just a different equation because they're centers. He said, it's probably Jordan. I think he's settled on LeBron and Kevin Durant. Like, that's who he is as a basketball player. I might put Kobe and Durant ahead of LeBron. That doesn't mean I think they're better players than LeBron, but their skill set. Kobe, that sticks with me when somebody said one time, like 05 to 08 Kobe.
Yeah.
There might not have been a better player that ever played, more complete player. He could do everything. He was like a 99 club type player.
One MVP is absurd.
Yeah.
It's absolutely absurd.
He could do everything. That always sticks in my head because that person was right. Like, he could do everything. Mike couldn't even shoot the three ball like Kobe could shoot the three ball at that particular time. But Kevin Durant, like, I got him in my top 10 list. But, man, should he be higher one day? Kevin Durant is insane.
He's 10 right now. Go get another ring.
Damn.
He's 10. I mean, that's good.
Would you, in that scenario, taking the centers out of the equation, would he be like a top 3 pick that you would make, like trying to pick a team?
Kevin Durant?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the greatest scorers of all time, if not the greatest.
I think
scorer.
so.
It might just be Mike.
He's one of the
LeBron,
most
Kobe,
unique
KD.
players the league has ever seen. Like, Steph is one of the most skilled players we've ever seen. LeBron's probably the most complete player we've ever seen. Durant, like,
there's no comp.
There
I don't
isn't.
think. I'm trying to
When
think, like,
Durant
there's
came out of Texas, there was no, he's like, it was just like, hey, this kid out of Texas.
Well, I don't think you can point at a player that plays now. It's like, oh yeah, that's Kevin Durant right there.
No, there's nobody that plays like him. Even the guys that are tall that can move that we see, like even somebody's mentioned Wemby in there. Wemby's tall and can move. He's not like Kevin Durant though. Kevin Durant is 6'11", almost 7 foot, and moves like Kyrie damn near. Like that. We ain't never seen nothing like that.
I remember the first time I saw Kevin Durant in person. It was his rookie year at the All-Star game. He came to the Nike suite. It was the first time I looked at a basketball player and thought he's really awkward. Like, because he's just so long. Like, his arms go on forever.
Mm-hmm.
And he wore a shirt that it was like a graphic tee-like shirt that barely went to his waist with like skinny jeans. You know, it was a rookie year Durant. This isn't, $500 million later, Kevin Durant. Not that his style has changed much, but still. I was like, God, he's just an awkward looking guy.
If he gets his 2 rings with a completely different team, I think he's higher on that all-time list. And if he gets to 4, he's one of the greatest players of all time.
He's absolutely punished by winning rings with the Warriors.
Yeah.
Like, he's absolutely punished, which is, it's not real. Like, it's acting like Steph would have 4 rings without Kevin Durant is insane.
He's a 15-time All-Star, 11-time All-NBA, Rookie of the
Jesus
Year,
Christ,
MVP,
man.
2-time Finals MVP, 2-time All-Star MVP, top 75, 4-time scoring champ. And those other years he wasn't a scoring champ, he's probably top 3 a lot of those years.
And he's one of those guys that where he goes, it shifts the balance of power in the league. or at least Phoenix is probably the one place it didn't, right? But he goes to Golden State. It changes everything. He goes to Brooklyn, instant title contenders.
Does he get that ring if his foot's not on the line? I think for that one shot.
Man, there's a good argument for it.
And if he does get that ring, what are we talking about today?
Yeah, not this. Yeah, we're not talking about this.
Where would he? Okay, so let me ask you
because
this,
that's
though.
his team. Like they won't acknowledge that Warriors that Warriors team was Steph's, but he was the best player on it. That Brooklyn team was his.
To me, it doesn't play a factor, right? Like I got him at 10 all time. I don't move him ahead of Steph or anything else like that. But I also don't knock him for having the 2 titles with the Warriors. Like he's a 2-time NBA champion, and he's a top 10 player because of that. For others, do you think, say they have him at 10 as well? If he wins that one, is he above Kobe?
He'd be a top 5 player all time. He'd be top 5. Honestly, if he got that ring in Brooklyn, like I got him top 10 too. If he had the ring in Brooklyn, I'd have him top 5, I think. Like if you go to his basketball reference page and just look at his numbers and just everything, it's insane. Like if he had that ring, and that's what he needed to. If you were to get that ring with Brooklyn, that would have shut everyone up about the Warriors. That would have answered everyone's questions. All right, KD can do it. Blah blah blah. He's the bus driver, not the bus rider, whatever they call it. Like that would have answered everything because he has everything you need right now.
That's your list, so I can't speak. But that can't get him ahead of Kobe and Steph and Shaq.
If he's the greatest scorer of all time,
I wonder about Shaq. That feels disrespectful. They're similar players in the regards of like Shaq. Durant was dominant in a different way. You couldn't guard him. Hell, I don't know that you can guard him today.
Right. You're gonna
like, who do you guard him? Like, how do you?
He's gonna get whatever.
Like, what do you do?
Still.
Shaq's dominant in a different way. Shaq's just
once again, you couldn't guard him.
Yeah, like Shaq is just the most dominant, damn near athlete I think I've seen in my lifetime. Not for as long of a period as I think he could have been, but certainly for a stretch to where I will never forget watching Shaquille O'Neal play basketball. We'll come back. I guess that was our break from the Sacramento Kings. James is going to join us at the top of the 3:00 hour. I don't know if things have been happening today, but people have certainly been talking, including our buddy, the Hall of Famer, Mark Spears, saying Jonathan Kuminga wants to come and play in Sacramento. There's very specific reasons why. We'll talk about that. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Shout out WCW. I almost got lost in that group text.
I know. I got to get caught up.
Shawn Michaels is Magic Johnson, by the way.
He a little out of pocket a couple times, but
all right, hold on, man. Hold on, bro. That is not who Kobe is.
Yeah, I let him. I let that one be. Like,
no,
I let that one be.
Yeah.
Shawn is definitely Magic Johnson, though.
Steph is Rollins.
Calling Luka Otis is that's nasty work. That's not very nice.
Hey, next week, 13th round, we'll be back. So we'll kick it with KC. Is Twitter down or is it just me? Or is it just the app on here? Let's try something different. Let's go to the news too. Okay. Eagles turn to their fans as they consider future stadium plans. Amid an accelerating stadium boom in the NFL, the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles are taking further steps to determine their own facility's future. Quote, I love outdoor football. I love cold games, Laurie said in February. On the other hand, Philadelphia deserves to host a Super Bowl, NCAA Final Four, and lots of great events. It's an incredible sports city. Does it deserve it? Yes. So we have to balance all those things out, end quote. I like outdoor football. I don't want the entire league.
If you
being
play in an area where elements can give you an advantage, I don't like putting a dome there.
No, I don't want I don't want all of football going to domes. I don't want that. It's gonna be a little boring. Not gonna be worse. I'm not gonna say that it'll be a little boring. Well, the Bills are building their new stadium. They elected not to have the roof.
They're stupid.
Well, they have a covering over the some of the seats, so it's not going to be like it was. But the field, it's outdoor stadium still.
But they can never have the NCAA men's basketball tournament.
True. They'll stick with the first and second rounds. They get those. Yeah. What you need, Charlie? Need something from me? Or are you just chilling?
I was actually going to talk to you and D'Lo. So keep talking.
Charlie O in the house. Charlie O. Oh, here we go. We're coming right back.
Is this a short break?
Yeah, we're back.
Oh, well then I'll leave. I'll come back.
Sorry, Charlie.
I'll come back later.
Okay. Charlie clearly waiting to speak to us. He's like, "Is this a short break?" Yeah, we're back. Oh, all right. God, it's been an eventful day with just words.
That's it.
Like nothing's actually happened, but it feels like a lot has happened. I'll say this. One thing that has absolutely happened from a personal perspective, I guess, my opinion on what the Sacramento Kings are doing in this Jonathan Kuminga conversation is completely changed. I thought they were looking at a situation where they were like, hey, maybe we could take advantage of this. Hey, we like him. He's a good young player. Like, they don't want him. Maybe we could do something here.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I felt going. And then I also felt like they don't have a problem walking away from this.
Right.
I don't feel that way anymore. I don't think Scott Perry is interested in doing something that he considers a bad move or a bad step for the franchise. But I think my true understanding of the Sacramento Kings' interest in Jonathan Kuminga was put on display today. I did not to me, it is very clear the Sacramento Kings aren't just on the outskirts interested in Jonathan Kuminga. They want Jonathan Kuminga to be a part of this basketball team, and they have a very specific role for him, and they want to use him as a piece to build out post DeMar, Levine, some of these guys. Like, they want to take a step to perhaps building the next chapter of their future right now, and they want to do that with Jonathan Kuminga.
Does, feeling this way about it now, does it change how aggressive you think they should be to get a deal done?
It's a little different. It's a little different because I feel like publicly we know the Kings and the Suns. If there's a third team or a fourth team or a fifth team.
But whose side are they on?
The Kings have to know that.
Yeah.
The Kings have to know who that is, and they have to weigh themselves against them.
Mm-hmm.
They also have to weigh Kuminga's interest in them. Mark Spears said on television today that Jonathan Kuminga wants to come to the Sacramento Kings. Okay. In the same conversation, we looked at what Phoenix has to offer. The Golden State. Dear Warriors talk. Dubs world. You think Carter and Sarge is bad? Go take a look at what Phoenix can throw your direction. You want a bunch of second-round picks? Hey, salute. But you could get a young rookie player that really is, and I've tried to take this mentality with him. We don't know exactly what Devin Carter is in the league. I'm not a fan. You were a little bit more of a fan at the end of the year than I was. Like, you see the game a little bit different, so I'll lean on you for that. But I don't know. But if I'm Golden State, I'm like, man, this kid, he could defend. Like there's probably some things we could do with him. We started talking about picks and like, oh, Golden State, they don't want a protected first round pick. They want an unprotected first round pick. Fine, bro, take it. Not in 2028, not 2029, not in 2030. But if y'all want 2026 or 2020, hey, go ahead. Also, you can't have two.
No,
to be clear,
no.
you can have one.
Right.
And if you want a second round pick just to make you feel like you did something, fine. But in terms of, and I wasn't here for the original discussion, but you have made me aware of it. In terms of being aggressive and taking Devin out and putting Keon in, I'm not interested in doing that. I feel like I believe more in who Keon is as a basketball player than I do Devin Carter. And I don't want the Kings to lose Keon Ellis.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't either. The other interesting thing to me that I'd like to know more about, if there is more to talk about, is we know Jonathan Kuminga met with the Kings front office, Scott Perry, BJ Armstrong. They laid out how they view Jonathan Kuminga and what they would do if he was on the Kings. Has Jonathan Kuminga talked to Phoenix at all?
Mm-hmm.
And does he have an idea of how they look at him? I would assume he'd get an opportunity to start and do a whole lot of things because they don't have a whole lot on the roster. So I think it would probably be about the same opportunity, but we don't even know if they've talked at this point, the way we know the Kings and Kuminga have talked. So are there potential plans to talk? I don't know. That's something that maybe we'll find out in the coming days.
Yeah, that will be, I mean, I have to assume they've talked because with a list, or not a list, but with a group of teams that small and to a degree, parties seeming to work together, meaning Jonathan Kuminga's team and the Golden State Warriors, I have to imagine that Jonathan Kuminga has talked to the Phoenix Suns. Mark Spears made the remark about Kuminga's interest in Sacramento today.
Mm-hmm.
I have to assume that conversation has been happened.
It happened whenever Summer League was.
Mm-hmm.
So we got Slater said it last week on here. What was that, Thursday or Friday? He talked about it. He said they met in Vegas, the front office in Kuminga. So
our front office or theirs?
Ours.
Yeah,
okay.
Kings and Kuminga had contact.
Okay, right. Yeah.
So that was the first time to anybody's knowledge that they had spoke.
Sure.
So it was a little noteworthy, and they talked about it. And I
don't think it's outrageous to say he probably met with Phoenix the same day or same time frame.
Could be, yeah, for sure it could be. I only ask and I speculate because we haven't heard anything about that.
Sure.
So
sure. Let's Matt will be here tomorrow. Locked on Phoenix. Let's see if we can find out. Let's let Manny get his promo off. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk line. What's up, Manny?
What's up, dude? Man, thank God you're back, man.
I got a little crazy. It's good. It's good, man. It's good. We here.
I got a question for you about
Leezy's biggest fan here.
Well, do you think any of this is him trying to get leverage, right? He doesn't want to sign there. He doesn't want anything to do with Golden State as far as we know, regardless of what the offer is. And at this point, him and his side wanting to, like, I don't even know who has leverage anymore, right? But he wants out. And for him to get out, he's going to have to keep pushing buttons, it feels like. So do you think he's using the Kings at all as leverage? No. And it's not necessarily the Kings that he wants to go to?
No.
No,
that doesn't. I mean, what's the end game? Like, the end game is getting out of Golden State, but what if you wind up in Sacramento?
No, I wonder if it's just. I think he'd be happy in Sacramento. I do think that that's one of the destinations he'd like to get to. But I also just wonder if it's not Sac, right? Because there's so many things Sac has to do too to make all this work, even if they get him. So, but good thing is we do have Matt on tonight at the Teddy Outlet, where he's going to join us for a little half-hour excursion, and we'll ask him a couple of these questions, and we'll see. We'll dive into some of his Lord of the Rings lore too, and let him get his stuff off on that. So don't forget to join us tonight, 8 p.m. ESPN 1320, YouTube, Twitch, even on X. So
good stuff,
There you
man.
go. There you
That's good
go.
stuff, man.
For
That's
sure.
good timing right there. Appreciate you, Manny. That's good timing, man, to have Matt George on.
indeed.
Matt's done a great job on this story over the last few weeks. I actually just pulled up his Twitter account, to see what he might have said over the course of the last few hours. And here's what Matt most recently wrote. If the Kings and Kuminga feel this is good about a future partnership, it makes even more sense for the Kings to stand firm with their low sign and trade offer. Sure, a lot can change in a year, but the Kings have the time to wait until next season to just sign Kuminga as an unrestricted free agent. Sac can afford to be more patient than the Warriors, who are trying to maximize their window with Steph and Jimmy. That's what Matt George wrote most recently on Twitter. I don't think I agree with him, though. The Kings have the time to wait. I never agree with that. I never agree with
don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, like, and I understand like Matt's point, but what could change next year? Also, you're removing players from your roster, and perhaps in this case, more importantly, you're removing salary from your books. Right. Signing outright, that's a completely different proposition. And I know part of DeMar's salary changes next year, but Levine is still here, and I don't even know how partially guaranteed contracts work. I don't know if they have to cut him by a certain day before it becomes guaranteed. I remember Chris Paul. I remember Chris Paul once had a contract where it was like, well, he's either going to be due like 10 million or he's going to be due 30 million. It depends on if they cut him or not. I assume that's what the case is with DeMar DeRozan, but I'm not entirely sure. The outgoing dollars, and in this case, the outgoing players, I think are important to the equation as well. So I disagree with Matt a little bit in the sense that you could just wait until next season. I don't feel like you could do that. But at the same time, I agree with Matt. I'm not wavering too much from my offer. Like, we can find a way to salt. You've got the fillet in front of you. We can find a way to, salt. Maybe we throw a little onion powder in addition to the salt and pepper, but you ain't getting the mashed potatoes. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't wear that analogy.
That's a bar right there.
It's a bar.
Clearly, I'm hungry. Sitting around drinking protein shakes isn't doing it for you, boy.
Man, for me, it starts to become a fine line between being shrewd and making sure you're not negotiating against yourself. And I don't really want them that bad. Like, I'm the type of person, this is probably why I have so many tennis shoes, right? Like, what I always tell you, if you want it, go get it. You're not gonna.
You are like a horrible influence.
If you want it, go get it.
Literally everybody's worst friend.
If you want it, if you want what you're trying to get that bad, go do what you got to do, get it, right? Because at the end of the day, if it's everything that you hoped it would be or expected it to be, you're not going to miss what you gave up to get it, because you'll be just enjoying what you had, whether that's retail or sometimes whether that's basketball players, right? It's starting. There's a fine line. I want to make sure I'm not giving up too much. I want to make sure that I'm not overpaying for in this trade situation where there's not a whole lot of options. But at the same time, like, how do you, if the Kings really want Jonathan Kuminga, they really want it, how do you think they would feel, or how should they feel if they miss out on him? Like, if it's a shrug of the shoulders, then you didn't really want him that bad to begin with.
What if the idea is, yeah, no, we want Jonathan Kuminga. We don't want him at the expense of multiple first-round picks, or we don't want him at the expense of Keon Ellis. We want him in addition to the draft capital that we have moving forward. This is why I have a lot of respect for the stance that Scott Perry is taking right now. And we're for maybe the first time in this franchise's history, we're looking past next season. We're trying to look ahead. Yes, we want Jonathan Kuminga here with this team right now, but we also want to use the acquisition of Jonathan Kuminga to help build out what we can do moving forward when the likes of Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan are gone. Right. We need that draft capital to do that. We need a young ball stopper, a tenacious defender like Keon Ellis to do that. We need Keegan Murray to do that. And that's why I'm like, one can't come at the expense of the other. So if you really want Jonathan Kuminga, you have to find a way to do it in the realm of still being able to do what you're trying to establish moving forward. Sustainable winner is the phrase that Scott Perry used in that introductory press conference.
Right. I'm with all that, but it also comes down to, like, and what a lot of people are saying is, I don't want Jonathan Kuminga. If I had to pick between the two, I'm picking Keon Ellis. It's maybe oversimplifying it a little bit, but people are saying, like, if I got to pick right now between these two, I'm gonna take Keon Ellis. I don't want Jonathan Kuminga that bad. And there's levels to everything, right? Like, yeah, you want Jonathan Kuminga, but I wouldn't trade. I don't know, Kings players really love on this team right now, but I wouldn't trade Sabonis for him. I don't love him that bad. You know what I mean? So there's definitely levels to it, but that, to me, there becomes a fine line between being shrewd and, like, I don't really want him that bad. I'd like to have him, but I don't really want him that bad. I'm with you. I love how
I do not think that's how the Kings feel. I don't think I don't really want him that bad. I don't think again, we don't know what the financial offer is, but we have to believe it's competitive with Phoenix, or we wouldn't even be having a conversation in my mind if it wasn't competitive with Phoenix. It sounds like, just putting two pieces of the Shams Charania puzzle together, the Phoenix offer is in the vicinity of 4 years, approaching $90 million. That's not we kind of want him offer. That's an offer.
Right.
That's a piece of our franchise offer. It also makes the Keegan Murray conversation interesting because you're starting to set a price for Keegan, which we admittedly don't know what it is. Like, what we can't figure out what Keegan Murray's contract extension should be. Yeah. But if you pull off this Kuminga deal, at the very least, you've established the floor.
Right.
And I think we all had him above 90. So I don't think it's really a big deal, but it's something you have definitely put in place.
Right. Yeah. And I, much like you, I'm happy that the Kings have a person in power and in this position that has the ability to be shrewd, has the ability to, like you mentioned, look a couple years forward, but also have an understanding of the league and the market. This goes all the way back to what we said at the first initial reports of all of this and it stood out to me immediately. There's a reason why this was the offer. You know what I mean? There's a reason.
Right.
Scott Perry, it was so random and it was so low that it had to be for a reason, in my opinion. It had to come from a position of understanding the marketplace, understanding what was going on around the league and what his market was around the league. And I think he still understands that right now to this day. And it's just good to have a person like that in a position of power, in a position to make these moves.
Had this story, and I'm serious, had this story not broke, if Matt had tucked this scoop away and things had, no one in Detroit really talked about it. Like if this thing had just gotten quiet and the Warriors fan base didn't have the opportunity to react the way that they did to the news, do you think this deal would already be done?
It might be.
Okay, I've been kind of holding
I'm
on.
dead serious.
I've been holding on to this question because I don't know if it was kind of like, oh, no, let him do that. But I've been wondering how much of the Warriors' pride is just keeping this deal from happening.
Damn near
No,
all of it.
I think that's a perfectly fair question.
We said that when it started. Joe Lacob don't want to look dumb.
I was going to say it wasn't the pride that was holding on to it. It was the owner.
We can talk about like the return for like Carter and Sarge or whatever you want, but like the Warriors clearly have no wins here or whatever. And it's just I don't know. Like I said, they've been talking. Just how much of it is just pride at this point, why they haven't taken the deal,
And misinformation and misunderstanding of the market.
Mm-hmm.
They're holding on to this notion that they can get something drastically better than Devin Carter, Sarge, and a first-round pick. When who knows what might happen? You may come across a better deal in a week or so. Maybe the Bulls say, "Hey, let's get into sweepstakes right now," and you could get, I don't know, just a random, marginally better player than Devin Carter. Maybe it happens, but they think they could get starters and a young player. Like, are you guys, Mike Dunleavy Jr., are you not paying attention to are you not paying attention to what's going on in the league right now?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. Yaz just made an unreal catch.
I'd love to know, but I'm not allowed to watch it.
Yeah, go ahead and sit this one out, big bro.
Yaz would have flipped over and
I will describe it to you right now.
Now.
Sees, I think it's right field line. Oh, he jumped into the netting. He caught him.
Jumps over the wall
Yeah.
into the netting. What a catch.
Can I at least get a score update? Or
It's 1-1 still.
1-1.
Boy, this would
Would
be
have
a
been
real
7-1.
be a real fun game to watch in the studio, but
Put the game on for 5 seconds. I
No.
just want to see what
No,
happens.
not
Yeah,
after.
let's do it.
Not
We might as well. This team stinks.
Nah,
They're
is
not
Logan
going anywhere.
out? Is Logan
Logan's
out?
out.
Okay, if Logan's
Yeah.
out, I'll do it. I
Yeah,
didn't want
go
to do. I
ahead.
didn't want to do my man.
It's
Logan
1-1 in the top of the 8th, 1 out. And from this moment on, we'll see what happens with this game.
This relief pitcher's about to lose it right now. He's not going to be able to find the strike zone.
Just to be clear, Giants fans. Oh, what a catch! They two
Counts
Kenny
2-0
told me to put it
already.
over here.
Yeah, we're done. We're at 500. We were 2 games back like a month and a half ago. Now we're 9. It's over. Yeah, I don't think the Warriors though read the market well at all. I don't know if they still are reading the market well.
Yeah, it's just like I understand the game. Like I know what we're doing. But at some point you got to understand the pieces that are on the board. You don't have the pieces to pull we're going to cut the sign and trade talks off. Bro, you don't no one believes you. You can't afford to do it. Again, do you want a little or do you want nothing? Because it's not like Scott Perry's clearly. Scott Perry has not called them and went, no, Mike, no. Hey, come on, man, it's me. No, man. Okay. If I'm Scott Perry, yeah, go ahead. Because again, Royce O'Neal.
We've got to run in real quick. Matt George on the phone lines.
Okay.
Oh,
all right. Well, man, we cooking. Matt George.
Yeah.
Matt, I just want to be clear. This does not
this doesn't
supplement
absolve
your
you
appearance tomorrow.
sir.
We'll see you tomorrow at 3:15. What's up, Matt?
Did I ruin Jonathan Kuminga to Sacramento? Is it my fault?
It's
starting to sound
so.
like
I think it's a. I think. Let me ask you the question that I just asked these guys. If that story had not bubbled, and you were at the forefront of that, and I know your friends in once upon a time Detroit was a part of this. Your buddies in Detroit jumped on this, and all of those people saying there's no substantial talk between Sacramento and Golden State. Them hoes have fallen real quiet recently. Do you think that if the Warriors fan base had not had the opportunity to react to Devin Carter and Dario Saric, that this deal with Jonathan Kuminga would be done.
I feel like it would be a lot further along than it is right now, at least, because that's where I was feeling confident in saying when it first came out that these talks were pretty advanced. And as soon as that word advanced came out, that's when there was no on both sides that came out very, very quickly, right? So, look, maybe, Kings Reddit's right. I'm the problem. It was my fault. I got one little scoop, and I put it out there, and I killed Jonathan Kuminga to Sacramento.
Here's what I've learned. Stay off Reddit. That is a dark web over there, man. You got to stay off Reddit, Matt. 2, you did a great job. You covered this story. I love Anthony Slater. He is our guy.
That is our guy.
He is on this.
Yeah,
he was one of them people who said, "Nah, there's nothing here." Ant was just on television talking about this story for his new network at ESPN. So, Matt, you've been ahead of this story from day one. I just wonder that if maybe it started on day 2 instead of day 1, what would the reaction be? Because the reaction from Warriors fans was crazy. Then their media jumped in on. Bonte waited 9 days to go on the radio and laugh about it when it seems like this thing is very, very real. And then when you compare it against Phoenix, man, Sacramento looks like they've got the golden ticket offer.
It's the same position I feel the Kings have been in for weeks. This is what it is. We're comfortable walking away. Something I texted you, D'Lo, before I called was, I know for a fact the Kings really want Kuminga. Casey, you've been talking about I don't think it's a case of a shrug the shoulders thing at all. Like you've said, the Kings, and I'm not saying you said that. I mean, you're wondering if that's what it was. The Kings really want Kuminga, and I don't think that's just the front office. I think Doug Christie really likes the idea of having Jonathan Kuminga in Sacramento. This is an opportunity that's there. The Kings are just not in a position where they feel they need to be the ones to fold or budge. They feel like patience is on their side, time is on their side, which is kind of what I alluded to in the tweet that you read out earlier, D'Lo. It's just Sacramento is in the spot that they're in, and they're not a Jonathan Kuminga away next year from competing for a championship. And the only team worried about a championship window right now is the team in Golden State. Or the team in San Francisco.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the position that we're in, and it's fun. But I'll take the blame. I ruined the Kuminga trade. It's okay. I'll happily take that on and put that on my resume.
Well, you didn't ruin it because it's clearly, there's something happening. Like there's this thing is still bubbling. But you're doing a great job, Matt. Keep covering the story.
Yes, sir.
We'll be watching you tonight on the Chatty House after party, and we're really, really looking forward to our conversation tomorrow in the 3:00 hour.
D'Lo, thank God you're back. These two tired of trying to trade Keon.
See,
No,
see
stop.
how the media does
Yeah,
it.
Matt, no.
Look how Leezy George is doing things. He just he hears what he wants to hear.
Appreciate you, Matt. I'm here. I will calm everything down. We'll come back. We'll talk to Buddha in just a heartbeat, and we'll talk to James Ham. He'll be with us at the top of the 3:00 hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Did I miss any bubbles? I didn't. I keep glancing over them. I didn't see him. Okay.
Real quick, since you've changed the game on 4-pitch walk, Giants unable to turn 2, and then a stolen base.
When I come back, it might be all done.
It's gonna be 3-1. 3-1 when Kenny comes back. Okay. Ooh.
Shout out Matt George. He's a P1. Definitely listens on the radio.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. D'Lo, do you have a favor right now? I'm not sure what that means, Bryce. Got him. Got him. This dude better not hit. No, we got him. We out the inning, baby. We out the inning. Rich, what's up, man? Always, Dr. David, always. Oh, favorite ride. Do I have a favorite ride? Not really. I know I told the guys this shit. I really like the soaring over the earth. I know it's
Did you go on Guardians of the Galaxy?
no.
Why not?
That's the drop.
Yeah, it's the best one.
I don't
The
know.
drop's not your
Might have
favorite?
been the long. Might have been the line.
Fair
I don't
enough.
mind the drop.
I know KC's anti-drop zone. I don't know if he doesn't like that one.
The only thing I told Katie I didn't want to do, and I think there's only one, is I don't mind roller coaster. I don't want to go upside down.
Oh, you don't like that one?
Nah. Like I don't mind Space Mountain, like it being fast. I just don't want to go upside down.
Before you got here, it's probably on Monday. Me and Casey were talking about we need to do D'Lo and KC live from Great America.
You know what? You know what's funny is we actually saw that. We were watching when you guys were talking about Great America and all of that stuff. I did, Bryce. Yes, thank you.
Reddit is a weird app.
Yeah,
I've
it is. It's
tried
a
to
weird
just
place.
See what it's about.
It is
a lot of
It
haters.
is a weird place.
The Superman at Six Flags looks unsafe. I won't be getting on.
That's the Magic Mountain one.
Yeah. Oh well, both of them.
Or Vallejo. Vallejo. I've been on the one in Vallejo. That one's fun.
One at Magic Mountain looks crazy.
I just talked to Damien, by the way. He said he's down for D'Lo and KC live from Great America.
I don't think that's what I said, but I said I heard you say it.
Same thing. You didn't say you hated the
No,
segment.
I don't hate the idea.
Hey, I'm down with it too. That's fine. That
Yeah,
doesn't
first
mean I'm
ride,
getting on
the
any
Grizzly.
rides. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there though.
First 3 rides, we do Top Gun, the Grizzly, and the Demon.
Top Gun. I used to get on those rides a lot, like all the time. The only ones I didn't get on a lot was Drop Zone and Grizzly. I used to get on Top Gun all the time, Vortex all the time. Yeah, I was okay with them, but that's okay.
Would you rather do a show from the Everglades or ride all the rides, the roller coasters at Magic Mountain?
I might want to go to the Everglades.
Damn, all right, now we know.
I don't know, man.
I do not want to ride the Grizzly.
Oh, yeah, I
Did
think
you
we talked
say you
about
went
doing
to the Everglades?
Yeah, I think we talked about that while you were gone too, doing a show over there as well.
Doing a show?
Yeah.
B, what up, boy? What up? What up?
AC was worried about losing an arm or something like that. But
Yeah,
I told him
'cause
that
there's
there's someone
alligators,
there
yes.
already who lost their arm to warn us about what not to do and stuff. So we're good.
We should probably see what the NBA get. We need to start thinking about what we're going to do Christmas. I meant to tell you guys that. We're off it's Wednesday and Thursday.
Oh, for the week.
Well, yeah, I think that might be the case.
Oh, real quick, another while
Because
you
Lord knows I'm not leaving by myself anymore. So
another
just found out we're doing a show in the Everglades.
Well, yeah.
Jesse's
I
favorite
said,
tour destination.
what did I just choose instead of?
Oh, you
I
said
chose
Magic
Great
Mountain.
America.
You said
No,
roller
you chose the
coasters.
Everglades.
Yeah, I
over
did
Magic
trace the
Mountain.
Everglades. Yeah, 'cause I ain't
so
getting
yeah,
on. I'm not getting on the Grizzly.
D'Lo
No.
and KC live from the Everglades soon. We'll talk to sales.
Let's make it happen. While you were away, the Odyssey Day at the Ballpark
Yeah.
was a day game where the River Cats were playing and pictures were taken and everybody had such a great time.
Except the sports guys.
No, and some of the sports guys were there.
Oh yeah, that's for the whole thing. Some people that you thought were on your side.
Wait, who was there? Oh, did the insiders show up?
No,
Oh.
it wasn't.
Oh.
Boss man Charlie was there.
Yeah.
Huh?
Joe Brazil was
Come on,
there.
man. People you thought was on your side. Not mind you, Giants' #1 prospect, Bryce Eldridge, it's a walk-off home run at the game.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, that would have been great to see. That would have been cool. Even better, a lot of the people left before the walk-off home run.
They didn't leave back here, KC.
No, I didn't see him come through these doors. It's fine though. It's good.
I feel the need to be honest with both of you.
Okay, I think you're
Yeah.
gonna say, yeah, go ahead.
But whose side is he on?
Wait.
We were supposed to go to that game.
Okay, yeah, that's what we were talking about. You mentioned it like the week before. He's going to a Rivercats game. I was like, why would he go to there?
We were supposed to go to that game because we were off, but we were here.
Uh-huh.
So we were gonna go, and I told Bill, I was like, "Yeah, Katie and I will come," but I didn't look at the calendar first. Katie had an appointment that she had been waiting like 4 months to get. It was at 1:00. There was no way around it. So I hit up Bill and JC. I was like, "Guys, I'm sorry, that's my fault. I jumped the gun. We can't go." So we wound up not going.
You know what? I was
that
like,
photo op would have been crazy.
I was. You know what? I was kind of like, whatever. You didn't go. It's fine. But now that you were planning on going, now I feel some way about
it. Now I remember when the invite went out, and I wasn't like I hadn't planned to have that time off yet. Yeah, I felt some type of way. Like, oh, we're going to the ballpark at noon on a Wednesday.
Also, we were trying to figure out here, is Sutter Health Park, is that like Wrigley Field of the 80s? No lights, only day games? Because if that's the case, that makes sense why we would do that at 12:30, because they only play day games.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, they have lights.
I believe they do.
Oh, they play night games.
They do.
The A's played yesterday night, actually.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we could have all as a company gone to a regular night game.
Oh,
But you know what the difference is? You know how these people work. You know what the difference is?
What's that?
That's my personal time. I'm not going to a work event on my personal time. You want me to go to a work event, schedule it during work time.
You want me to go to a work event, schedule
There
during
it
work
is.
time.
Thank you. Right on cue.
Can you imagine the moment that would have hit if we were looking through those pictures? It's like, wait, what? Is that Damien?
The show would have stopped.
Yeah, we would have stopped.
We would not have talked about anything else for the next 2 hours.
That would have been the biggest heel turn on this show of all time.
Oh, that would have been amazing. That would have been amazing. I actually hate that we didn't go now.
Joe was even in the comments like, no, it was actually a good time, guys. We're like, what,
Hey,
you were there?
No, Joe was trying to next time we'll go, guys. Yeah, don't tell me with a next time.
Joe, sit your ass down.
You
Joe
know,
been going to the ballpark, Disneyland. He's having a hell of a month.
he is, man. July has been his month. So this Kuminga and Kings Warriors triangle.
Let's get Buddha real quick.
Oh, yeah, my bad, Buddha.
Let's
Buddha.
talk with Buddha real quick
Yeah.
before because James is going to join us, and then we're off and running. 916-909-1320. Buddha, what's good, man?
What's good, family? How my boys doing?
We good, man. How you doing, dog?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. I'm doing magnificent, man. I'm hearing my boy JK try and come to sack. I'm glad Scott Perry getting respect, man, because when Pascal was on the Kings radar, he didn't want to come. So it's good to see things changing a little bit. And I think we should get JK by any means, to be honest, because that's the uber athletic wing that we've been looking for. Like, I can see lineups like with Dennis, Zach, Keegan, JK, and Sabonis, and Dennis throwing lobs to Zach, Sabonis, and JK. Keegan, you feel me? Like, it'll be a movie out there. I think it'll be real exciting. I think it's a good team that could grow to be great. Because JK, it would be good spacing already, because he would be replacing DeMar, and DeMar he can knock it down, but JK, he can do the same, and he add more rim protection than DeMar did. So I think it'll be a real good fit. And I don't think that Carter deal getting off. So I mean, I have to give up Keon because it's harder to find a wing than a guard, to be honest.
Buddha, when you say by any means necessary, you're talking about Keon Ellis?
Yeah, because
Okay.
like I said, it's harder to find a wing than a guard.
I got you. Okay. Appreciate you.
Shout
brother,
out,
as
shout out,
always.
Buddha. Buddha was cooking. Buddha was he was spitting knowledge. I agree with it. I don't know about any means necessary with Jonathan Kuminga, but I agree with a lot of what he said. But I was a little distracted because I was well aware that Buddha has not had one of his breaks today. Did you hear the different tone, the speed of how he was talking?
Yeah.
He was just like, yeah, no, this is what we need to do. We did it when Buddha's had one of his breaks. Oh, I'm telling you what we need to do. We need to go get that boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got
Buddha, I think, has had two of those in like
I don't feel like
5
I've heard
years.
one.
Yeah. Well, yeah, one of them was like a couple months ago. It was like, man, Buddha sound different. Then he called back. It was like, oh no, there he is. Go ahead, Jesse.
We're just talking and stuff. Matt George, please don't hurt us. But how are the Kings just marginally better if they add Kuminga and move off of Keon? Like how much better would they be at that point? Because people are so just, I guess, and like Casey said it too, like probably not moving off of Keon and all that, but everyone's just so hellbound. No, Keon, not Keon, not Keon. How much better is it making the Kings though if you were to do that deal? Because ultimately that's the end goal here, right?
I think yes.
I know there's
your
like
question.
context, like you don't need to move off of Keon because the Warriors don't have leverage, this, and that, but just purely speaking, how much better are the Kings here?
I think, and this is why I don't necessarily understand. I understand it because I love Keon, and I think Keon is a winning basketball player. So I understand it from that standpoint. But Jonathan Kuminga, to a certain degree, would potentially fill the void and represent everything that all these people are saying they want from the Sacramento Kings.
Mm-hmm.
A future.
Mm-hmm.
That's what everybody's want. That's what you guys want to tank. You want to tank for Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
And you said that's what they need to be doing the whole time. And when it's like, you can do it, but you got to give up Keon Ellis. Like, no way. Like, he's not even a winning player. Keon, that's what, once again, I understand because I love Keon like everybody else does. But I don't understand how both of those things work.
Do you add a Keon when you got a guy like Kuminga? Like, meaning the type of player? Like, having a Keon is nice, but
You said, do you?
Like I mean, like kind of like having Keon is great, but if you don't have like a Kuminga type or even a number one, like how much is that helping you? I guess.
I agree. I hear what
If
you're
you get what I'm
I
saying,
agree.
I know
Yeah,
I'm not playing
I
in
agree.
clear terms, but like also like, yeah.
Keon I don't want to say Keon only works, but Keon works.
Like the
you
impact
maximize him if you have everything else established and ready to go.
Exactly, like the impact that we talk about with Keon Ellis.
No,
that he
I
can
don't
have,
think that's
like,
true.
Do you
I
need
got
everything
it.
else to be okay? Better, I guess.
I got
to
an
get that true
example.
impact.
I got an example for you. Caruso on the Bulls didn't do much of anything for the Bulls. But when he went to OKC and everything was established, it elevated that team and took them to another level.
Did it?
I think I was a little like, hey, it's not going to do as much. But in the playoffs, he proved me wrong about his impact on what that team could do.
But how much of that is Caruso versus how much of that is Oklahoma City versus Chicago? Like,
It's
Caruso's not going to take Chicago to where Oklahoma City was, but Caruso can help elevate a really good Oklahoma City team.
Mm-hmm.
I think the same can be true for a marginal team. Like, Keon Ellis can help elevate Sacramento up a little. Keon Ellis isn't your one.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the guy who makes Sacramento a championship contender. But how many times have we watched someone or discussed something someone did the night before, or even watched someone at the Golden One Center in opposing uniform and going, man, I'd love to have a such and such on the Sacramento Kings.
That's
to me, Keon's one of those guys.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think that's 100% fair. But we talk to people every day. We read things every day. People think we're a lot, and I won't use OKC. Let's just say the Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
People think the Kings are a lot closer to the Bulls than the Clippers. Like, you're not. What you said is 100% correct. A lot of people don't believe that's where the Kings are. They're not a marginal team. They're not this team that can be elevated to a playoff team by Keon Ellis. They're closer to the Bulls, this sorry middling team that Caruso was on. I agree with you. I just don't think people are talking out of both sides of their mouth now. We can't.
Well, that's what everybody does.
Yeah, we talk so bad about this Kings team and how sorry they're going to be.
Well, I mean, we talk about this all of the time. Kings Twitter will bitch and complain about how bad this team is, but they want Keegan back. They want Keon back. They want all of these players back. Mm-hmm. And it's what you really don't like is DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. That's what you don't like. Right. Arguably the team's two best players. Whether you like it or not, like they are. And Domas is in there somewhere. Like, I don't know where, but like those are the Kings' three best players. And so I think these conversations, there's always a little bit of talking out of both sides of your mouth. And I want Keon on this basketball team. I do not want Keon involved in any trade for Jonathan Kuminga. In fact, if the Warriors ask for somebody, I almost immediately am like, no.
We want Mason Jones.
Unless they ask for Devin Carter. Then it's like, all right, you're twisting my arm. You got it. It's going to cost you a second round pick for us to include him. I don't know, man.
But I agree, and I understand what Jesse's saying. I don't know if the Kings are in a position to greatly benefit from the type of player Keon Ellis is.
Yeah, it's not like about Keon's impact. Like, we all know what he can do and stuff.
I
but
hear you. I just don't.
That is, I don't even know if the Kings are going to have that the next 2 seasons to get the most out of Keon, I guess, or just what that can be. And it's like, if you're going to, like, is it just worth it to hold on to that when you're looking for? Like,
but to me, that's like saying Keon Ellis, players like Keon Ellis can only play on good basketball teams. Then
I think no, he's good with the Kings, but
I think
they're
you get
still
the
going to be
most-
a 39 to 42 win team.
Yeah, you feel their impact most, I think, on those teams. Like Caruso went for like 20, I think, in the finals. It wasn't like this massive thing, but it's like, oh, that had a big impact on the game. I think that's where it's felt most.
I absolutely understand the point both of you are making. I just don't see that as a reason to move off from him.
That alone is not, but when you factor in, you can go get this young piece that you can start to build around. That's where it's like, now you're weighing the impact of a guy like that in the situation that you're in compared to kind of jump starting your future, which is what everybody's, I shouldn't say everybody, a lot of people's number one complaint with this team right now is they have no future. It's just this random group of players that we don't think will be here in 2 years. Well, you're going to get a guy that you are hoping and has the potential to be here for the next 8 years. That's what you don't have on this roster right now, outside of however you feel about Keegan, Neek, those two guys. That's it.
James texted me a minute ago. He's on the way. He's running a couple minutes behind, but he'll be with us here shortly. It goes back, like, I guess part of the reason I look at the Keon thing is I can see Keon be a part of something that you're building for the future.
I can too.
And that is, I think, one of the biggest signals with a potential Jonathan Kuminga acquisition. He's not a 28-year-old player. He's not a 30-year-old player. He's certainly not a 35-year-old player. He's a player that you can get onto your team on his rookie extension. And if I understand, if everything goes the way you want to, you now have another building block for 2028 and 2029. Now you can start. You got to move some of the weeds out of the way, but you could start to have a conversation for the first time about a potential future for this team. Now, there'd be a lot of hyperbole. There'd be a lot of hypotheticals and all that, but you could have a discussion. Right now, today, you can't. At least I don't believe you can, unless you're a big Devin Carter fan. Right now, today, there's no conversation to be had about the Sacramento Kings' future. We talked about the list that ESPN made about the 14 non-playoff teams. We'll get to that tomorrow, but there's a difference between 2026, 2025, 2026, and the future. And yep, this isn't a championship contender, but they're not terrible. You want to have a conversation about their future, and it feels like the Zach Lowe's and all of those different, the Bill Simmons, those guys are having conversations about their future. To me, they're all right. They're all right. That conversation can start to shift for the first time with an acquisition of Jonathan Kuminga. You don't lose anything with the loss of Devin Carter, in my opinion. I feel like you lose a little something with Keon Ellis. It doesn't mean the conversation still can't be there. Doesn't mean you still can't talk about the future of this team, but I feel like losing Keon Ellis is detrimental. Let me ask you both something. Do you think you know who Keon Ellis is as a basketball player today? Do you think you know the best version of Keon Ellis, the basketball player, right now?
I think I do.
Yeah, I think I don't think he's hit his ceiling yet, but I know what that can be. Alex Caruso, like that type of player feels right.
Better shooting.
That's pretty good, no?
Yeah, better shooting Alex Caruso.
I mean, I don't know if he's necessarily going to get there. But
I guess that's good.
That's good.
Also, quick.
You want that.
That's good. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely. But, and I'll flip the question on you.
All right.
What does Kuminga's ceiling look like? Just we'll go best case scenario. I'm not saying he's going to reach that, but what do you envision the best case scenario for Jonathan Kuminga?
I mean,
an all-star,
20 plus, double. Yeah.
That's, and it sounds like I'm minimizing guys like Caruso and
you
Keon,
very much are,
and I'm not. But would
disagree.
No, would you? Who is that right now? Who is?
I also think there's more to Keon than you guys do.
Like
I don't think the Alex Caruso comp is bad. By the way, I like Alex Caruso. I've always would have loved him on Sacramento, but I mean, last year, like his coach called him a situational role. What was it? A situational role player?
Yes.
Last situational rotational player, something like that. Last year, Mike.
Yeah, don't listen to that guy.
Oh. That's your coach. That's your coach.
Oh, there was another controversy while you were gone too. And remember, because my cousins at the family reunion.
Oh, Jesus.
They're not all of them, but there's like a group of the 4 or 5 OGs who are Knicks fans.
Okay.
And we were talking. I was like, I support the Knicks, man. It's love, man. I want to see them succeed, not more than the Kings, but I want to see them succeed.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, okay, no doubt. Look, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna put you in our Knicks group chat. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna put you in the group chat, big dog. And they thought that was a violation.
I got 2 things. I mean, 3, I guess. Yes, that's horrible. We shouldn't be in the Knicks fan group chat. Tyler James,
you're a Knicks fan.
I'm not.
Tyler brings up Derek White for Keon Ellis. I don't see that. Like Derek White got 36 in a playoff game in his second season. And then also we're talking Keon Ellis, future Kings, future that.
Let's bring in James.
How confident are we signing an extension with the Kings?
Well, let's ask James. James, these two hate Keon Ellis.
Not true. Not true.
Lazy Barley.
What do you and I guess this is probably a really important place to start, James. It feels like a lot has happened. I don't know that anything has actually happened, but it feels like a lot has happened since we last talked at 12:15. Do you what are the odds Keon Ellis is with Sacramento for the foreseeable future?
Oh man, that's a tough one. Like to be honest with you, I don't know. I know that, clearly there was some unhappiness about him, about them picking up his option.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, to be honest, I think at this point it might have played out better for him that they didn't make him a restricted free agent, because we're watching that unfold and it's really ugly. But the Kings also would not have had any cap space to go out and do anything. So it would have eaten up all of the buffer they have between the salary cap and the luxury tax if they would have paid Keon. And look, deep down, I think the Kings in a perfect world would have loved to have just given Keon a 4-year deal. Like right now, they would have already a 4-year deal for this season that started this season. But that's just not the dynamics of their cap space and where they were when they had to make the decision on Keon. And I think part of it was timing. And I think part of it is just look at the restricted free agent market. It's just a disaster. I mean, Josh Giddey and, Kuminga, but, Cam Thomas and, all these guys are just stuck in limbo. And Keon very well could have been in that same exact position. The one difference I would point out, though, is that I think maybe Quentin Grimes is in the same bucket that Keon would be, around the same price tag. But outside of that, like Kuminga and Giddey, Cam Thomas, they're all hoping for way more than that, right? Cam Thomas, I like the blatant disrespect from the Nets, where they're like, "Hey, we'll offer you $14.1 million, which is a mid-level exception, on a 1-year deal with a second-year team option." That's like a really, really tough negotiating starting point. Keon is probably a player who's going to make 12 to 15 million. 12 to 14 million in restricted free agency or as a free agent. That's sort of like his zone, maybe a little bit less than that, maybe a 4-year 40. So it's possible that some team that's out there that's really good that still had their mid-level would have said, hey, we're going to go try to get Keon. But if the Kings made it known that they're going to match any offer, then, Keon would have been in the same position that all these other guys would be, outside of maybe the Nets taking a big swing at him and stealing him away. But even that isn't like, I don't think that that's part of their team build philosophy.
We were, James, before you came in, we were discussing like the ceilings and what some of these players could potentially be. We're talking Keon again too. And we said Keon Ellis, what if he maximized and turned into Alex Caruso, which I think is plausible. Like he could do that. That's a valuable person. And we were trying to figure out like Kuminga's ceiling. What would that look like? Maybe agree or don't disagree. But what if Kuminga turned into Jaylen Brown?
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather have Jaylen Brown or Alex Caruso to kind of start your franchise moving forward?
Yeah, sorry, Hammer. Sorry, Hammer. Go ahead.
I mean, if we're starting it like a franchise, then I prefer like, the 22-year-old potential superstar, potential all-star. If, I'm the Sacramento Kings and you're trying to build or trying to take that next step like they were 2 years ago, then Caruso would have made a ton of sense. And they actually chased Caruso. And that would have just made like a absolute ton of sense for this team to go out and get a defensive-minded guard like that. So I think it depends on where you're at and your team build, what's the average age of your team, all of that stuff. But yeah, I get the point. Like one is a role player and an established, like extremely good role player. The other one is a player who hasn't accepted a role and you're wondering what his role can be, what his ceiling can be. And, the question is always going to be, hey, look, if Jonathan Kuminga, you don't end up being as good as you think you are, will you accept being someone less than that? And not as in like accept it and be happy about it, but accept that, you have to turn yourself into something different, whether it's like an Aaron Gordon or a John Collins or one of those types of players. And, to date, I don't think Kuminga's got the opportunity with the Warriors to feel like he's fulfilled this dream of becoming something more. And so he's left in this weird limbo, which, to be honest with you, we don't see very often. I mean, there are players out there that, you get 4 years into their career and they still, I remember talking to Jason Thompson in like year 7, and he's like, man, I just want like 12 shots per game. It's like, bro, you ain't ever getting 12 shots per game. You went to Fenerbahce and didn't get 12 shots per game. That's not being disrespectful. That's just like your lot in life in the NBA. And that's okay. But if you're unwilling to accept that, then you find yourself out of the league. I remember Omri Caspi told me one time, he said, he left the Kings, he went to the Cavs, did not have a good time with the Cavs. And there was expectations on him that were different. And then he left there and he went to Houston. And he was like, I sat down with Kevin McHale, and Kevin McHale said, look, this is who you will be in the league. And if you don't be this player, you're going to be out of the league very quick. And if you don't accept this role and you don't try to flourish in this role as a 3-and-D guy, a guy who stands in the corner and accepts your role and goes and grabs some rebounds, and every once in a while you get a fast break and stuff like that. But if you won't accept that, you're going to find yourself in the unemployment line, and you're going to find yourself playing in Europe, or you're going to find yourself playing somewhere else. And that's going to be on you. It's not on us. We're here. We have our team. We have our players that we have, tiers of players, like Kyle Madsen likes to tier everybody. And this is where you're at and what tier you're at. And we need you to play to your strengths and be that player. And if you don't want to do that, that's fine. We'll find another place for you. But if you do want to be that, we think we can elongate your career and make you into a ball player that keeps getting paychecks. And Omri said, I accepted it because it was like the honest truth. And it was with my own best interest in mind. And once I accepted that, it was a lot easier to move forward and be a really good role player.
I also think this whole conversation is unfair because that is a massive if. If Jonathan Kuminga becomes Jaylen Brown.
Well, we talked about what a ceiling is, right? I mean, not saying that's you, but we talked about like what a ceiling is. Like probability, he's probably more around Gerald Wallace.
So
like that's what I would bet.
Sure, but so if we went like over the top with the idea of Jaylen Brown, I'll go over the top with Keon Ellis and say Derek White. Right? We'll go back to the thing Jesse brought up earlier. Those two needed each other to win a title, and I think that's my point. Is I feel like Keon can be a part of a future build for the Sacramento Kings, which is why I don't want to lose him. And I think the most important part for me right now is I don't feel like they have to. That's the part that's killing me. Like, if you want to get the deal done just to get it done, then fine. Maybe you do it. Maybe, and if Kuminga is that important to you, fine. But I also look at it like, who are you bidding against? It's you're basically in a game of chicken with Golden State. You don't want him to play on this qualifying offer because you don't want to lose the ability to trade him. You don't want the ability to get back a draft asset or even look, they may think Devin Carter isn't very good, but that's fine. You're still getting back a young player that you can at least find out that he's not good.
Right.
Otherwise, you get nothing. You also have the oldest basketball team in the league. You're going to need somebody to play professional basketball for you in games 60, 70, and 80 of the season. And so I'm completely okay with Scott Perry just going, all right. And there's James, how do you think this thing really could draw out till October 1st?
I don't think so. I mean, we always you would hope that it would get figured out quicker. I'll tell you this too. Like you brought up Devin Carter, and like one of the player comps for Devin Carter is Gary Payton II. Like, this is a guy that the Warriors might be able to use, that he might fit in what they're doing. But again, I think with the Warriors, a lot of times you're looking at it in the same way that you're looking at the Kuminga situation. Like, hey, the word on the street is he doesn't really want to play a role, that he thinks he's better than what his role is and what his role might be. And that makes it extremely difficult, right? Because, it's much easier for the Warriors to go out and sign an Al Horford, Seth Curry, and who's the other guy they're looking at that they have locked up, the kid who blew out his knee last year.
Melton.
What's that?
Melton.
Oh, yeah, Melton.
Melton.
Right? So if you're looking at like those players know exactly who they are, and the Warriors are accepting those players and plugging them into a situation that they think that they can flourish, because those players have proven that they can flourish in those roles at other spots. So when you're taking on a young player like Devin Carter, you're going to have to see if he fits your system or not. You're going to have to see if he's an NBA player or not. But again, great rebounder, long wingspan, huge hops. Like, again, Gary Payton II is one of those guys who really, he does look like as a player. And if in the right situation, you might be able to figure out how to convert him into that player. But it comes down to like players being willing, because, again, if Devin Carter doesn't figure out how to be that player very quickly, he's not going to be in the league. And that's it's a tough reality. Every single year, there are 30 first-round picks that have guaranteed money coming in. That means that 30 dudes that were in the league the year before lose their jobs. They're not making more jobs. You're just out. And it's sort of the tough reality. And it doesn't matter if you're the 13th pick or you're the 28th pick in the first round. You're fighting for your NBA job every single time you're on the court. And so look, I know Golden State has a bunch of wants, needs, and all that stuff. But at the same time, like, they got themselves into this situation, and it's on them to figure out how to get out of it. But trying to strong arm somebody, using the press to strong arm somebody, like, none of this seems like it's going to work out all that well for anybody involved.
The thing that baffles me about the Warriors POV in this situation is, and Warrior fans, is the notion that, yeah, we'll just bring them back on the qualifying offer. Like, that's literally the worst case scenario for the Warriors, and that's the dumbest case scenario. You've done all of this and turned down all these deals that you say aren't good enough and that you don't want to take, just to bring him back on a qualifying offer where he's going to leave in X amount of months anyway, and he has a no trade clause, so you don't have any control of it and you don't get anything back. That would, if you're a Warriors fan, that's the last thing you should be rooting for, not celebrating. Oh, we'll just bring him back on the qualifying offer. That would be dumb. It'd be stupid.
It'd be dumb. It'd be stupid. And the second that he rolls an ankle and takes 12 weeks to come back from a rolled ankle because he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year and has no reason to rush back, like that's a problem. And it's a problem that you created. And I get the system in place. The system in place is to preserve, your draft picks, or it's to make it so when you draft somebody, you realistically don't just get them for their first 4 years, but really your first 8 if you want them. And it's to build continuity in the league. It's so you can sell more jerseys. It's so, it's just good for the league. But this situation here isn't good for anybody because, like, let's be clear, the Golden State Warriors are being very obvious that they don't want him back. I mean, when you offer a 2-year deal and the second year is a team option, that means that you don't intend to keep that team option. That's what they're doing. They're hoping that some much bigger trade comes along and that they can take him as a $20 million trade chip and go deal him. But that's where I think the October 1st date really does start to come into play, because if he pushes until October 1st and that's when he signs his deal, then I believe they cannot trade him this season. I mean, they can't trade him anyways because they can't trade him if he's on if he's playing for the qualifying offer. He can turn down any trade because as soon as he gets traded, his Larry Bird rights end. And so if you're trading him to, say, a team like the Kings, the best they can do is offer him the mid-level exception of $14 million because they're over the cap. And so it puts him in a really bad situation. If you give him the 1-year deal, you can trade him, but you have that 6-month window, right? So if he pushes this out till October 1st and says, fine, I'll sign the 2-year $45 million deal, that deal won't be available to him anymore because they're going to be like, nah, we're good. We don't, because now we can't trade you. Mm-hmm. So remember how Lauri Markkanen last year waited and waited and waited until that one date where they're like, if he signs it today, he can be traded before the deadline. If he signs it tomorrow, he cannot be traded until next offseason. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like the same exact situation here, but just a little bit different.
James, did you get the opportunity to see what Mark Spears said on television today regarding Jonathan Kuminga and the Sacramento Kings?
I didn't listen to it. I did hear like a snippet from Kyle.
Yeah, it's probably the most important part that you heard. He talked pretty extensively about one, Jonathan Kuminga's preference out of Sacramento and Phoenix is to come to Sacramento. And he laid out the reasons why. And it's the fact that Sacramento has clearly defined what they believe Jonathan Kuminga's role would be with this Kings basketball team. And that includes starting at the 4 position alongside Keegan at the 3 and Domas at the 5. And Mark did not say this on television. We're working through this ourselves. That leads me to believe that led us to believe that Zach LaVine is at the 2, Dennis Schroeder is at the 1. And at least for the time being, for the first time in 15 of his 16 seasons, DeMar DeRozan will go to the bench. And let's start with that component. What do you think of Mark Spears or perhaps the Sacramento Kings laying out the fact that they have a very prominent role ahead for Jonathan Kuminga should this all happen?
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Like Kyle and I have been like beating this drum. I've been coming on your show for the last, I don't know, maybe 4 years, talking about needing length and athleticism at the wing. When you're looking at Kuminga and you're looking at the skill set that he has, the athleticism that he has, this is the type of player that every other team in the league has a bunch of, and the Kings don't. So I think he's a switchable forward. I think he can play the 3 and the 4. Him and Keegan Murray would be able to just seamlessly switch between players, right? So I get the reason why Kuminga makes sense to them. And I also think that when you're getting a 22-year-old player with the sky is the limits, you're bringing in somebody who that you want to get out there and play major minutes. You're not going to concern yourself with everything else. I mean, hopefully he's healthy and would be able to play, 75 to 80 games, but this is a player that should be able to seamlessly fit into your rotation. Is he a perfect fit? No. He's not a great 3-point shooter. He shot, I think, 37% in his second year, but hasn't come close to that since. But I also don't think he's been happy. And I don't think he's been a player who's been put in a position to succeed. And, I think when you're looking at the Warriors and how they design their team, like he's an afterthought for them. And that's just a reality. He's a total afterthought. So you got to figure out a way to kind of fit him in if you're the Warriors. But with the Kings, it's like, hey, man, go out there, play 34 minutes. Show me what you got. Like, this should be a fun adventure. And you would drop your age considerably.
Yeah.
And then, the dollars and cents we can probably discuss when we get back from the break.
Well, I can't lay out the dollars and cents for Scott Perry, but I know if Jonathan Kuminga wants to come up to Sacramento, man, we'll take him out to West Sacramento. We'll take him out to Baker Family Wines.
That's right.
We'll introduce him to the Hall of Famer Dusty Baker and the coach of the Nicaraguan national team.
Yep.
Because he just can't stop
It's in his
managing
blood.
baseball teams.
It's in his
He
blood.
just can't. If he's not making the best wine in the city, he's managing baseball teams. You can join Dusty's Clubhouse for exclusive releases and tasting room specials. I strongly encourage you to do that. Head over to bakerfamilywines.com right now. Plan on visiting the taste room. This wine is absolutely spectacular. If you've been paying attention to the show over the last year and some change, I've hit my LeBron era. I'm drinking wine in 2025, and some of the best bottles I have, especially this 2022 Pinot Noir. This is one of my favorites right here. It's from Baker Family Wine. Dusty Baker, his crew, Chip, they have put some incredible work into this. Head over to bakerfamilywines.com right now. Join Dusty's Clubhouse and make your plans to visit the tasting room. Not in Napa, not in Amador County, not in Lodi. It is right here in West Sacramento. We're going to come back. We're going to talk a lot more about this Kings situation with Jonathan Kuminga with James Ham when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Giants lose.
What's up, Mark? Yeah, it's my
Sorry, boys.
No, you're good, man. What's going on?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. How you doing, man?
Good.
Yes, sir.
I'm good.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you for the walk. It'll be nice to have you out there. So, thank you for agreeing
Is
to
that
do
on
that.
Thanksgiving Day too?
No, it is October, I think, like 25th.
Okay.
So it's later this year. It's not in September.
Because to be honest with you, I had never done it before. I don't know.
Oh, no?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I'm down. I mean, it's
Okay,
cool.
good. They mentioned your name in it from the past, so I'm glad you're willing to do it. So, very
Dave,
good.
you guys are still live, just so you know.
Yeah, it's fine.
Stuff.
Yeah.
I'm finding wherever I go.
Hi, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Very possible you cannot hear me.
No, they can, James.
Oh, they can. Oh,
Yes.
sweet. All right, I'll talk to you while they're having a meeting. Sweet. Yeah, that's Mark. He's one of our many new executives. Sweet. What's going on, everybody? Anything happening? I see you guys are talking about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I saw some post the other day on, I don't know what it was on, some sort of social media site, and it was calling out Grandpa Joe for being one of the worst characters in television history, just like a leech on society. Wouldn't get out of bed, wouldn't work, wouldn't go help, all that stuff. I thought it was funny. Jalen, what's my favorite color? I'm gonna say, typically I say forest green, like a rich green. Spotrack says Sarge can't be aggregated in a trade. There's a window in which he can't be aggregated in a trade. But I don't think that that's the case because it's a 1-for-1 swap. I would have to look that out. There is a way in which you cannot be aggregated in a trade. I don't even know what I just walked into.
Yeah. We have created a very lax environment here.
You guys live, kinda.
He just walked in like, whoa, what up? Like, hey, what does that sign say out there? Yeah. Rustock, did the Kings have a plan B? Yeah, it's to run the same roster out there. I didn't see. Was there more on Keon somewhere that I missed, or was that just like a topic of discussion you guys were having?
That was just a conversation. Yeah, it was just a conversation.
We just talking.
Mm-hmm.
I agree, Norm. At least he had pants on. And not
the day someone walks in here without pants, it's gonna be a problem.
We're coming back, Hammer. This is an interesting show.
Always.
Very interesting work dynamic we've created.
Hey, are you
over
guys
here.
live right now?
No, the crazy thing is, hey, you guys live right now? What's good? What's good?
No, just talking Kings.
Mark coming in to talk. You guys live? Yep. Charlie sitting in here waiting for me earlier. Oh, are you back?
Oh no, that was the best part. Casey's like, yeah, we're coming back, Charlie. Charlie's just standing there still.
I still don't know what. Charlie looked like he had something important to say.
Yeah, welcome to Jurassic Park. That's what he had. Medulla oblongata.
Oh,
See?
well, might have been that too.
Shout out to D-Lo. Giants lost.
I'm not gonna lie. As soon as he changed it, put it back on, it just all went downhill. Like I said, he put the game on immediate 4-pitch walk. Tried to turn 2, couldn't make that happen. Literally play after that. Pirates still second.
Hammer, it turns out I appear to be bad luck. Now I didn't watch the San Francisco Giants for a week and a half.
Yeah, I can't put the whole damn season on.
Let's just say it's been a long time since I've seen them win a baseball game, though. We'll say that. In fact, the last one I think I saw was the comeback. It was the Rockies comeback.
Oh man, that's even sad too. We needed a comeback against the Rockies.
That was tough.
Jesus.
That was tough. I haven't seen them win in months.
Oh man, these guys have ruined the summer.
Yeah.
When does football start?
I could tell James was tweeting. That's why we were talking about baseball. I knew you were working on something. And there it is, the Daquan two-way contract right there.
Hit the Quan.
Hit the Quan. It's back, baby.
Yeah, let's go. The first one to return.
Yeah, the first one didn't last too long, but it's all good.
That spelling is going to kill me every single time he makes an appearance.
I haven't really seen it. So can I try?
Daquan?
Yeah. Yeah.
DAQW?
Nope.
No.
Nope. You want to try again?
DAQU.
Nope.
Nope.
DAQE.
Nope.
Nope.
I actually love this game. You want to try again?
DAQ.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh, Jesus.
You've said some right letters though. In these iterations.
DAW?
Nope.
Nope.
I'm out.
See, I love this.
There's a W in
Can
there.
you use it in a sentence? That's a good. That's funny. Somebody,
DAE.
Oh no.
Adam L.
QWON.
Damn.
We should have been able to read it. The Sacramento Kings signed Daquan Plowden to a two-way contract after an impressive summer league showing.
Makes perfect sense now looking at it. Okay, I see Daquan.
What is the origin? Like, you got me. Is there another spelling? Yes, there is.
Hammer in this. yes, James. There are other spellings for sure. Hell, Daquan Jeffries didn't spell his name like that.
No.
I think it was you had. I think it was
DAQ.
Was there a U in Daquan?
I think it was DAQ.
AU. No, DAQU and Daquan.
Yeah.
Daquan.
No, this is the blackest segment of the day. That's for sure.
As King since 1985 says, you think Casey would figure out that Q isn't the third letter? They let me cook like past Q a couple times. That's what messed me up. I said like Q A, and they were like, no. That's when I said A. So I kept saying Q, and Q wasn't even a third letter. Damn. I'm gonna get it. I'll never forget it now, though.
No, I bet you won't.
Spell it right now.
DAEQ.
I knew
WEON.
No!
Oh, damn. Just the E must not be there.
So what is it? Spell it.
DAEQWON.
There it is.
Yay.
Oh man. James, in situations like we're seeing right now, this is it's an interesting situation regarding a restricted free agent. Normally there's offer sheets in play and things like that. Those are not in play for Phoenix. Those are not in play for Sacramento, and Golden State is working off this qualifying offer thing. You also have the kind of unique component that they don't really want Jonathan Kuminga. And so that adds a whole wrinkle to this. And there's, the word leverage has been used a lot over the course of the last 3 weeks or so since this story first started to percolate. James, I'll ask you, who do you think has the leverage in this situation? The Warriors, the Kings, Jonathan Kuminga? Feels like the Suns are just here, but like, who really has the leverage in this?
I think the really uncomfortable answer is absolutely no one. No one has the leverage because there are two teams out there. So it's not like the Kings aren't competing against somebody else. The Suns offer is not good. The Kings offer is not what you would consider good for the type of player that Kuminga could potentially be. So like the Warriors are not in a good position because Kuminga can just play for $7.9 million. Kuminga's not in a good position because if he does that, he gets to the end of the year and he's an unrestricted free agent in a draft class that has a bunch of other unrestricted free agents from the previous season, plus a bunch of new restricted free agents, plus a bunch of new free agents that are available, and so you're always going to be wondering, will he get his money back? And in a market where the NBA is lowering the salary cap increase from 10% to 7%. So look, I don't think anyone is in a particularly great spot. I do get, the Kings holding their line and saying, hey, look, we're not going to add Keegan. We're not going to add Keon. We're not going to add Isaac Jones. At least at this point, we haven't heard any of those names being mentioned. But, you are in kind of this weird spot where like nobody is super comfortable with their spot with what's happening. Kuminga does not want to. He would much rather play, just like Keon Ellis doesn't want to play for $2 million. He wants to play for 25 to 28 million, right? Maybe 30 million. That's what he was hoping to play for. And, I think everybody's expectations have to change just a little bit. But if you want the deal done, we even hear this thing now that has been floated that the Warriors want an unprotected first round pick from the Kings, as opposed to the pick that they're a protected pick. And, both of those things have like their pluses and minuses, right? Because the Kings don't have a lot of sweetener to add to the back end of a protected first round pick. So it could end up being like the JJ Hickson deal from years ago, where literally took like 5 years before that pick got actually traded, which was miserable. Like the Kings were stuck basically in the Stepien rule and couldn't trade their picks out in front of them at all for 5 years because they had this protected pick that they were dealing with.
Yeah, we don't have to even go that far back when we deal with this stupid ass Kevin Huerter trade, which sounded me on damn near all conditional. Like I know it's not, just take the pick. I don't want to do a conditional pick anymore after dealing with that nonsense. I'm cool off that.
Well, to that point, really quick, Casey, the
Mm.
Kings do have their, hey, they could tell the Warriors, hey, how about we do this? How about we do a game of chance? We'll give you an unprotected 2027 San Antonio Spurs pick that's, if it goes beyond 16, you lose it. If it's 1 through 16, you get to keep it. And it's not our pick, so we don't have any reason to tank for you. It's the Spurs pick. But, the Kings have already traded the backside of that pick. And so it's like, hey, if it like relays to you, it relays to you. If not, you get nothing. Or you could just give them the 2031 Minnesota Timberwolves pick, and it's unprotected. But there's just so much value in an unprotected pick, and that's kind of not where the Warriors are coming from, a place of value.
Well, James, me and Damian, we talked about it on the complete opposite end of that spectrum. Like, we give you the 26 pick because we don't believe, even with all the negativity around the Kings, that they're going to be some 25 win team. Like, we don't. They still have talent on the roster, and even last year they won 40 games. They lost in the first game of the play-in. They were 9 seeds and whatever it was. That ended up being a number 14 pick that they had to give away. If, let's just say, you recreate the same scenario again this season, I'd give you the 14 pick in 2026 as opposed to, I don't know what this team's going to look like in 2029, 2030. And I mean that in a negative way. I'm not giving you an unprotected pick later in this draft process. I'll give it to you right now, where I don't think we're going to be like bottoming out.
Okay, so you don't think they're going to be bottoming out, but I mean, let's be real. Vegas has them at 35.5 wins. That's like the 7th or 8th pick in the draft. Like, and Jonathan Kuminga, like, to be honest with you, at this point in his career, is not worth the 7th or 8th pick in the draft. He's not. And part of that, straight up, it's on the Warriors. Like, you're not trading like the 7th pick in the draft or the 6th pick, whatever he was. You're trading a player who's been in the league for 4 years and has had all kinds of ups and downs and was out of your rotation at one point in the playoffs. Like, and then you had to bring him back because you had an injury and he was incredible. But before that, like, what we're going to believe a showcase in the playoffs that make it so, and you didn't win the playoff series. So, like, what are we basing his value off of? And like what we were talking about earlier, like, there's a tremendous amount of value in the pick before there's a name attached to it. And once a player's been in the league for 4 years, you don't usually get, dollar for dollar value for them. You're going to get 40 cents on the dollar, which is why the offers are what they are at this point, especially because of the complexities of a deal where base year compensation and, all of this other stuff, the restricted free agent status and all that stuff is still in play.
The Suns won 36 games last year. Portland won 34. They were the 10th and 11th picks.
Yeah, but I mean, it changes from one year to the next. And like, look, that what if you luck out and win the lottery? Like, you don't want to give up the top 3 pick for a player that you don't know. Like, if I'm the Kings, I'm not trading my 26. I'm certainly not trading my 27. And I even have a tough time trading my 28 because
I'm not trading anything beyond that. Those are the ones that I'm not trading. Once you get to 28, 29, and you got DeMar and those are the ones we're not getting rid of.
Because I'll give you this scenario here. You get to the 2027 season, everybody's off the books. We didn't trade it, Domantas Sabonis. We have no veterans here.
This escalated quickly.
Well, I'm just saying, like, don't want to be here if we sorry. So you trading him for assets. You're just a sorry team. And now you don't have your first round pick in 27 or 28. Like, that's very, I think that's a very real possibility.
I know Vegas has them at 30, 35, James, or whatever it was, 38. I feel like this team can make the playoffs. Like, they're not making a run to the conference finals or winning a championship, but could they get in through the play-in? Could they get a 6 seed? Like, this team, we overvalued last July. They underperformed, last April. They could meet somewhere in the middle. Now, I don't know that middle gets them to 48 wins, but does it get them to a better version of the basketball team that they were last year? Yeah, maybe. I don't know that I can say that for 2027 or 2028. Scott's got a lot ahead of him to do, but do I feel like this team could win some games in 2026? I do.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm like, after this discussion, I'm probably rolling the dice on one of those other two picks, the picks that aren't yours. Like,
Sure.
But,
I mean, that's fine.
And if I was
That's
the
fine.
Warriors, I'd hang up. Why do I want that Spurs pick that might not even happen?
well, what you could also do something like this. You could say Spurs pick. You could say the Spurs pick, and if the Spurs pick doesn't relay, we'll give you an unprotected Minnesota Timberwolves pick. Keep your own picks because, like, look, I think the potential of the Spurs being better than the Kings is realistic. I think the potential of Minnesota in 2031 being better than the Kings is very realistic. We don't know for sure, but that's kind of like it's the tough gamble here that you're going to take as a franchise. Like if you are going to try to add a player, and it takes something to get something, and then on top of that, we've talked about this a little bit. Top of that, if you make the Kuminga trade and it doesn't include one of your, $18 to $25 million players, somebody's got to go because you're way over the luxury tax and you're pushing on the first apron. And so that means you got to make another corresponding move to somehow clear up space, whether that's, again, Malik Monk going somewhere else, whether that's, DeMar DeRozan going somewhere else. Somebody has to go in that scenario if they're not part of the trade to actually acquire Kuminga.
We talked a little bit a second ago about leverage and all this other stuff, and I'll flip the words just a little bit, because James, you talked about how nobody really has any leverage. I flip it a little bit and say everybody has their own little piece of leverage, right?
Yeah.
Kuminga has a little say so in how this goes about it because he's got different deals that he can sign and no trade clauses. The Warriors, as dumb as it would be, they don't have to make a deal.
Right.
They can just hold on to him. The team would probably, in the group with the least amount of leverage, honestly, is probably the Kings because they're dependent on everybody. They're dependent on Kuminga wanting to come here. They're dependent on the Warriors deciding to trade him and everything. And all they can do is offer what they can offer, but they don't have any real say-so in how this plays out. So I think the leverage the Kings do have is the market and being able to not, go crazy with a trade proposal. But I think everybody has their own little value of leverage in this situation.
I would actually I would flip it and say, I think the Kings have leverage because they can just walk away and it's, nothing ventured, nothing gained. You had conversations that didn't work out, upwards and onwards. Let's see what the season looks like. I think the Warriors, again, if he accepts the qualifying offer, or he signs a 2-year 45, but demands that the second year is a player option, not a team option. All of these things could, I just don't see them having a lot of ways to get better. And the reason why they're doing this right now, why they're holding everybody hostage, is super, super specific. They want to have a $20 million player to trade mid-season. Because as of right now, they've got nothing. They've got their top end heavy contracts. We talked about this the other day, but they have, of course, Steph and then Jimmy Butler. And, so they've got 2 top end contracts. Then the next one is Draymond Green at $26 million. But then Moses Moody makes 11.5 and Buddy Hield makes 9.2. And then they drop all the way down to 3.6 million. So let's say, I don't know, LeBron James becomes available during the season. Well, I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but if you could package Moody and Kuminga and Buddy Hield plus first round picks and stuff, maybe you get that deal done. But if you don't have a Kuminga on the roster, then you don't have that $20 million contract to trade for a $50 million player, and you're not going to be able to make the deal. So, I mean, again, if you take away, if you're not going to trade Steph, Jimmy, or Draymond Green, then to piece together a deal that would get you to the salary that LeBron James makes, It literally would take every player on your roster outside of that. You would have to go Moody, Healed. That puts you at like right at 20 million. Then Pajemski at 4 million, Guy Santos at 2.2. Like you don't have any contracts, any money to send out in a LeBron James trade. And so that's where I think the Warriors keep centering this thing. And it's also why they should probably figure out a way to swing a deal that includes either a DeMar DeRozan or a Malik Monk, because then they would have that contract to trade if they can't keep Kuminga at 20 million. But that's all they're looking for. We always talk about like the trade exceptions being a coupon. They're looking at Kuminga as like a coupon that can play here and there, but they're not going to want him to get hurt or anything else, because then they won't be able to trade him.
That's why Kuminga's team told the Warriors to go to hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, and I perfectly agree with that. I very much agree with that. Hammer. We also speculated. We wondered if either if this thing with Jonathan Kuminga were able to get done, or perhaps there was a resolution that landed with Kuminga being elsewhere. If this would start some sort of effect for the Sacramento Kings, and you mentioned DeMar DeRozan and some of these other guys, maybe once this transaction is complete, there are other moves ahead for them to make. We go back to the DeMar DeRozan thing. DeMar DeRozan has played damn near 1,200 basketball games in his career. The only games that he hasn't started in 12 of those 1,200 some odd games. All 12 of them were in his rookie season 16 years ago. And so the idea that you're just going to casually move a player like DeMar DeRozan, whose play has not declined, to the bench, I think it's interesting. I also think maybe you have a discussion with him and his agent about potential destinations for him across the league. Miami's the one that comes up a lot. I believe there were discussions there, but they weren't any good. But I wonder if there's a next chain of events that gets set off, or a chain of events that gets set off for Sacramento, should a resolution be reached in this Jonathan Kuminga situation.
Yeah, that's going to be the next step. Like, what's the ripple effect? And, again, we keep hearing Malik Monk's name mentioned all over the place. It's going to be easier to move DeMar, I think, because he's only got 1 year and then a buyout at 10 million than it would be to move Malik Monk. And it's easier to move DeMar at 24.5 million or 25 million for a $15 million player than it is to move Monk for like an $8 million player. Because you got to remember, you got to clear up that cap space, that $10 million. And then on top of that, everyone's like, oh, they'll just sign Russell Westbrook. But like, then they need another 2.2 million or whatever to free up to make sure they don't go over the luxury tax if they're going to do that as well. So I definitely could see a play where they did something like, I said this earlier, but DeMar for Terrence Mann, where you're going to a team that has, salary cap, plenty of salary cap to work with, but also, so they can absorb more contract coming in, but also they've got a player who is, 15 and a half and 16 million over the next 3 years. So you're going to take back more contract, but you're going to, clear up a bunch of flexibility this year and even take on a little bit more next year, like 5 million versus a 10 that you would have had for a buyout for DeMar. And then that third year, you're putting up 15, 16 million that you don't have on your books right now. And so that's where it gets a little complicated. But the other thing someone brings up, you can waive and stretch Devin Carter. That doesn't make an impact on the Kings, but waiving and stretching DeMar DeRozan, and I'm not saying they're going to do that, but you might be able to get him to take less money on that second year buyout and then stretch his money over 3 years, because that's, that would free up $16 million that you don't have right now. And I'm not saying that.
I think Dame Lillard broke people's brains. Like, that does not happen very often. The wave and stretch, like, that does not happen a lot, but it happened to Dame. Obviously, that was a stunning amount of money. And all of a sudden, everyone's like, oh, just wave and stretch everyone.
Brad Bill.
Well, is that, but that's not what they did, is it? Didn't they buy him out?
Just no, they used a stretch provision.
Wait, what was that?
That was me sneak him away and cut the podcast. What flag? You're gonna wave and stretch everyone? I don't think so. Not on this show.
Yikes.
My bad.
Egads.
That's my bad. You know what?
Oh, man.
Let's just end it. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just end on that note. That's my bad. Well, I guess we'll I mean, obviously don't expect anything to happen tonight, but we'll see what happens over the course of the next few days, man. It'll certainly create some fun conversations as they center around the Sacramento Kings. And James Ham and Kyle Madsen will be here to cover it all beginning tomorrow at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, wave and stretch.
No show flag. Got a flag on the last game.
Yikes.
I don't think we've ever had a flag post show.
Yeah.
That was tough. Tough.
Yeah,
Tough
that was
flag.
Tough indeed. Goodness
gracious.
All right, y'all. We're gonna shut down. We gotta go host a radio show, man. So we'll see y'all tomorrow. I think that was KC with the walk-off flag.
Walk-off flag.
Appreciate y'all. Hit the thumbs.